Hello. Hello. What up, everybody? Welcome to the stream. My name's Roy Chiato. Like a macchiato, I am your coffee-fueled host of the most professional voice actor, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, everybody. We're going to be reacting to the Super Danganronpa 2 Retrospective by Nezumi VA today. So we're going to be yapping a lot. We're going to be vibing, thriving, and surviving. So I hope you guys are ready for a bunch of yapping and some good vibes. How's everybody? What's up, Sakura? Back from Joyzy. Oh, man. Welcome back. Yeah. Buff Bunny, that's me. Hi. What up, Swirl? Hi, Divi. Hey, Tree. Hi, Ray Taxix. What's up, Aspen? What up, Andy? Hey, Mage. Hi, Dread. Hi, Emmy. What's up, Nope? Hi, guys. Hope you're doing well today. Welcome to the stream. What's up, Sarah? Oh my gosh, it's Sage. Hi, Sage. So you don't hate me. Oh. I see. Doing well, just prepping stuff for a job interview. Ooh, that sounds like fun. Hell yeah. I would love to hear it. Nazumi, hello. Hey, it's good to see you. I hope you're doing well today. Thank you once again for allowing us to react to your content. I'm very, very excited to dive in and listen to and react to and to re-experience Danganronpa 2. It has been a while since I have played SDR2, but I'm very excited to. I remembered more and less than I thought I would about DR1, so I'm curious to see how much I'm going to remember about SDR2. Looking forward to seeing what you think. Of course, I'm sure you crushed it just like you did the first one. I know what it's like. I don't know if that one was an early video for you. I think you had mentioned it in some of your later stuff, because like I loved watching the Ace Attorney ones. And I think you were mentioning the Danganronpa ones were some of your earlier ones. I think you did great. And if that's early Nezumi, I can't wait to see what like later Nezumi is. Oh, it's exciting. It's so exciting. Danganronpa. So true. So true. What up, Tay? Were you wearing hope fragments on your collar? No. Those are for like 4+ years ago now. Goddamn. Whoa. Luna, thank you for the 19 months. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. What up, Panda? What up, Neon? Hello. Do you remember what that is? They were from building relationships with other people, right? I thought that was a V3 thing, though. Wasn't it? You're correct? Okay. Hi, everyone. Just got home from watching Mandalorian and Grogu. I cried. Oh! Well, I'm glad you had a good time. It sounds like you enjoyed yourself. I'm sad I missed out yesterday's stream because I had to catch a flight after vacating in Joyzy Land, but I'll still watch the recent VOD after the stream is done. Hell yeah! Well, I hope you enjoy it. We played some Luigi's Mansion 2. We finished the second area. Yeah. Hope Fragments was 2. I forget what 3's is. Oh, I thought it was in 3 as well. Maybe I just misremember. All I know is there's that weird thing that like when you get someone's affection high enough in Danganronpa, they're like, wow, I really trust you now. Here's my underwear. What up, M? Hi, welcome in. Spooky time. Nothing like a spooky start to the summer. Listen, I do love me some spooks. But this time specifically, we are reacting to Danganronpa. Tomorrow we're playing Fears and Fathom, or Fears to Fathom? Fears to Fathoms to fear. You know what I mean? Is that not normal? What happened? What? Excuse me? Huh? What happened? Hey guys, what up, Jelly Berry? Hi, Roy, I'm here. What up, Hat? Hat. I just picked that game up. Nice. Are you still a baked bean? I mean, that's totally fine. How's your night? I gotta ask, do you like cosplay? I asked because I'm working on a new one. I do. Yeah, I think we have a cosplay section in the Discord, right? Question mark? Question mark? It might just be share your stuff. Share pics, videos, audio. Yeah. I used to cosplay back in the day. I did Power Rangers cosplay. Yeah. Oh, Tay, are you the one that did the thumbnail for the V3 video? That's so cool. Wow, we're getting the whole crew together. And there's something really cute about Luigi's Mansion, but I'm waiting till you get further into the game. Oh, yeah, especially if it's a spoiler. We got to save that stuff, you know? We got to save it. That way we can share it in the proper time. Happy Pride Month. Yeah! Happy Pride Month. Wait, do I have something pansexual? Wait, let's look. Oh, wait, those are scenes. Do I have a pansexual item? Do I have something rainbow? I have a rainbow mustache. Perfect. Just what we needed. Just what we needed. It's complete. Yes. Welcome to my stream. You thought it was going to be riveting gameplay and professional decision making that wins me a match, but in fact, I like talking about men and kissing men. Maybe that's why I like Danganronpa. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness gracious. Me and Bestie are doing Raven and Starfire from DC. Hey, that's awesome. I can't wait to see. Yippee! Kind of looks like Markiplier Wilford Wharfstache with the mustache. I'll take your word for it. I'm not familiar with who that is. Wilford Wharfstache? Yeah, I'm not familiar. Rainbow Pringles? You so Pringles. Roy Chiato? Is that you? That's crazy. You can't, listen, you can't just say that. All right? You can't just say that. I just put the mustache on. At least compliment me on my muscles first. Or my killer personality. Come on. I don't bounce like this just for anybody. Balls in yo jaw. What? Took Taste the Rainbow to the next level. I'll show you a rainbow. Blah. 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 That is indeed wild card comment. You know what? We'll take it. I thought that was a given. Wait, what happened? I forgot what I asked. Can someone remind me? Does this mean he'll eventually eat Skittles on stream? I mean, I like Skittles, but I also like coffee. I feel like coffee and Skittles is probably not a good combination. Guys, who's having coffee tonight? Who's joining me for coffee? Who's joining me for coffee? Evening, everyone. What's up, Skyward? We're looking skyward. Me? Yippee! I just had a hot chocolate. Well, that's not coffee, but that does sound tasty. I do like me some hot chocolate. Here, let's try this coffee. Tasty. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I wish I had coffee. Don't worry, Sorona. I got your back. I'll get you some coffee. Served right from these muscles. Don't get it on your rainbow stash. That's why I had to take a long time sipping it, slurping it. You know, I'm the sipping, slurping, sucking master. Okay? They call me a professional. They call me an aficionado. Like a macchiato. Or something like that. I don't know. I'm loving the stash. Thanks. We gotta celebrate Pride Month in style, you know? I should find, like, a pansexual flag or some, like, sort of PNG. I think that would be funny. Just find pansexual flag. Or, like, make it like a tattoo. Put it on my arm. Put it on my forehead. I might try to make an iced coffee. Oh, nice. Bun, I must ask you a question. You have a favorite genre of music? Lo-fi, hip-hop, to relax and study to. You think I'm joking, but I'm actually very serious. Also jazz. Jazz, lo-fi, hip-hop, that kind of stuff is my favorite because it's usually background noise. It's usually something that I can listen to while I work. It's something that I can listen to and focus on other things. And it just makes me happy. I don't know. I like the feeling. I like the vibes. I like the sounds, everything like that. You like jazz? You like jazz? Welcome to the Northeast. What? That's crazy. Nothing better than enjoying a drink with the Dusk Bunnies before my big day tomorrow. Hey, good luck tomorrow. Good luck. Where you look amazing. Love the new look. Thanks. Grew it myself. I was feeling especially prideful. I don't know what it is. Must be something in the air. You're the what? I don't remember what I said, so you're gonna have to bear with me. I wish, but I got work in the morning, so I can't. No coffee! What do you mean? Damn, that's crazy. Next, you're gonna tell me you won't even help me pick a candle. Insane. The mustache? Hey, that's me. You watching any TV shows at the moment? Oh, Tyga and I watched the first 3 episodes of the next season of Legends of Vox Machina. A lot changed from the campaign, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'm not sure how I feel about it. It feels a little messy in the first 3 episodes. If only just because like I expected it to go one direction and then they didn't. Like they completely deviated from the game. And I'm like, oh, I'm confused. Is anyone here seeing the finale of Amazing Digital Circus tomorrow? I'm not, because I haven't seen the other episodes. I've heard good things about it, and Michaela also works with Glitch, so I want to support Glitch when I can. But especially, I like supporting Knights of Guinevere. That's my ride or die series right now. So I'm not, because I'm broke. Yeah, if I'm gonna go to the movies right now, I want to go see Backrooms. I want to see Obsession. I'm gonna see. God, there's another movie coming out in like a week, and I cannot for the life of me remember what it is. Guys, there's like a movie coming out in a week. What is it? Oh, He-Man. I'm gonna see He-Man. Yeah. He-Man. By the power of Grayskull, I have the power. Like that, right? Masters of the Universe. I thought it was just called He-Man. Or is Masters of the Universe the subtext to it? I'll take your word for it. Yeah. I'm seeing the Amazing Digital Circus tomorrow. Also the screening of the Utena movie this month. Oh, that's anime, right? Utena? I'm not super familiar with it. I just recognize the name. And yeah, Amazing Digital Circus, obviously. Yeah. Cool. I hope you have a great time. I love going to the movies. Going to the movies is one of my favorite things. I saw, Mortal Kombat 2? And then I saw Mandalorian and Grogu. I gave them roughly like the same score, like 7, 8, roughly out of 10. I like both of them. I think they were both really fun. I was able to turn off my brain, enjoy myself, have whimsy, some whimsy, some joy. Lieutenant is trippy times 10. I'll take your word for it. I love the pride mustache. Thanks. I grew it myself by kissing men. Cause I'm pansexual. Cause I kiss men. Where's Tay? Tay, are you lurking? Tay, if you're lurking, why are we not making out right now? Also, hi. I'm gonna go to sleep now. Take care. Have a good night. Ah, men. True. I love the Mandalorian and Grogu, but I also feel like the Mandalorian as a whole package early. Wait. I also feel like peaked early. By which I mean the season 2 finale. Oh, that would make sense. Show yourself, Tiger King. Oh, we're calling him the king now? Listen, don't let him hear you say that. He's gonna get a huge head. He's gonna think that I'm gonna have to treat him like royalty if he hears you guys calling him king. We can't call Tay king. No way. Hell no. I feel when I watch a movie, I have to be doing something with my hands. Majority of the time, that's crocheting, even if I'm in public. I mean, that's fine. There's way worse things that you could do with your hands in public, I think. Like snapping. That's like rude. So odd my birthday comes up on Pride Month and I hear stuff like that. What, kissing men? Kissing strangers. Kissing strangers. I just gone here. Why do you have a mustache, Roy? What do you mean? Do you not also grow a gay mustache by kissing men? That's insane. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine? So Tay is a king now. King Tay, where are you? We need your lurking. No! He's probably not even here. He would have said something by now. I trust it. No, plus I'm a girl. Okay. You can still get a gay mustache. Gay mustaches for everybody. Actually, I haven't seen much of The Mandalorian, but I feel like I know what happens because of social media. Oh, with The Mandalorian in general, I think a lot of people went into the show expecting it to be like Star Wars Episode 10. The movie specifically. I went into it expecting it to be a high budget, another episode of Mandalorian and Grogu. You know, I went in expecting that. And that's what I got. So I enjoyed myself. I think a lot of people's expectations were a bit off. And I do get that. Hell yeah, gonna rock the shit out of my mustache? Let's go. How can it be episode 10 when it takes place before episode 7? No, I don't mean it literally like it to be episode 10. I meant like they expected it to be like on the like the scale where it's like, oh my god, the galaxy's in peril. You know, it's up to the Mandalorian to save the day. Like that kind of thing. I'm like, sure, there's like daring moments, but it's not like cataclysmic world-ending events. It's his story, and it's a quest that he goes on, you know, and a journey and everything like that. But it's not, you know, Luke fighting Darth Vader levels. And I think that's good. I like the smaller scale stuff in Star Wars. Yeah. Yeah. I'm a little offended. I already mentioned my birthday's tomorrow, and a certain rabbit ignored me. I'd tie your ears in a knot if I weren't in a good mood. Hey, I've got a lot of stuff that I'm reading here. Sometimes it's hard to keep up with everything, okay? God. I really enjoyed the first season of the show, but I never went on to season 2 because my friends all said it fell off hard almost immediately. I don't agree with that. I think season 2 was pretty good. And if you're a Star Wars fan, give it a go. I think if you enjoyed the first season, have fun. Go watch it. Like, what's the worst that's going to happen? You're going to watch a couple episodes and then drop it and be like, you know what? It wasn't for me. Or you're going to watch a couple episodes and then continue because you realize, oh man, that was for me. Hold on a second. My favorite Star Wars books are the X-Wing novels, and a significant portion of them are pretty small scale. Yeah, that's what I mean. You know? I feel like maybe that's why I like the KOTOR games too, because like they feel big in scale but aren't really, like in the grand scheme of things, but they dive deep into a lot of like the cool Star Wars lore. Man, I want to play KOTOR 1 and 2 on stream at some point. I think it would be so fun, right? Go back through KOTOR 1. John! Manager! Can I play KOTOR 1? I don't know. I feel Mando should have just ended with season 2 finale. Seemed like a good place to end to me. I think they kept it going because it was doing well. You know? Mando is like... The Mandalorian is one of those things where it's like they could technically never run out of stories. They could always just keep going on adventures and have fun with it and things like that. And I do feel like there maybe should be a natural conclusion and it shouldn't just end. But I don't know. I liked season 3. I had fun with it. I liked Ahsoka. I thought that was a fun one. Yeah. It's a perfect opportunity to say that my hometown con has a Star Wars game show and I'm the reigning champion. Well, that's awesome. Hell yeah. I mean, Disney didn't remove Star Wars Legends. Wait, I heard that they were talking... Wait, God, someone correct me on this. I heard rumor. Because, like, I like Star Wars. I'm not the biggest Star Wars buff. Mind you, I enjoy Star Wars. I am a fan. I'm not a hardcore fan, but I think I'm a step above casual fan. Like, I've played other Star Wars things. I've watched other Star Wars media. You know? I don't know everything about Star Wars. But I did hear recently that Disney wasn't happy with how the sequel movies did. So episodes 7, 8, and 9. And I heard, this might be a rumor, that they were considering them to not be canon anymore. Does anybody know if that's true? I saw it somewhere and I cannot find the article again after I saw it because I was so flabbergasted. I was like, there's no way they're just throwing away. So far, it's just a rumor. Okay, at least somebody else heard it. Yeah, like, where's the Spock storyline in Mandalorian going with the portal thingy? That's insane. I haven't had any rumors like that. I doubt they do it. Yeah, I can't imagine they would either. I heard it as a rumor. That was it. That has been Disney's problem for a long time, especially with Star Wars and Marvel. They don't like to ever write endings. They want to keep a property rolling until they wear it out and they crash their own market, so to speak. So I agree with that. I'm definitely like, I agree with you, because like I think we can all agree that the Marvel Cinematic Universe has definitely had some issues. There's definitely been some shows that probably didn't do as well as they were expecting. There's storylines that they wanted to delve into in different directions. It's a shame, because it's like phases 1 through 4 of the MCU, there are some stinkers in there. There are some that I'm not particularly fond of. I think Thor 2 is pretty bad, for example. But the whole experience, when you watch from Iron Man 1 to Endgame, and then if you want to cap it off with Spider-Man Far From Home, like, that's such an amazing ride. That is such an amazing ride. But man, there is some really inconsistent confusion going on after that. Or is that wave 3? I actually don't remember. It's been a while since I've looked up the phases. Yeah. Endgame felt like an amazing ending, but yeah. I mean, we were talking about how Disney doesn't know how to end things. So, Marvel ruined the Skrulls. I heard that too. I wasn't super familiar with them myself. I felt for years that Endgame should have been the conclusion of the MCU, as its title suggests. I mean, it was the ending to that storyline. I will say I am kind of happy with the direction Spider-Man is going. Because it feels like we're getting like friendly neighborhood Spider-Man again. And then also other people that are in New York, like we saw in the last movie, Daredevil showed up like just as Matt Murdock. We know the Punisher's in this upcoming one. I don't know anything else about like villains that are in it. I think Scorpion's in it. So it's like we're getting what feels like the next one to be a lived-in Spider-Man movie. So I'm excited for that. I remember Kevin Feige said Endgame was intended to be the ending of the MCU, but Disney demanded it keep going. I mean, I'm sure they're still making money. So, what up, Skittles? Yeah, the Skrulls are like aliens from Marvel stuff. Do I have a Pinterest account? I do. I use it for like finding inspiration for models and art and ideas and things like that. So I got like a bunch of pins, but I don't really use it much aside from just looking up art inspiration. Toy Story should have ended on the third sequel, Toy Story 3. Oh, I haven't seen any Toy Story movie since Toy Story 2. So, speaking of cinematic universes, did you know there's a Minion one? Oh yeah, we're getting a new Minion movie, aren't we? I haven't seen any of them, but I've also never seen Despicable Me. I know people love Minions, right? Have you guys seen Despicable Me? Where are the Despicable Me fans at? Haven't seen past Toy Story 3. Was Toy Story, I mean, I don't even know Toy Story 4 was good. I feel like I haven't met anybody that's seen it. People talk up Toy Story 3 all the time, though. It's a nice series. Okay. All right. Fair enough. Apparently, Toy Story 5 deals with technology and tablets. Oh, yeah. It's like one of those, like, what are they called? Like Leapfrog, Leapster, something like that, right? Golden Wings. Thank you so much for the 4 months. Is that a VV emote? It is. Danganronpa, I see. Yeah, that's why I have on this gay mustache. Not actually, I just thought it would be funny. But yes, we're going to be reacting to Nezumi VA's Super Danganronpa 2 retrospective video. We're going to be starting in a couple minutes here because we like yapping. You guys know me. I like yapping before we dive into the main content for the actual stream. Give people time to get in here so they don't feel like they have to be rushed, and because I got things to say. From what I hear of Despicable Me, the first movie is a good movie. The rest are good kids movies. Oh, I wonder if that's how people look at the Super Mario movies. Because I liked the Super Mario Bros. Movie, the first one. But then the second one I thought was kind of a mess. You know? Yeah, sheep enjoyer. Listen, I'm so glad that Envy identifies as a sheep. And then Lamb identifies as a lamb. So it's I don't have to worry about being like my favorite sheep, my favorite lamb. I have 2 hands, you know? Hey, Sharp for breakfast. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. Hope you guys are doing well. We're yapping. We're going to be reacting to a Danganronpa 2 retrospective video in a couple minutes here. I'm a little salty towards Despicable Me movies because I like to Megamind more. We haven't gotten anything while Minions get a million merch things. I mean, it's true. It's more marketable. You know what I mean? I personally loved both, but that's just me. Hey, live your best life out here. Technically, the movie's about iPad kids. Minions? Or the Super Mario Brothers 2? Or Galaxy, rather. True plus 99% of what minions say is so funny, too. Okay, it's like that gobbledygook speak. And then there's like occasionally in a word you can understand. Toy Story 5, I think they meant. Oh! Something like that, right? Minionese. Wait, is that actually what it's called? Minionese? I thought about playing Danganronpa. Then I saw some of the executions. So now I'm up in the air. Some of the executions are definitely over the top. I will say Danganronpa is an M-rated detective visual novel where you need to solve murder. So it is not for the faint of heart. There's definitely some stylistic choices made. It is not nearly as gruesome as I think it could be. I mean, if you look at franchise... Wait, Nezumi, are you here? Wait, actually, tangent time. It's not as violent or gruesome as I think 999 is. That is a series I have been looking for a recap on because I love Zero Escape. 999, Virtue's Last Reward, and then, you know, so I was really ashamed that we just never got Zero Time Dilemma. You know, it's weird. Just that game just it stopped existing. It was crazy. But what I was going to say, I was surprised that I cannot find like a retrospective video for Zero Escape in the same way that I was able to find Nezumi's Ace Attorney and Danganronpa stuff. Confession, I've not played any Zero Escape games yet, but I will. Okay. All right. I see you. Listen, if you need a shit poster or if you need a voice actor, I am a professional voice actor. You let me know if you need me for anything, okay? Zero Time Dilemma is something not to the fault of the creators. Yeah, I heard. It's so funny too, because from what I understand, because I was more of a fan of Zero, so I was in the perfect time. I existed in a perfect time in a perfect place. I played 999 when it was still on DS. And then I played Virtue's Last Reward when it was on Vita. And then I played Danganronpa in its first release in the US on Vita as well. So I went from 999 and Virtue's Last Reward to DR1 and DR2. And I always preferred Zero Escape. However, in America, I know that Danganronpa became significantly more popular, and especially in the era of the mid 2010s, there's a lot of love for that franchise, and it especially blew up in things like Hot Topic and Spencer's. Like, it was so easy. It was so much easier to merchandise. Monokuma was way easier to like sell as a mascot and as a franchise than 999. Would you suggest going for the DS release of 999? I've been told by a lot of people to play it over the ports. I think it's personal preference. I've actually, ironically, I've never played the ports, so I don't know what's different in them. I've only played the originals. I've only played it on DS and I've only played it on Vita. So I've only played the originals. But I did hear there were some, I believe, retranslations or like clarifications on things that maybe didn't necessarily make sense, but didn't ruin anything. I don't remember hearing anything glaring on it. I'm gonna need to ask some friends. Let me ask Finana. I'll ask Finana real quick, because I know she really likes Zero Escape as well. Finana, hey, did you play the Zero Escape games on their original release or the Steam ports? Which is better? It's a good question. It's a good question. Personally, Nezumi, if you want to hear the voice acting, then play the port. Ow. I mean, you could always just get some voice actors. I'm curious about the new cases that are going to be in Danganronpa 2x2. Yeah! I'm so excited. That's why I wanted to jump back into Danganronpa. And I know a lot of people are probably like, Roy, why aren't you playing the games? Because it's hard to like stream visual novel story stuff when you already know it's gonna happen. So like you can't fake the excitement or like the suspense of what's going to happen next or the mystery. You can't fake that, you know? Which is why I'm excited that I will eventually be jumping into Apollo Justice for the first time. Probably once I'm done with the Danganronpa retrospective. So, what is 2x2 going to be exactly? So, they explained it to us in the trailer that it's a reimagining of Super Danganronpa 2. So, rather than... I'm trying to think of like the best way to phrase it. So it's almost like a what if scenario where it's like, what if this person died and this person was the killer instead of what normally happened? I'm very curious to see what's going to happen and to see if they're going to kill any characters first, second, third, fourth, whatever else it is. I think it'll be really cool to see. 2x2 is Danganronpa 2 if they found a boat. That's crazy. An AU basically. It could be. I'm hesitant to say AU because of things that I know that happen in V3. So I'm kind of like, I have theories, but I don't want to say anything because I'm trying to be mindful of spoilers as well. Because I know some people mentioned it last time when we were reacting to the first Danganronpa retrospective video, that a couple of people were like, oh, I never got to experience these, you know? I'm sure knowing Kodaka and crew, there'll be something wacky and meta going on. Yeah, I think so. I think there's probably going to be something really funny. Oh, you know what? I want to say something, but I don't want to spoil it. I wonder if we'll get a different main character than Hinata Hajime. I think that could be cool too. Oh, you're good, Mage. I can always tackle things and you know, dance around the topic. I like people yapping about this stuff. Question, do you know what alien stage is? I do. I know Ivan and Till, and I know those are Taiga's favorite characters, but I don't know anything about them. But I see lots of spicy fan art of them all the time on my timeline, and especially of Till cosplaying. So, swear to Ash, if Blank doesn't get a chance, that's crazy. Main character switches to Nagito? Wait, that'd be insane. Hold on a second. Wait, that'd actually be super fun. Doesn't 2 have a good Monokuma? What is her name again? Nonami? I can't remember her name. The pink rabbit. Monami, I was close. I was close. Shocky would be good too. Listen, I like my SDR2 trio. Also, for some reason, Nezumi, I don't know how you feel about these characters. For some reason, my favorite characters are like the shitty people and the people that are surrounding them. So like, ironically, DR1, I don't have that many favorite characters, but DR2, I'm like, yeah, I like Nagito, Hinata, and Chiaki. And then in V3, I like Kokichi and Shuichi and Kaito. I don't know why. I just listen. I'm just here for it. Oh, Usagi, is that her name in Japanese? There's a manga from Chiaki's perspective. Ooh, I didn't know. SDR2, but you play as Fuyuhiko and cry all over again? Oh no. Oh yes, the little shits. Yeah, exactly. We're pretty on the same page. Oma is a complicated character for me. Yeah, Kokichi, yeah. I ultimately ended up liking him though. It took me a little bit. I don't think I liked him until the first trial because I didn't understand the type of character they were trying to make him out to be until the first trial in V3. That's why I'm excited to get back into V3 to see if my opinion of it changes. Because like, I'm one of the weird people that I'm like, there are some days I wake up and I'm like, man, I loved V3. I loved a lot of these characters. I got my yaoi ships with Kokichi and Kaito and Shuichi, and I was happy, yeah. And then there are other days where I'm like, holy shit, they ruined the franchise. Oh, Rantaro was also dope. I liked Rantaro a lot. I think I liked his fashion sense though. I feel like I'm the only person that doesn't like Kaito. I like himbos. It's like, God forbid a himbo like a himbo. You know what I mean? So, my friend likes Kokichi, but I hate him. So, ooh. Have you seen the DR3 anime? Yes. I made a joke about it at one point. It has been a while since I've seen it though. So generalizing things is hard for me, but I will always make the joke of like end of the world happened because guy didn't want to get outed from liking his male best friend. He didn't want to be outed as gay. And I think that's always kind of funny. But also stupid. You know what I mean? I think so. But again, I might be misremembering things. I just remember that being one of the takeaways. Yeah, JYB did not disappoint. That is always funny to me too, that they have a lot of repeat voice actors in Danganronpa. So from DR1 to DR2, Bryce Papenbrook plays Makoto and then plays Nagito in SDR2. And then JYB, Johnny Young Bosch, plays Hinata Hajime in SDR2 and then Rantaro in V3. It's really cool to see like different voice actors playing different roles like that. I always liked it. What up, Ender? People saying opposites attract, but I'm starting to doubt that. Literally all the V3 characters are previous VAs in past games. Oh, I'll have to look at it then. Maybe I just didn't remember. Every VA in V3 is played by another role in previous Danganronpas. Oh, maybe I did know that when I played it. I have not played or interacted with V3 since launch. Like, I pre-ordered that shit. I played it on launch. It was one of the few games that I streamed before I was a VTuber. Like, man. Crazy. Funny thing, Nagito's full name, Komae the Nagito, is an anagram of, oh my god, I almost said Makoto Nanaya. I was thinking of the Blaze Blue. There's a visual novel for you to cover. Where's the Blaze Blue retrospective? Any interest in 100 line? Yes. So I talked about her earlier. My friend Finana Fish. She loves visual novels. She actually got me to play Your Turn to Die, which is a Danganronpa inspired visual novel on Steam that is still being released. And I talk to her all the time. She's on part like 30 something, I think now. But the fact that it's taking that long, that is not a game that I can play on stream. That is not a game that I can play on stream. That might have to be a Discord only game because I will pull my hair out trying to make that work. You know, trying to get all of the endings. Because there's 100 endings, right? Oh yeah, 100 line is easily 100 plus hours. Yeah, I've heard crazy stuff about it. Wait, I'm gonna see what part Fish is on. Thank God typing in Finana just immediately gets it. Thank goodness. Oh, and she loves Genosha. I cannot remember. She's on part 51. I thought she was in the 30s. Oh. Damn. Would you put it on YouTube? I probably would. Probably. Because I've been doing that with Final Fantasy Tactics. Because I couldn't finish that on stream, you know? There's some pretty good fan games out there, like Super Danganronpa Another 2. Whoa. What is that? You can beat that easy? I don't know if I want to. That's a lot of investment. That's a lot of time to put into things. Listen, I got boys to smooch. Or I guess men to smooch specifically. I can't just be spending 150 hours on a visual novel. Please play Danganronpa Another, I beg you. What is Danganronpa Another? What is Another? Is it a fan game? Yeah? Super Danganronpa Another is an RPG Danganronpa made by a Korean team, I think. Oh. Another is a Korean fan game. It's pretty good. It's the only finished fan game series. Whoa. Does it go past what's it called? Does it go past V3? I was watching Nico B. Oh, I'm not familiar with them. Hit a tap out after 36 endings, 64 episodes, 1 to 2 hours each. Damn. Only 2 games. Okay. No, I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, I might have to look into those. Unrelated storyline for another. Oh. Interesting. Kaede, Kyoko, Shuichi, Leon. That's funny. Rantaro Hajime, Ryoma, Gundam, Kirumi, Hyoko, Tento, Ibuki. Oh, that's a fun one. Angie, Asahina. Oh, that makes me so sad because I hate Angie so much. God, I hated Angie so much. Miyu and Akane, I remember that one. Gonta and Yasuhiro. Oh, I'd have to hear them again. Kokichi and Fuyuhiko. Oh, I did remember that. Kaito and Soda and Kibo and Hifumi. That's good. Nice. Another one was made prior to the DR3 anime, I believe. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay. So hate might be a strong word. My experience with Danganronpa V3 was just that. My experience with it. And I haven't played V3 since it came out almost a decade ago. Nor did I have people to talk to about it. So because like obviously 10 years ago, my streaming audience was not what it is now. So it's a lot harder for me to like look at it and I have to know that when I look back, there's going to be some bias. Angie's my least favorite character in that whole franchise. Whole franchise? Damn. I'm going to have to think about that. She's probably in my top 5 least favorite. Whole franchise? You can say fact instead of experience. Yeah, listen, I didn't like Angie. Danganronpa, on the other hand, has a lot of the in-franchise lore set up before the D3 anime better than the anime itself. Is it correct? Like it's on point? I forget who's Angie again. What was she again? The ultimate fanatic? Like cult? She's like a cult leader, essentially. I wouldn't say she's my least favorite. Haiji Toa exists. Is that who I think it is? Hold on. Yeah, okay. The guy from Ultra Despair Girls. Yeah, okay. Which sucks, because he is voiced by Matt Mercer, and I'm like, no. Ultimate Artist. Okay, thank you. I can remember. Okay. He's definitely up there. Ultra Despair Girls is unfortunately a game that I did not want to play. I just watched story recaps on it. Because I remember seeing like it not be a visual novel and I was like, oh. And then I remember watching story recaps and being like, oh. Not a fan. Was not a fan. But it is, again, that's another one that it's been a bit since I've also experienced that. Ultra Despair Girls is still the only game I did not play / watch myself. Well, we'll definitely be going through it because a certain someone did a video on it. Eventually. I think Ultra Despair Girls is after DR2? Unless the anime is before it. I can't remember. In which I'll have to rewatch the anime to re-educate myself. What you been on the Fate series? I've seen Fate Zero and Unlimited Blade Works. And I played Fate Extella, which is like the Dynasty Warriors one. And that's it. That's it. That's it. Ultra Despair Girls takes place between 1 and 2, but it was released after 2. I'm just going in the order that Nezumi released them in. In Nezumi, I trust. When someone's passionate about something, I will take all of their bias. Just like how I am when I yap about Power Rangers and Tokusatsu. Am I right 100% of the time? No, but I'm loud about it. You're Your Ultra Despair Girls video is probably one of your favorite ones. See? That's what I'm talking about. That's going to be so much easier. And that's me we trust. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ultra Despair Girls is like Rechain of Memories for me. I just watched the movies. That's actually funny because one of the things I'm thinking about going through as well, if we ever get news on Kingdom Hearts 4, is a Kingdom Hearts retrospective. Now, that is significantly harder than doing a Resident Evil retrospective. However, I would do my damnedest. I heard of Tokyo After School Summoners. It's a gacha with a plot similar to Fate. No. But primarily gay men and furries. Wait a minute. I'm not as much of a furry, but gay men? Hold on a second. You have my attention. Hell nah, the Dust Bunnies need to experience Kingdom Hearts live. I'm not gonna lie, I've thought a lot about making Kingdom Hearts videos at some point, but I have to sit down and play through everything again. It's hard because I'm gonna say this as someone that has played Kingdom Hearts since Kingdom Hearts 1 came out. Kingdom Hearts 1 is why I got a PS2. And I think the best way to play Kingdom Hearts and to experience Kingdom Hearts is to play it in release order. Now, chronological order could fill in some gaps, could have some interesting moments of you pointing and going, whoa! However, because of future writing, there's a lot of plot holes that don't make sense because of Kingdom Hearts 1, because they didn't expect it to spin off into a franchise in the way that it did. So I think just playing in order is probably the best. It's complicated, but it's only complicated because, like, oh my god. It's only complicated because Square Enix was like, what if we made every single sequel canon, important, and make them on different platforms? I think that's the biggest weakness and the biggest downside that Kingdom Hearts had. And I say had because obviously you can play the collections on Steam now. Way, way easier. Way, way easier. Also, Finana responded, she's only played the Steam version, so I can't get her take. Ugh. Thinking of Kingdom Hearts retrospective makes me think of that one Brian David Gilbert video from like 7 years ago. I don't think I know that one. I'll take your word for it. I legit think it would be just an easy to explain Kingdom Hearts by playing them as by watching a retrospective. Yeah, I mean, it's like, man, it's... I don't want to say like Kingdom Hearts is not complicated because it does have some like why is this a thing like moments. But when you play the Kingdom Hearts games, it makes sense in the game you're playing in. The game that I think that jumps the most shark is the mobile games and Kingdom Hearts 3. I guess technically Dream Drop Distance is also kind of nutty because they start talking about Mark of Mastery more and the power of waking. But that's also explored more in Kingdom Hearts 3, so. Since you like Ace Attorney and Danganronpa, have you heard of the Devil? It's an indie cyberpunk-themed visual novel where you play as a defense lawyer that's been releasing in episodes. No! Let me check that out. Hold on, let me throw it on my... Is it on Steam? Of the Devil. Oh, dope! Oh, what a cool art style! Wow. Wait, so what's the is it like you play the devil or of the devil the first part and then you buy the episodes after? When does episode 3 come out? No release date but 2026. Interesting. Episode 0 is free. Got it. That's pretty cool. I like that. Hell yeah. Roy shall try the Trails games. Hell no! I don't have time for a multi-100-hour JRPG franchise. I barely have enough time to get through the games that I want to get through. hell? I'm still trying to find the time to play the Onimusha demo. I'm trying to save that for stream though, because I really want to play the Onimusha demo. Because I'm so excited for Onimusha. Listen, Cap God is on their run this year. I'm the biggest Capcom glazer this year, okay? Street Fighter 6, I've been loving. Jamie feels like he's in a great place, so I'm happy. I don't love the DLC characters, but mostly because I just don't love fighting them, and that makes me sad. Where are the twins? Where is Yun and Yang? I really am hoping for a DMC 6 or DMC 1 reboot. Ace Attorney is obviously fantastic, and I'm excited to dive into Apollo Justice. Now that almost every single Ace Attorney is on Steam, which is crazy good for accessibility. Onimusha looks awesome. Very excited for that. Pragmata was so much better than I think any of us expected it to be. Whew! God, we're eating good. We're eating good. Inevitable stream where we first going to suffer through inescapable. What the hell is inescapable? Damn. Jamie took the twin spots. Okay, listen. I can still have hope. Okay? I can still have hope. I can still have hope. I can still have hope. Capcom. Oh, and we're getting Onimusha 3 on PS5 or on the PlayStation Store, whatever it's called. With Onimusha coming out later this year, we could do another game marathon. We're kind of in the process of it because we played through Onimusha 1, but I couldn't find like a super long retrospective. But to be fair, Onimusha is not a very long game. It was like, what, like 5 hours to beat it? Speaking of hope, Danganronpa. Danganronpa. Inescapable is a game where you play as British college dropout Makoto Naegi. And you're trapped on Love Island Danganronpa edition. What the frick? What? Wait, that's insane. That's insane. As my dad would put it, Pragmata is Space Dad Simulator. I mean, it's true. No matter retrospectives just mean we get more Onimusha sooner. I mean, true. I do need to find time to play Onimusha 2 first. We got to do that, and then we can jump into the next one, which I think comes out in August. So, like, we can space out the Onimushas. I'm not going to lie. I kind of want to try and play the Kingdom Hearts series. Because, like, we've done randomizers for KH1, but I don't know if I've played through all of just KH1 in, like, a sitting. You know? I'm not trying to 100% it, but it could be fun. You know what I mean? I think it'd be cool. Guys, are we ready to dive in? We've been yapping for like an hour. You guys ready? Have we yapped long enough? Have we done our due diligence of yapping? Have we yappinated long enough? KH1 will be a long stream? Not really. I could speedrun that game in like 3 hours. And if I watch the cutscene, add another 2 hours on top of that. So if I do a little bit of the side content, it'd probably be like an 8-hour stream. Oh, the candle! You're so right. Guys, I totally forgot about the candle. It's candle time. We gotta light our candle. I forgot. Guys, what candle are we lighting today? Yesterday we lit gay. The day before we lit pansexual pride. We're gonna disqualify both of those. Oh my god, shit. Today we've got Camp Crystal Lake. Dancer. Oh, right. Camp Crystal Lake is Cologne. Dancer, apricot, and coconut. We've got cranberry chutney. We've got mulled cider. We've got spiced vanilla apple. Oh, we've got sugared cinnamon apple. If you guys like apples, I like apples. We've got kitchen spice. We've got coffee. And last but not least, we've got lemon pound cake. What's it gonna be? Guys, what's it gonna be? I feel like the second one kind of fits the tropical setting, don't you? The dancer one, the coconut and apricot? Okay. Kitchen spice, lemon, coffee, Crystal Lake or cranberry chutney, sugar cinnamon apple, dancer, Camp Crystal Lake. Okay, Camp Crystal Lake. Oh, I mean, it smells like cologne. Dancer, okay. Coffee, dancer. Oh, dancer's getting some votes. Crystal Lake for the memes. You know, Camp Crystal Lake does sound like a funny one too. Dancer, it sounds like it's between those two. Camp Crystal Lake, like Friday the 13th. Or Dancer, which is the coconut and apricot. Dancer. All right. It's sounding like it's going to be the dancer. Let me assemble the council of candles. Okay, I have assembled the Council of Candles, and this is what it looks like on the inside. Shoutouts to pink, one of my favorite colors. Well, is my favorite color. And I main dancer in FF14, so it has the dancer soul crystal in it. Yippee! Light it? Excuse me? First, we've got to shift into turbo. Okay, now we can light it. Bam! This bitch is bright. This bitch bright AF. I forgot how bright this one is. Holy shnikes, this one's bright. It's because the pink. Yeah, sunny days for real. I'm gonna put the lid right there so I don't lose it. Yeah, that one's bright. Like, wow. That shit bright. Oh my goodness gracious. At least it smells good, though. All right. Are we ready to dive into the Danganronpa 2 Retrospective Electric Boogaloo? Before I do, listen, this is serious business time, guys. This is serious business time. I can't bring the stash. This is serious business time, okay? I have to see all of your wonderful faces. I've gotta treat it seriously. Okay? Now here we go. Skabada whoop! Okay.
Well, guys.
Oh, well, guys. Whoopsies. I forgot it auto plays when you maximize a video. I was like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Guys, I'm still trying to get into position. Skapow. There we go. And then we'll get rid of my coffee. I gotta stash the stash. It's true. It's true. Also, guys, don't forget to slurp your coffee. Don't wait. Actually, don't forget to take your meds. I almost forgot to take my meds. Well, it's not meds, supplements. Take your supplements, take your vitamins, take your zinc like I am. Tasty. Nutritious. All right, let's go ahead and pause La Musica. And we're going to dive in. Guys, once again, shoutouts to Nezmi VA for letting me react to their content. Very much appreciated. If you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching the VOD over on YouTube, be sure to check the description of the stream. You can get a link directly to their video and channel. Be sure to show them some love, some support, and subscribe to their channel. Give them a thumbs up and show them some love. Yippee! Took mine this morning because I forgot to do it. If I do it any later, I feel that. B-Moon. Was it B-Moon or Bi-Moon? One of the two. That's a lot of moons. That's a lot of moons. Okay? All right. Let's dive in. Wait, I gotta turn up the volume.
Well, guys, thank you. You did your part. Now it's time I do mine.
Oh, were you not gonna make another one until like the first one did well? Oh, that's awesome. Oh shit. That scared me. Woo! I was waiting to see. I'm doing the same with my tokusatsu videos. My second one just hit 10K, and I'm really happy about that because I'm doing retrospectives of like Super Sentai and Kamen Rider. I'm really happy with that, but oh my god, the amount of effort and time and money that goes into them is insane. Woo! Oh hell yeah, yeah.
So Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair, otherwise known in its original release as
Super Danganronpa 2
Farewell Despair Academy.
Yeah.
What is there to say? It's arguably the biggest fan favorite entry in the entire DR franchise. And
I remember it being that way too. And obviously I played this close to launch in the US, so there wasn't as much of like I wasn't part of the Danganronpa franchise. I wasn't part of the fandom is what I meant to say. So I didn't know, you know, how beloved it was. I didn't know about the ports that people were working on, the picture taking, and screen capping and then translating those. I didn't know about this. So I played this and I went, that was such a good experience. I loved that game. And I just remember enjoying Danganronpa 2 a lot more than the first one. And that's not to say that the first one is bad. It's just 2 builds so much on the first one. And it's how I feel about Zero Escape 2, which is really funny. 999, fantastic game. Virtue's Last Reward is an even better game if you've played 999 first. So freaking good. Anyway, sorry.
Comments on my previous video have very much backed this up.
Yeah.
The tropical twist on the original entry's twisted high school killing game premise brought forth fan-favorite characters, moments, and even some of the most impactful character arcs this series has seen. It introduced the iconic white-haired anime boy and skilled backup dancer to Sans the Skeleton, Nagito Komaeda.
What is this? What is Sans doing here? That's crazy. The first one's the foundation. The second game is the building properly. True.
Komaeda, and it took the series to a more sprawling world, expanding its lore and...
Oh, are these the manga you guys are talking about? From like the different characters' like perspectives? I don't think I've read any of the manga. Oh, and some of you guys were telling me there were like alternate... Oh, I really want to read. There's... Someone mentioned this last time and I forgot to look it up. There's a what if scenario AU novel or manga where Makoto in DR1 regains his memories at the start of the killing game. And I want to know that because like I always love like the what if scenarios. Like what if there was someone that remembered everything? What if there was someone that knew everything about it going in? Or I was also saying this before, if you knew in DR1 that Junko was not dead and was the mastermind, if you could vote for her early and get out early, that would have been funny. It's on the shorter side, but it came with DR2. Wait, did it really? Whoa, shit. I didn't even know that. Wait, I'll have to look that up. I literally have an acrylic standee of Komaeda and Sans dancing together, or Sans. I know it's Sans. I just always say Sans for some reason. Sans dancing together on my desk right now. I love it. I'm still waiting for the 4th book for second Danganronpa. Did they never release it? Oh shit.
Lore and opening it up for new story possibilities in the future. Indeed, it seems despite the generally positive reception of the first entry, many are quick to point out their preference towards this one.
Yeah.
And I can absolutely see why. Though I have few and far between nitpicks about this sequel, which lead to me preferring the first game in some respects, almost everything between these entries has been improved in one way or another.
I think that's totally fair too. I think saying Danganronpa 1 is your favorite over Danganronpa 2, it quite literally is. I think both of them are fantastic games, and I think it's really hard to nitpick too much and say, I like this one because it does this better. I like this one because it does this better. But I think they're both good options. It's like, which sports car do you want? They're both sports cars. Which slice of cake do you want? Oh boy, 2 slices of cake. You know?
and it leads to an even more boldly confident package than ever before. Super Danganronpa 2, as I'll elaborate on, is a game that's proud to be a sequel, despite the temporary uncertainty surrounding whether one would even be made before its release.
Oh! I guess I didn't know about that either, but because it wasn't super tied to the first one. I mean, obviously, because like I know who the first murder victim is, so they try and kind of cut ties with the first one pretty early, so.
And for good reason, because it makes very good use of its status as one.
Yeah.
Largely to iterate on several key themes, ideas, and structures that made the first entry great to begin with, resulting in something that not only feels bigger, but also something that builds off the foundation laid by its predecessor.
I just said that. The DR1 set, like just like 999 does, it sets the building blocks and then makes the sequel better. But if you only play the sequel, it's not as good. You have to play the first one first for the second one to be better.
In a way that really couldn't have been done if it were a more standalone or self-contained piece of fiction.
I just said that.
These are things I'm going to be more than happy to get into over the course of our video journey here, but I suspect that in the process, we're going to have a lot more meat to chew on in this video as a result. So, you know, pray for me and the amount of work I'm putting myself through, I guess. So,
I was going to say, there's 3.5 hours, and we're an hour and 15 minutes into stream, and we're 2 minutes into the video. I think we're doing great so far, guys. What do you think? I think we're doing pretty great so far, right?
Let's return to the world of Danganronpa once more for the second entry in this series' retrospective. Keep in mind that this video should only be viewed if you've either played Danganronpa 1 or watched my previous video about it, as a lot of—
Well put. Definitely watch the first one, play the first game. Danganronpa 2 is only the best in the franchise if you've played Danganronpa 1.
The sequel story is heavily reliant on knowledge of that game. In addition to the general warning of spoilers, please also note the content warning, which is—
Content warning, which I will read out because I read it for the first one. This video contains full spoilers for all of Danganronpa 2 and bits of Danganronpa 0. Is Danganronpa 0 that wasn't the anime, was it? That led into DR2? It also contains some frank discussion surrounding some very disturbing, heavy, violent subject matters such as murder, suicide, societal collapse, mental health issues, bullying, starvation, disease, war, assault, sexual harassment, human experimentation, disassociation, unreality, and more. Please keep yourself safe. As a novel, it was released slightly before DR2. I think people told me about that too, and I just forgot because I'm not smart. Zero is the prequel light novel. I got it. Listen, I spec'd into muscles. I did not spec into intelligence, okay?
It's also up now, as this game, like all other entries in this series, is very, very dark and goes to some pretty messed up places at times. Places that, if you're not prepared for them or receptive to them, would be more than understandable sticking points to avoid the content outright because of.
Keep yourself safe at the end of the day. I know that there's several community members that don't particularly enjoy Danganronpa because of these heavy content warnings and these content things, but please, if something becomes too heavy for you, take care of yourself. We're going to be talking about it from a story perspective and our enjoyment in it because it is fiction, and that is why we like to consume it, and we like to see the stories that are written and the characters as they develop. Yippee!
Just take care of yourself, in other words.
Exactly.
And without further ado, let's get into it. This is a retrospective of Super Danganronpa 2.
Danganronpa. Oh, going the whole thing, okay. So good, man. Danganronpa's music is so iconic now as well. Like, I know Nezumi was using it for their freaking Ace Attorney series, because I remember when it came on when I was watching them on my own, because I wanted a recap of the Ace Attorney series. And I heard Danganronpa music came on. I went, that's not Ace Attorney music, that's Danganronpa. From this video on, I couldn't resist letting the bangers play. I mean, as you should. They're bangers for a reason. The Danganronpa music is so good. You think you like my cover to the song? Oh, Okay. I'll keep working. Oh my god, the goofy Hinata run animation. I forgot about it. Oh, man. Oh, do they say Super Danganronpa there?
As with
I don't
last
think I knew
time,
that.
let's briefly go over some of the pre-release information we have about this game.
Yes! Okay. I will geek out about this because since I don't know as much about behind the scenes stuff or the buildup of what happens before the game is made. Like I didn't know about was it Betrayal? Was that the pre-project for Danganronpa 1? I can't remember the full name. It was something along those lines. But learning about Distrust, thank you. Learning about that and seeing the artwork for that and them talking about the direction that they were going in for that. Man, I'm almost curious like what would have happened if they ended up making that kind of game. Because I think that game would probably be accepted nowadays and slammed by other people. It'd be kind of a coin flip. So yeah.
Development and the process of its creation.
We
have a little bit less knowledge overall of its early stages when compared to DR1's, of course, but we still have some interesting tidbits to note.
Show me.
So apparently, after development wrapped on the first Danganronpa, series creator and writer Kazutaka Kodaka was left in a bit of a pickle. No plans were actually in place for a sequel to begin development.
That's so funny. Wait, that sounds like how Ace Attorney was then. Because I know the director for Ace Attorney wasn't planning on another one, and then he came back and they were like,
And a lot of the game's development team went off to work on other things. Despite the uncertainty surrounding the property at the time, though, Kodaka didn't want to leave DR untapped. So instead of getting to work on a game, he sat down to work on a novel instead.
Ace Attorney and Danganronpa have bangers too.
This novel, Danganronpa 0, was written after Kodaka consulted with series producer Yoshinori Terasawa. And
that's an awesome cover side by side. That's so cool. Wait, that's dope.
Despite the fact that I rarely see it come up in the English fandom anymore, it's completely canon. Yeah, you heard me right, a spin-off novel written by the original creator that's 100% canon.
Were these ever released in America? Or are they just like, are they only translated like online? Because these are really nice. I really like the cover art for these. Yeah.
0 is essentially a must-read for Dangan fans, especially
only
those who
Japan?
haven't yet given it a look.
Brother. It's almost as bad as Dot Hack, where they had like a bunch of spin-off stuff that ended up being canon for no reason. Listen, don't get me started on Dot Hack and Dot Hack AI Buster. Okay? I'll go crazy. Or Dot Hack Another Birth.
But we're not going to be going into all of its details today, just briefly skimming some of those necessary to wrap your head around.
But I want to know!
Because yes, despite being a prequel to both of the main games, it's pretty important to both as well.
Oh, I didn't know Super Danganronpa 2 was also on PSP. I thought the Vita version was the first version of it. I guess that would make sense that it wouldn't have been, but all right, fair enough.
Granted, DR2 isn't incoherent without rating 0, but it does set things up a bit more organically, so that some of the material in DR2 doesn't feel as much like it comes out of left field at the 11th hour.
That's so funny, because me playing Danganronpa 2 for the first time, coming from Danganronpa 1, just going, oh, cool, it's just kind of like only mildly related, and we have to play the game to find out. I can't wait to find out more. Me going in bright-eyed and bushy-tailed just to experience a story and not caring about how it was connected at all. The PSP version never came to the West. Yeah, we in the West only got the Vita versions. Excuse me. Not to mention Radiant Mythology having 2 other games that weren't released in the stateside. I have both of those, actually. I have the JP versions of them.
You see, in the middle of writing 0, a story which more or less functions to fill in some blanks related to the original game's plot, Kodaka was contacted again by Terasawa about the prospect of writing a full-fledged sequel game to Danganronpa 1, whereupon Kodaka began to write for both concurrently and finished 0 in October of 2011. Because both were in simultaneous development, Kodaka decided to slip hints of foreshadowing and branching connections between both games into 0, leading to the story and world feeling a bit more cohesive as a result, which
also, these figures are awesome looking. I've seen this Chiaki figure. Isn't this Chiaki figure like multiple hundreds of dollars? Or wasn't it multiple hundreds of dollars when it came out? I think there's a Junko one that's also like crazy expensive. But like, this is so like, look at this freaking TV just like floating in the air, and she's standing on like a Monokuma head. Yeah, exactly. I remember them being super expensive.
Also meant that Kodaka was quick to request of gamers that they seriously consider reading Zero before playing DR2, and I'd honestly recommend the same if you're getting into the series nowadays.
Okay, listen. I don't read. Listen, I spec'd into muscles. I didn't spec into intelligence, okay? Brain smooth. Very shiny. It's cute. You know? I mean, manly and tough. But like...
Zero, unfortunately, has no official English release as of this video, though DR is popular enough in the West that I'm not sure why. Come on, somebody get on that. But
yeah, that is really weird, especially like at the time that this video was made, which is how many years ago? 4 years ago? 2022? 5 years after V3? That's like, of course. What the heck?
high-quality fan translations are pretty easy to come across online with little more than a cursory Google search. The main takeaways from Zero that you should be putting a pin in for later,
I'm ready.
for now though, are that Hope's Peak Academy is revealed to have received a lot of its funding through an additional campus building called the Reserve Department, a place where normie students apply through standard exam and ludicrous tuition to attend HPA with all the prestige of the brand name getting attached to their transcript without having to be an ultra-elite, super talented badass.
Who the hell is this? Put your tongue away, Grok!
Anime character. Of course, this excess of funds is funneled into a talent research initiative by the Academy, which apparently has resulted in some kind of strange human experiment on a mysterious person of indeterminate gender named Izuru Kamakura, the supposed super high school level Hope, which naturally all went wrong when a shadowy figure seemingly influenced Kamakura into slaughtering the Hope's Peak Student Council. With the flames of their mistreatment by the main campus fanned by this chaos, and the school seemingly trying to cover it up to protect their interests, the Reserve Course has now started a large-scale protest that the school has taken to calling the Parade, which seems to be just on the verge of a violent tipping point. Perhaps
were these explored in the anime? I feel like some of these sound very familiar. It sounds very familiar. Yes? Okay, that's probably why it sounds familiar. Because, like, I didn't see the anime until after I watched, or played DR2. So, yeah, they were a little bit parts of it. Yes, okay.
perhaps only requiring a nudge in the right direction from someone, shall we say, charismatic enough to get the job done. And you can probably assume a little bit about what happens from there. The main plot, however, uses most of this as a backdrop, and is more about a girl named Ryoko Otonashi and a boy named Yasuke Matsuda, but we don't really have a lot of time to be getting into all that today. We'll
Not
talk
yet.
a little bit more about this when I get to Danganronpa 3. That being said, with all of those tantalizing bits of foreshadowing dropped, Kodaka got to work on the sequel with variety.
Anime's a Cliff Notes version, yeah. Have you watched DR3? I did. Yes, because there's the piece that's prequel, which is about this cast with the SDR2 cast. And then there's the piece that's sequel, which is in the aftermath world after the events of DR1. So,
being added in the form of a counterpart to Monokuma, a stuffed rabbit named Usami, later rechristened Monomi. The tropical island setting was chosen over the more traditional school setting of the first game in a bid to provide players with more content to explore.
yeah,
With
I mean, it makes
inspiration for
sense.
the story's scope, twists, and general tone being
Whoa.
plot, however, uses most
Whoa, what just happened? That was weird. The video, like, skipped.
players with more content to explore,
Okay.
with inspiration for the story's scope, twists, and general tone being taken from the television series
YouTube
Lost.
moment, definitely.
After many months of development, art style shifts, and even the entire aesthetic of the game's setting being reworked, the game was finally released in Japan for the PSP on July 26, 2012, with the release arriving in North America on the PS Vita on September 2nd, 2014.
Damn, wait. When did DR1 come out in the US? Wasn't that also 2014? Or was that like... When was DR1? Danganronpa 1 Vita. 2010! No, that was on PSP. 2013 on the Vita. Right? Someone could correct me. I believe so. The localizations were very fast tracked. That's what I thought too. Because it's like, when you're translating just text for like a story, as opposed to like also translating game like combat, I think it's probably easier. They both released around the same time, 2012. Listen, I'm just going to accept whatever anybody tells me. I should pretend like I know what I'm talking about, you know? Oh my goodness. Okay.
Though the game initially received a 0 rating of C, 15+ in Japan, as the creators wanted to draw in younger audiences that couldn't previously purchase the first game, it was later re-rated back to 0D for ages 17 and older, when it was released in the Danganronpa 1.2 Reload collection.
Oh. Wait, so it went down in rating and then went back up? How did they get away with that? I feel like DR2 has some more intense stuff in it. Doesn't it?
It, like the first game, is currently available to play in English for those of you seeking to do so on PS Vita, PS4, Steam, iOS, and Android.
Oh, actually, that reminds me. We did talk about this before. I've only played the initial Vita and then PS4 releases of Danganronpa 1, 2, and V3. Is the 1.1 and 2 collection, is that like different? Did they retranslate things? Is there new voice acting? Is it something that's like worth looking into? I think it's mostly because the executions were toned down. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Because we talked about it for 999 and Virtue's Last Reward, and I just don't remember. So 1 and 2 is just compilation. Don't think so? Okay, that's cool. I like that. I appreciate that.
And Nintendo Switch, thanks to the newly released Danganronpa Decadence Collection, whether it be the physical-only bundle or individually on the Nintendo eShop. The game's original title, which I, as usual, prefer to refer to it by, and this time for more reasons than just preference, which I'll be getting into, is Super Danganronpa 2 Farewell Despair Academy, and is
I always say SDR2. If I'm ever talking about Danganronpa 2, it's SDR2. Just like it's DR1, SDR2, DRV3. It's you gotta, those are the names. I don't even like adhere to the Japanese naming scheme for most of the games, but it's SDR2. It just is.
Undoubtedly an intentional reference of sorts. To what, you may ask? Well, as you'll come to see more and more often as we talk about the game's plot, events, and story elements, SDR2 is very focused on being iterative in respect to the first game.
Yeah!
Often in intentionally subversive ways.
Sorry, and DRV3. My bad.
Mimic the original game's structure, but often skew
New
them in
Danganronpa
interesting new
V3.
directions. This is more or less a callback to the era of emergent 16-bit gaming, the era where the Super Nintendo slowly began to replace the powerfully dominant original Nintendo Entertainment System. At the time, a common practice for showcasing the power of both the SNES and the developers working for it was to take a game that had made its first splash on the original NES and update or reimagine it for the
Like Super Metroid.
SNES, not to simply port it, but to restructure it in ways that made it feel unique unto itself, and while not all of them followed this convention, many of these games were even billed as actual sequels to their predecessors, functioning both as individual entries in the continuing franchise, but also retreading a lot of familiar and iconic structural ground in order to benchmark their creative progress.
Man, I love Metroid. I still need to go and play Metroid Dread and Metroid Prime 4, but man, I love me some Metroid.
And of course, many of these titles would incorporate the brand-appropriate Super into their title.
Yeah!
Such as Super Metroid, Super Castlevania 4, the list goes on.
Yeah.
And SDR2 is much the same, mimicking a similar progression but also deviation from the norm.
I like that.
Working along
I think that makes
design
it.
philosophy
That makes
of
sense.
evolution and subversion, but also retaining just enough familiar structure and parallels to its originator that it
Castlevania
became
mentioned,
clear just
yeah.
how far the property and its creators had managed to come in such a short amount of time. And of course, this iteration proved successful for the at the time newly christened Spike Chunsoft. The game sold 69,000 nice copies during its first week on sale in Japan,
I actually almost paused there for a second and went nice too, I'm not gonna lie.
growing to 162,408 copies during its PSP lifecycle, and was given a rating of 37 out of 40 by Famitsu, becoming the best voted game of 2012 by its readers, with an
Whoa. Wait, best rated game of 2012 is insane.
average reader rating of 9.79 out of 10.
Dang!
What exactly is all this about? How does SDR2 take these concepts and one-up them in a way befitting the console-leaping reimaginings that it took titular inspiration from? To find that out, we'd have to get more into the game itself now, wouldn't we? So with our history out of the way, let's move on to the main event. Let's travel back to July 26th of 2012 with the release of Super Danganronpa 2 and start at the beginning with the
Okay, just for the preface, just so I have that right from the part one, the recapturing. the thing that we needed to know from Danganronpa 0 was there wasn't a class that was corrupted as the ultimate hope, and they were corrupted by someone else, and the academy tried to cover it up. Or specifically, a person was the ultimate hope and was corrupted to killing the entire class, and the academy tried to cover it up. That is the context that we have going into this. Okay. Yeah. And about the reserve course, yeah. The people that they were basically cash cowing. Got it. Entire student council, thank you. Thank you. And the name Izuru Kamakura. Got it.
Our story begins with the...
What does it say? What did it say? Huge panic at the heart-throbbing school trip? Dangan Island.
Our story begins with the anime version of the Skyrim intro before we get a proper little flashback of what led up to it. Our new main character is everyman Hajime Hinata, played by Minami Takayama of Detective Conan fame.
Oh! I always like hearing about the JPVA because like I only know the English VA because I'm a voice actor. So I like being able to recognize a lot of the voices in the games, and I always like to go for those. But that's cool. Detective Conan's awesome.
Who has always admired Hope's Peak Academy for all of his life and has finally gotten the chance to be enrolled at it. Despite his excitement, though, some strange visual distortion overtakes the
Thank you, Mage Tree.
kicking things off seemingly much more quickly than they were in the previous game.
Good.
Before we can introduce ourselves to everyone in class, though, we've got another surprise on the docket in the form of a strange magical girl-esque bunny named Usami, who suddenly appears declaring herself to be the class's teacher and whisking the entire classroom away to an isolated tropical island, the walls falling away like they're part of a set. Usami, much like the animal mascot before her, is voiced by another widely well-known elderly woman whose voice is ubiquitous in the minds of many generations of Japanese youth, this time in the form of Takako Sasuga, whose voice is best known as Tarao Fugita on the world's longest-running cartoon, the anime adaptation of Sazae-san.
Okay. I was not going to guess that. I was also going to say, knowing what I know in the future of this game, and I won't say what because I'm trying not to spoil too many things. It kind of is funny seeing like how much faster SDR2 starts because of what is happening in SDR2, which is kind of cool. Fun fact, Minami also voiced Envy in FMA Brotherhood. I love Envy.
October of 1969 all the way to the present day. Understandably, everyone is very confused about all this, but Usami seems insistent that nothing is afoot and that this is merely a school-sanctioned field trip meant to foster friendship and hope between the students, who will be given the opportunity to return home after they've gathered what she calls hope fragments, essentially points that they get for bonding with each other and learning more about each other.
I love that introduction.
And the players' suspicions are raised, albeit for different reasons. The intro song that follows seems to solidify that this is a perfectly banal and sugary sweet affair laced with no trace of apparent foul play or murderous intent on the horizon. And with this feeling of uncertainty lying in the pit of our stomachs, we're tasked with going around the first island, both to feel out its various locations and introduce ourselves to the wacky cast of characters we're going to get to know across the game's plot. We first start with the aforementioned white-haired anime boy, Nagito Komaeda.
My favorite! Who's your favorite, Roy? Is it this really, charming character that has a really great backstory? Maybe this super hot swimmer babe? Maybe this ultimate martial artist if you like fighting? No, I like this piece of trash right here. I like this terrible person, right? This garbage of a person. I love him so much for no reason.
Who has super high school level luck, similar to the previous game's protagonist, Naegi.
And chat already pointed it out to me before. Oh my gosh. I hate it when I do that. Stop it. Stop. I was trying to go back. If you look at his name, you can spell Makoto's name, Makoto Naegi, using the same letters in his name, which is really funny that they keep the same voice actor in that sense too. Yeah. My favorite character is also trash, though. It's the Despair Queen herself. I feel like that's just what it is. Everybody has to like some sort of trashy character,
Naegi.
You have to like some kind of trash.
Similarities indeed don't stop there, as he's also voiced in both the English and Japanese releases by Naegi's voice actors, Bryce Papenbrook and Megumi Ogata, respectively.
Wow.
To top it all off, his name, Nagito Komaeda, can very easily...
Hey, listen. Nazumi, you can't. I said it first, okay? I said it first because chat told me. You can't.
Be read as an anagram for Naegi Makotora, or I am Makoto Naegi. Combined with his talk of hope and his talent and even his similar fashion sense, it's easy to tell that Kodaka was really planning to mess with players with this introduction, and indeed he admits that it was entirely intentional.
Okay.
Komaeda, though, is, of course, not actually Naegi in a wig, but rather an apparently soft-spoken but somewhat reserved and self-deprecating fellow who just wants to see his friends grow and become even greater than before. Right? Across these
Listen, everybody has a friend like that that's like, hey man, I just really care about you. You know, I want you to do better. I want you to be better, you know? And then they're also a little yandere about it, and they're like, you know what? Oh, almost just spoilers. You know what? Never mind. Can't say any spoilers. My bad.
introductions, we also learn a bit more about our protagonist, Hinata himself. He's a bit more of a cynical sort than Naegi was, sharper-tongued and just as prone to sarcasm, but he also feels as though he has a lot more genuine social chemistry with his friends than Naegi did.
It's funny because I think you can, even just from design concepts, you can see how much, how different, I say Hinata just because I don't know, I like saying that, instead of Hajime. We'll say Hajime for this. Hajime's difference from Makoto is very apparent. Not only in the way the ahoge is formed, but like his arms are bare. The way that he stands is super different. There's a lot less bulk in the design. Like it feels like he's guarded less almost because he's so much. He's almost less caring about saying the right thing, and I feel like you see that in the design immediately. How different he is from Makoto in a really fun way. I don't know. I like small, subtle things like that in just character designs alone that help set them apart. Because even though, yes, Hajime is another, like, insert yourself into this character, he feels like a completely different character than Makoto, which I think is fantastic.
Which instantly makes him a lot more compelling and entertaining as a POV character in my book. To top that all off, it seems the shock of the situation has rendered him unable to remember his talent that got him into Hope's Peak in the first place, rendering him the SHSL triple question mark spot that was occupied in the last game by Kirigiri, which definitely raises some eyebrows to be sure.
And then obviously that's also a pretty big difference from Makoto, because going from, well, I guess that's the point. Going from luck to luck here, and then you're the question mark as opposed to, you know, your partner. So, fun fact: one of the characters, I forgot which one, went to Amanogawa High School. That school is where Kamen Rider Forze takes place, and yes, it was made so as a reference to Forze. Hey, that's awesome. We haven't made it to Forze yet. We're on Den-O currently. But if you guys like Kamen Rider, if you like Tokusatsu, like Super Sentai, come join us in the Discord, !Discord and chat. We get together every Sunday. We watch the newest episode of Kamen Rider Zets, the newest episode of Gavan Infinity, and like I said, we're currently watching through Kamen Rider Den-O together. We're about 18 episodes in, and we get together every Sunday night. Yeah.
Running to the large airport, where apparently all the plane's engines have been removed, we're introduced to two more characters. First is Kazuichi Soda, the super high school level mechanic, a sharp-toothed tech enthusiast who, despite his exaggerated appearance, is actually something of a wimp.
I really liked him. I think just in concept, maybe I just like spiky teeth. I like spiky teeth. I think they're cool. Spiky teeth are cool. You know what I mean?
Second is Gundam Tanaka, the super high school level animal breeder, who is a strangely enthusiastic guy who often speaks in dramatic and dark declarations, emphasizing his greatness and powerful evil.
He's a chuny. I think we can call a spade a spade. He's a chuny, right?
He's accompanied by his self-named 4 Dark Devas of Destruction, which are hamsters who live in his scarf. He's also very obviously named after the Mobile Suit Gundam franchise, which I would assume is why his name is spelled so strangely in the localization when compared to how it would normally be translated from Japanese. Copyrights a fickle mistress. In the local supermarket, very much stocked despite the island's emptiness, we first meet
he's a Dark
Sumiki,
Lord,
a super high school level nurse, a sweet if very meek medical professional who is a lightning rod for bullying.
I was about to say, I remember her purely in the sense of there's so much that happens throughout the game where I'm like, man, why? Why? Like, why did this happen? And why did it... Anyway.
And because of this, often preemptively, intensely apologizes for even the most minor of perceived offenses.
Yeah.
Next up is Ibuki Miyota, the super high school level light music club member.
Love the color scheme for Ibuki. Ibuki's colors, I think, like, it's the tried and true. Pink and blue just go so well together, you know? Just looks great.
She's very enthusiastic, cheery, and cute, and is stylistically defined by the most scene.
She's more messed up in the Japanese version. Mikan is? Damn. I call him one later in this very video. Wait, what? A boy failure?
Kid style possible. While in the localization, her talent is much more generally referred to as ultimate musician, light music here refers to a common Japanese after-school club activity, similar to pop music, as each kanji of her name is taken directly from the 4 main protagonists of popular high school slice-of-life music club anime, K-On!
I loved K-On! Oh, K-On was so good! Man, I didn't know that. K-On was so much fun.
With the back of the Japanese packaging for the game even shortening her talent description to simply K-On!
That's so funny. I had no idea. Wait, that is so funny.
As if we couldn't tell easily enough already. Despite this being her apparent reason for a rise to prominence, however, Miyota left her group due to creative differences regarding the genre direction of their sound, preferring to play heavy metal tracks that more closely resemble the influences of bands like Maximum the Hormone than they do, say, AKB48.
Man, I loved Maximum the Hormone. What the hell?
At the Hotel Mirai, where we're apparently...
Also, that kind of reminds me of, like, the changing idol conversation that was had in, like, Agretzko, where Agretzko's group went from, like, being very, very stereotypical idol music to, let's do rock and metal and screaming. Just baby metal before baby metal, there you go.
Tasked to stay in cottages, we first meet up with Fuyuhiko Kuzuryu, the super high school level Yakuza. Despite his patented baby-faced exterior, he's very much a mafia man, with a hot temper, a foul mouth, and a flippant attitude towards achieving his ends with violence.
I like him. I don't know what it was about him, maybe just how confident he was all the time. I always really liked him.
Next up is Mahiru Koizumi, the super high school level photographer.
Don't know what it was about her. Never really liked her, but not in a, like, man, I hate her, but, like, I think it's just because, it might just be in her design. I think it's just because she didn't stand out to me so much, so I was like, oh, yeah, she's here too. And then just move on. Yeah.
Stern type with some light tsundere tendencies, who is always seen with her trusty camera and who values the importance of documenting happy memories among friends and family.
Music Girl's Best Girl. She's not bad. She was contender for protagonist early in development, fun fact. Really? I can... You know, it's funny you say that because this expression reminds me of someone else that we see a lot in a later game.
The super high school level coach.
Yeah, Nekomaru! I like him.
A bombastic and super ripped fella who, despite his intense aura and tendency to shout passionately, is also just a genuinely nice guy who's determined not to compete in athletics himself, but rather to train other athletes to be the best that they can be.
Yes! I love this man. He was always one of my favorites, and I think it quite literally is just because he's just consistently positive. And it's like, it's not a... You know what? He reminded me of Ishimaru from DR1. That's probably what it was. And I really liked Ishimaru, so...
them to surpass themselves.
The screaming
with an
and the energy.
Of encouragement and extremely personalized regimens. In the hotel's reception lobby, we first...
A lot of people think / want her, Mahiru, to be the new protagonist and use her camera as an investigation gimmick. I think it would be more fun if Nagito or Chiaki would be the protagonist personally, but I see where you're coming from.
First meet the super high school level swordswoman Peko Pekoyama, a very straight-laced and serious bespectacled girl who always speaks very curtly and honestly.
I liked Peko, but I also think it was easy to, like, she's always easy to pick out because you just look at her and she's just like, whoa, who the hell is this, you know?
Seemingly always at the ready for whatever danger may arise, which very deliberately contrasts her almost cutesy-sounding name. Next is our gamer rep, Chiaki Nanami. The super high school level gamer. She's a very soft-spoken girl who is often afflicted by sudden onsets of sleepiness even while she's standing, and she often takes time to articulate her responses to things either because she's distracted or because she's just taking a minute. Despite all that, though, she seems nice enough, with good-natured curiosity informed by her seeming history with detective genre gaming.
I always really liked Chiaki, even from the first time they introduced her. I feel that I resonated with her a lot in the way that she speaks, purely in the sense of pausing to find the right words. Because I do that a lot too, where I have to stop and think about the next word that I'm going to say. That way it comes across right and it's not misconstrued as something else. I really, really liked her.
Sort of fun poke at the player who is, well, doing that exact thing right now. In the restaurant up above, What
will you do, Power Rangers RPM? I don't know, unfortunately. I wish I could tell you. It is not up to me at this point. I'll do it as soon as I can. I'm trying, I promise. That's why I'm trying to do other series so we can catch up to it. Chiaki, my Kamiyoshi. Not me! What the hell? Fun fact for Peko, in Japanese, her VA is the same VA as Sailor Moon. Whoa! Wait, that's so cool. I speak slow like her. I love Chiaki. Yeah, Chiaki's dope. Also had my fair share of falling asleep standing up. I've never had that before, but isn't that just narcolepsy?
Regrettably, stumble first upon Teruteru Hanamura.
Don't slander my king! What the... Okay. All right. I know he's not great. I know he's not great. For some reason, I really liked Teru for no reason. Literally for zero reason that I like this character. And then I remember watching him in the anime and also being like, there's my goat for no reason. I know he's an awful character. I know he's got really negative stereotypes behind him, but I don't, for some reason, I just always found him very entertaining. So, yeah.
The super high school level cook. Though his culinary skill is impeccable and his design is quite delightfully cartoonish, he's also the token pervert character who doesn't just make dirty passes or sneak peeks of what he's not supposed to, but actively seems to relish the thought in multiple canon sequences of dialogue of trying to trick people into unwanted activities.
Yeah, those were less fun. I just liked the stupid dialogue that he would say. And I liked his hair, and I like how cartoonish he looks.
Which is very not cool or okay at all.
Yeah.
Don't like this little man.
No, I understand.
Like it even less that he's evidently the canonically bisexual representation.
I was about to say, I could have sworn that they made him bisexual, and at the time, I think I had just come out, so I was like, oh, bisexual representation, let's go! Oh my gosh. Yeah, can you imagine if Teru is the new main character of 2x2? Yeah, the chef hat comes off and there's an ahoge. That'd be insane.
We have in this game, as he's an equal opportunity pervert, which I think is supposed to be played for laughs, but ultimately doesn't really send a great message when one of your only LGBT characters is a weird creep who wants to assault everyone with a pulse.
Yeah. Yeah.
The poor angel he's trying.
Listen, I can't argue it, okay? I like him. I found him funny. He's terrible though. Absolutely he's awful. That's it. There's no defending. That's it. There's no but. That's it.
The Cokes is one Sonia Nevermind, the super high school level princess, and a diplomat of a foreign country brought to Hope's Peak as a transfer student. She tends to experience a lot of culture shock and confusion regarding Japanese customs, but her heart is in the right place for the most part.
That's so funny. I wonder if we all have our problematic faves. I get you. Yeah. I wonder if in the JP version, I wonder if she has like a hard time speaking Japanese since she's a transfer student. If they like play up like the language barrier where like she messes up the words. Because I'm sure I remember there being like her trying to think of certain Japanese customs or like foods and getting them mixed up or like getting things incorrect. But I would imagine even more so in the JP version, she would just say wrong things that don't make sense, which could be kind of funny. Makes me think of Jiraiya from Kaku Ranger, where he just doesn't speak Japanese.
Owing to her polite and prim demeanor, only occasionally disturbed by her strange hobby of watching slasher movies.
Okay, first of all, who doesn't love watching a good slasher movie? Come on.
Usami Corral Ranch, we meet two new faces, but not before seeing Usami magically turn a chicken into a cow, which, aside from reminding me of a favorite cartoon...
cow and chicken? That's
Definitely brings to mind questions of
crazy.
what exactly she is if she's capable of doing something so outlandish.
That's insane.
But that aside, we first get introduced to Hiyoko Sayonji, a tiny girl who looks a bit more like a grade schooler than a high schooler.
I remember hating this character, but I don't remember why. It might just be stuff that happens later. I don't remember liking her at all. I also hate her.
Who's the super high school level traditional dancer. Despite her childlike appearance and tendency to present herself as innocent and cute, she often slides right over the line into being a gleeful bully who seems just a wee bit sadistic in her colorfully profane insults and her tendency to kill bugs for the heck of it.
There it is. It's right there.
We also meet Akane Owari, the super high school level gymnast, a brash shonen protagonist type whose insatiable hunger and drive to fight powerful enemies makes her a bit like a high school girl version of Goku, with less mystical laser powers at her disposal.
So I was always really torn on Akane because I love the concept of her. The voice actress in English does an amazing job with her, and I love the concept. I just feel like I remember feeling like they just didn't do anything with her. That they always did like the stereotypical, like, here's a sex joke, here's a haha, she doesn't know what sex is, haha, she's working out, haha, food, and like that's it. And I don't remember anything else really happening with her character. I feel like that's a shame. Yeah. So to bring up FMA again, her JP voice, Romy Park voices Edward Elric. Oh, that's dope. I didn't know that. Hey, awesome. But yeah, no, I like her, but I don't remember her being too relevant in the story, unfortunately.
And that about sums it up. And last but not least, at the centralized Jabberwock Park...
It's him!
What's this? Byakuya Togami?
I love this meme.
Who's looking a bit different, obviously, but still bears the same name and talent of super high school level heir as our...
Listen, he went on vacation. He's on vacation. Ever played Danganronpa? Another? No, somebody did ask that earlier, though. I'm kind of interested in checking it out now, though. Might be a fun off-stream, like Danganronpa night thing. He ate the DR1 cast? No!
Favorite prickly prick from Danganronpa 1. Although right now he seems to have a bit of a softer leaderly side to him than last time. Maybe he's grown, but what's he doing here? And why doesn't he seemingly remember the events of the last game? Questions begin to mount a bit again, especially considering how little we know about this island so far.
And that's why, like, when I played this and I hadn't read the novel, I remember seeing him and being like, oh, I have so many questions. Like, I have to know what's going on. I have to figure out what's happening. And I think at the time I was just really excited to keep playing, you know?
Despite our worries, though, it seems very few else are actually all that fussed about the idea of staying here for the time being. They're accommodated, the setting's beautiful, and they're promised a round trip home if they just cooperate and chillax, so what's the worst that could happen?
Easy peasy.
As they're all called to the beach by Usami, nearly everyone begins a fun romp in the sun and decides to go swimming. Just as...
I love how different all of these swimsuits are. So many of these swimsuits are like, none of them match.
Hinata finally decides to toss aside his reservations and join in the fun, however, a mysterious, convenient onset of thick fog, roars of thunder, and a grim overcast rolls in to sour the sunny, funny mood. Seemingly just as confused about the commotion as you all are, Usami is blindsided by her monitors displaying an unseen figure that she hasn't given permission to operate her intercom.
Oh no.
Beyond that silhouette is a familiarly frightening voice.
It's punishment time!
And a shape that's unmistakable, who asks us if we've waited long enough for this boring opening act to come to its close.
Yes.
Promising a speed up in excitement, the stranger invites us to Jabberwock Park, where we all get our predictable but nevertheless hair-raising reveal of the terrifying teddy bear who started it all, Monokuma. Immediately berating Usami for what he perceives to be a boring slice-of-life plot that no one will enjoy, he quickly usurps her power by destroying her magic stick and rechristening her to Monomi, demoted to the position of serving as his fearful little sister, who he graciously pummels to assert his newfound control over the narrative.
I forgot that he put her in the diaper. Because she wasn't wearing that before, was she? Yo, Poor Usagi.
And of course, with his new author's license, what's he gonna change? Well, if he guessed the word murder was going to somehow be added to the equation, you'd bet you'd cash on the right pony. Yes, indeed, the tropical friendship vacation has now become an isolated island nightmare, where the only way to escape isn't singing Kumbaya and making memories, but rather severing ties and taking lives. Only someone who kills a classmate and survives a class trial can leave this place, and if the students had any delusions of resistance, they're quickly snuffed out as the park's statue comes to life as the terrifying monolithic robo-creatures he dubs mono-beasts.
I forgot about these. I'm gonna be so real, I forgot these existed.
Who set a stark example of their power by gunning poor Monami down into bits.
Yo, poor Monami.
As everyone falls quickly into terror, the realization dawns upon them, just like those students in the gym so long ago, that the only person they can trust is themselves. And with the fun fake out—
Oh, it's the same shot and everything. Damn. Except it's not. It's Byakuya in the middle.
Prologue out of the way, the true game laid out, we breeze past the previously shown fake opening into the proper opening. This intro, though longer than the first games by quite a bit, perfectly sets a tone, swerves around expectations left and right, and skillfully introduces a pretty huge cast. And of course, it's only gonna get crazier from here as we move.
I pointed this out last time too, and I'm sure like a lot of other people agreed, because like I think we had a conversation about it. But like I remember DR1's opening, even like, because I replayed it. We replayed up to the point where we discovered Maizono's body, and like before the first trial. That lead up to that felt so long, felt so ungodly long. But I don't remember that feeling being with this. And everyone was like, oh yeah, it's longer. Every game it gets longer. But I don't remember it feeling that way. It could just be a me thing, but it could also just be I revisited it. So I'm like, come on, like, let's hurry up. Let's get to the murder. Let's get to the killing.
Move from the prologue to Chapter 1.
Chapter 1. Destination Despair. That's how it gets. Yeah, definitely. Justice for Monomi.
As our daily life begins, Hinata is not too happy about getting himself caught up in this situation for what I would assume are obvious reasons. Despite his reluctance to even acknowledge what's happening, however, Monokuma appears to him in the early morning to command he search for hidden Monokumas located on the island. This has no story significance, it's just goodies that will get you extra mono coins for the returning gift machines, which you'll use in the returning free time events. You've also got yourself a weird little Tamagotchi to raise that grows with every step you take in the overworld without using the auto features, which most people don't really bother with, but it's honestly easy enough to peek in on if you really care that much about it.
I don't remember if I just fast traveled or if I ran anywhere. Well, I'm sure we'll come to it at some point, but I remember Hajime's running animation being really, really silly. Like, it looks terrible in a great way.
At the cafe meeting, we have some discussions about what to do with the group, with Sumiki beginning her routine of falling down with her entire ass out gags.
This is what I remembered. And why I partially didn't like her character. Because, like, this happens so many times. Like, so many times. And it's actually, like, a plot point for the first trial, I remember. Yeah. Brother, like, how did your sock come off this much? What happened? What is this, Fire Force? Mikan, the writers did not need you to do that. It's true.
As Togami calls us all to Jabberwock Park to apparently show us something he's found that he deems curious. Said curiosity seems to be a strangely ticking timer device that's counting down to something, but nobody can figure out what it actually is.
For skinny
During the discussion,
people, wow.
Who shows up but Monomi, who, surprise, surprise, isn't actually dead, as she has spares much like Monokuma. Though she swears she's against Monokuma and his schemes, the entire class has more or less become suspicious of her by this point, thinking her to be in league with the murderous bear. And
I mean, yeah, you kind of have to assume it at that point, right? Becomes a character with a good design, only to be the butt of the unsavory fan service. It's a shame, because, like, I played this game when I was, I think, of an appropriate age to be like, whoa, you know, like, whew, awooga. I played the games at a time where I felt that was, like, acceptable. In hindsight, looking back at this game, because it came out over a decade ago at this point, it feels weird. Right? Isn't it just weird? Like, it's kind of like, But again, that could also be a cultural difference. Like, I'm sure people in the West don't laugh to that as much as people probably in the East. I think, right? I'm fairly certain. It is weird. Okay, good.
Given the circumstances, it seems a fair response, even if something of a mean one. Before we can wrap this whole talk, though, Togami suggests...
Also, why aren't we doing that with a guy? With a man? Why is it always got to be a woman stripping, huh? Where's my man tripping and somehow losing all of his clothes and flexing provocatively and being a legal adult?
That this giant island with places like this being entirely uninhabited, seemingly without explanation, can only be the work of some large organization, though the details are a mystery
Shadow
to him.
Organization.
And he suggests searching
Organization 13
the island for clues to see if anyone can discover anything about said potential shadowy puppet masters. Taking up a leaderly position, Togami also insists he'll ensure everyone's safety. Something that rings sentimentally sweet, even if he does harbor some of the same bossy and self-important tendencies as we last saw from him.
It's fair.
Though you're able to...
I gotta get into DR4, boss. I would be the first one dead. I would absolutely be the first one dead. They would look at me and they would go, I'm gonna become the Blackened by killing that bunny bitch. Twunk? More like... stuff them in the trunk. No one will find them there.
To spend some free time with friends now, it doesn't seem like many clues have unfortunately been unearthed, and everyone is called once again to Jabberwock Park in the nighttime, this time by Monokuma. The bear is holding a forced comedy show with Monami, complete with canned laughter. But in the middle of his routine of corny jokes, he stops the presses to reveal to the students that Monami isn't just responsible for bringing them to the island, but also stealing their school memories, about 2 to 3 years worth. If this twist seems familiar, you'd indeed be correct to remember that this was one of the big endgame twists of Danganronpa 1, that he's just unceremoniously dropping on our laps in the first act, complete with a thorough lampshading of this fact by talking about how such a, quote, cliché twist should be gotten out of the way early because it could only possibly be saved for a story's end by a hack writer without any better ideas.
First of all, hilarious. I love poking fun at previous, like, story ideas that they were just like, how does it work? Who cares? It's cool. I love that. I've always been a fan of the rule of cool. And we're talking about DR1 in this point. Like, because I remember people being like, the characters were like, well, how did you steal our memories? Like, how did that work? And he's like, does it matter? Like, they're gone. I took them. It doesn't matter that I took them. They're gone. And it does have me curious, though. Does that mean that the cast of this game is, like, are they adults then? Are they like 18, 19, 20? Because it's been 2 to 3 years and they're not just entering Hope's Peak? Is that the idea? Or is it not like that? I can't remember. Because it is like that in DR1, I know. So, that they've been there for a while. You obviously gotta get into DR4. That's crazy. Yes, DR2 would be around 1920. So they are adult. Okay, I don't feel nearly as bad, but still. At least a year older than the DR1 cast. Got it. Make sure. Make sense.
Which is admittedly pretty funny.
I like it.
Also
I think it's
continues
funny
to play into the way that SDR2 plays with your expectations and mirrors the first game's content in unconventional or twisted ways. Though everyone is understandably
the yoink and twist
in disbelief of this claim, they're also still that much more suspicious of Monami because of this, and Monokuma reveals his intentions for dropping this little nugget of information so early. That's right, the first motive for murder is a return not only of their freedom, but also of their school memories, something that would likely entice those with the reason to be worried about what's happened that they don't recall. Not only that, he also drops the tantalizing reveal that there's a mole among the group, much like the case of Sakura from the first game.
Oh, and we talked about this in the DR1 situation, where I was very excited by the prospect of what would have happened if the whole Leon situation didn't happen in DR1. Like, would Sakura have killed someone? Because that would have been... I would have loved to play a DR1 where Sakura had to kill somebody. You know? It would have been... Like, now that we're getting Danganronpa 2x2, I want a DR 1x1. You know what I mean?
And as much as we'd like to deny that such a person exists, we've been through this whole shebang enough times to know that such a hope is ultimately futile, sadly. As we head to our cottage for the night, it becomes only a matter of nerve-wracking waiting to see what will happen next. During the morning meeting, Togami quickly takes charge once again to announce a party during the night, with mandatory attendance being put in place.
Mandatory.
If Monokuma's going to try to drive such a huge wedge into them early on, it only stands to reason that a big gathering to strengthen their belief in one another and bonds should do nicely to establish a foundation that they can hold on to, after all. Deciding to hold the party in an old cabin off to the side of the hotel grounds, they draw straws to see who gets cleaning duty, with Komaeda being the seemingly unlucky candidate for the job.
Even though he's supposed to be the ultimate lucky. Maybe that's why he's lucky. It is funny how much that mirrors the first one too, in the whole like, oh, meet up here and have breakfast together every morning, and like less and less people show up every single time.
With Hanamura on food duty, everyone gets excited for the festivities ahead. That is, everybody save for Kazuryu, who has no real intention of hanging around with everyone else due to his standoffish nature. After spending the day as we like, we head on to the party at night, going through a quick body check by Togami before we enter. Apparently, he's got a Duralumin case to store dangerous items in to ensure that this whole thing goes off without a hitch, and one mysterious extra case for emergencies.
I love how they have to remind you that it's duraluminium. I feel like it's used so many times in visual novels just to sound like a cool type of case, you know?
He even goes to the trouble of eating all of the meat on the sharply presented skewers to prevent them from remaining within reach of any prospective killers. And I honestly wish haha fat guy eats a lot of food wasn't something they seriously felt the need to keep doing with him here, but I'm not particularly surprised even if I find it obnoxious.
I think that in this case, I think it's just stupid funny. But I do agree, it is kind of unfortunate that they do just lean into the stereotypes like right away.
From there, he goes on to check the rest of the place just to ensure that everything's okay, with the kitchen in particular housing a lot of items that he needs to remove. There, he briefly confides in Hinata that his life has been a living hell, where he was forced to suspect others and be suspected in turn. And that's why he takes his position of keeping others safe so seriously, leading us to wonder if he really might remember the events of the first game.
I remember.
While Hanamura remains in the kitchen, Pekoyama takes her share of food to the office to keep on security detail, and Nanami goes outside to watch for Monokuma, as well as Kazuryu, who never showed. As everyone's finally having a great time, suddenly the power in the entire cabin
Gotta have
shuts
something
off,
happen.
turning everything pitch black. In the panic, everybody stumbles and shouts until shortly after everything turns back on. While the first shriek afterward turns out only to be the result of Sumiki tripping into another compromising position.
Are you sure you don't want to show this? Nazumi, are you sure? What? It's in the game. What do you mean you're not showing this? Come on, it's part of the game. How does this even happen? How did this even happen, man?
It becomes clear shortly after that such antics aren't going to be the only thing we need to worry
Recon code get up.
It seems now that the lights are back on, Togami is missing. Checking every inch of the cabin, nobody can find him. Nobody can find Pekoyama, and the bathroom is barred off. Returning to the dining hall, Owari is quick to point out that she smells blood back near one of the tables. And though we're probably sure what to expect by now, doesn't make it any easier to comprehend when Hinata throws back the tablecloth to reveal our first body, that of one Byakuya Togami.
Him being the first dead one too is always such a crazy thing to me, because like it absolutely is a subversion of expectations, because oh man, like he knows what's going on, he's been through this before, even if it might not be the same, you know, Byakuya as the first game. Like clearly he's got some leadership capabilities, this is a great plan, everything's gonna come together, and then immediately smash that hope, which I mean, you know, when you think about it in DR sense, that's the point. But it is great from a playing perspective, because like you really do feel like, oh, things are going to be great, and he's going to be the one to lead the investigation afterwards.
Obviously, this sudden twist of a tragedy is not a welcome surprise to the gang, who is ready to give a good college try at strengthening their bonds. And this task isn't made any easier by Monokuma's return to the scene, giving them
Doctor
a
hates leaders and tries to unite everyone
to investigate the crime.
Yeah, DR
with their
hates leaders. Yeah.
And get to solving the incident. Getting to searching, we find a wealth of clues. Under the table, we start with the blood spatter, some night vision goggles, a knife that was taped to the underside of the table, glow-in-the-dark paint on both the knife and tape, and a whole lot of blood. And later, the knowledge that Togami's stab wounds are numerous and very thin.
I greatly prefer the Monokuma file system of DR2, but again, it's of STR2, and it's just quality of life changes. You get to see what the cause of death was. Like, it's all spelled out, I think, significantly easier to understand. It feels cleaner. It feels polished. And I mean, obviously, like, we're talking about, like, getting ready for a trial because we know one's coming. So I think it's way better. DR1, kill the character Makoto is most familiar with. DR2, kill the character you are most familiar with. Yeah! And, like, that's the fun part of it, Neon Citizen. 100% agree with you there. The killing of expectations or subversion of expectations. I think that is part of what I enjoyed of DR3, of DRV3 specifically. NDRV3. Because as much as I have wrong with that game, there are things that I do really enjoy.
There's also a table lamp with a long cord trailing to the side of said table. Still in the dining hall, there's also the AC unit, which seems to have just beeped before the blackout with its timer set to right around the time of death, and Koizumi's photos, which she took while everyone was having fun, solidifying everyone's positions. Apparently, just before the blackout, Togami was nearly across the entire room from the table he was found under. Meanwhile, it seems Gundam has lost his earring under the gaps in the floorboards, intent to find a way to recover it instead of assisting with the investigation. In the case of Togami's emergency items, we find a key to the case of confiscated ones being guarded in the office, meaning they have no relation to the case, and find that one of his preparations was obviously the night vision goggles found underneath the table with him. In the hallway outside, we note the large fire doors that exist to prevent the spread of fire.
Yeah, he did. Okay.
Containing it to one part of the building, and in the kitchen, we take stock of everything inside once more, including a portable stove which gives off light when being used. In the storage room, things get even more mysterious. 3 irons lined up on a board appear to all be plugged in simultaneously. Off for now, but certainly enough to seemingly force a breaker to kick. In the laundry cart, there also appears to be a cloth covered in blood. The breaker in the office unfortunately seems a bit too high to reach normally, and Monokuma confirms he was the one to turn it back on from there, meaning the killer wasn't the one responsible for managing that.
I always really appreciate stuff like that too, where Monokuma would almost try and prevent more killings. Because one of the things I disliked in DR1 was the fact that there were situations where like Monokuma was like cheating, and I know that's like, oh, because the player's winning. Like the only way the bad guy can win is by cheating. But I was also like, man, there wasn't a better way for you to do this than like cheating and lying. Fuck you, Monokuma.
The office AC is, however, set to the same time as the one in the dining hall, around the time of death. Here, we also rediscover Pekoyama, who won't specify where she was, only that she was feeling unwell. And this is also around the same time that
Kyoko's words struck a nerve,
the
definitely.
Previously locked bathroom, so it seems that mystery has basically solved itself. Outside, it seems Nanami is helping Gundam try to look for a way to get under the building for his earring, but
isn't there like a broken one around the other side?
Underneath from outside because of the gated edges. While we're there, Nanami also lends an alibi for the missing Kuzuryu, as while she was keeping watch with Monami, he apparently strolled by and returned to his cottage. Trying to cover all of our bases, we go to Togami's cottage to see if we can find anything that pertains to his death. Inside is a threatening letter he seems to have received in the morning, warning that the killing would start tonight, shedding light on his sudden decision to arrange said party and be so strict with it. So
I like that too. I always really like this thing's gonna happen tonight, so it makes people like, that is one thing that I'm okay with, where that's a small tipping of hand. Also, maybe Monokuma wanted to be pretty petty since Kyoko was a headmaster's daughter. Oh, absolutely, that too. There's the what's it called? The grudge is probably the best way of explaining that.
We could keep an eye on everyone and ensure their safety. Ironically, in doing so, he became the first victim himself. Upon returning to the crime scene one last time, Koizumi has provided help in the form of an approximate layout of where everyone was at the time of the blackout, helping us wrap our heads around potential layouts and trajectories. And Sumiki clarifies the murder weapon had to have been about 5 millimeters in diameter, much smaller than the knife found alongside the corpse.
I can't get over the mess of Nagito's head. I know it's matted AF. What? No. I'm sure it's super fluffy and like it's super soft to the touch and everything. I'm sure it's
Calling
great.
For everyone to gather at the central island, Monokuma introduces them to their meeting place, a strange Mount Rushmore-esque carving in a mountainside called Monokuma Rock, which spits forth a large escalator meant to be taken to the elevator, which will then bring them underground for the class trial. And from there, the proceedings are afoot. Class trials proceed in a similar manner to how they did in the first game, with the primary way of procession being the non-stop debates, where we seek contradictions in given testimony.
The man has no hygiene.
Through them with our...
Maybe he doesn't have to. Maybe he's so lucky that he just happens to walk through a car wash and get cleaned immediately.
truth bullet. This system has been expanded a bit, though, with the introduction of blue statements. While shooting regular yellow statements, we raise our objections to disagree, but when shooting the blue statements, we lend our voices to the contrary, agreeing with a person's assertion to instead let their voices be heard.
Which is such a fun change, because when you're not just like when you're playing Ace Attorney, obviously it's just objections. You know, it's just you know, and you've got the whole feeling of you have to prove that someone is lying. And even in the entirety of Danganronpa 1, that's all it is. You know, Chigayo. Like, you're always trying to prove people wrong. But being able to argue for them is such a nice difference, and it's such a nice change of pace. It's just a good quality of life change that makes the story and makes the class trials feel that much better.
I think while mechanically that this is a very simple
Yeah,
addition,
exactly,
it does
Jedi.
a better job allowing the cast outside
nice
of
change,
Chiato
yeah, I agree.
himself to actually seem both useful during a trial and much less obstinate or unintelligent. One of the big problems with trials in the first game narratively was that everyone was about as dumb as a sack of bricks to accommodate the player exposing their fallacies.
Yes. and sometimes it made it worse, because like you'd be like, I know what the solution is here, but I don't know how to get there. That was a problem I had a lot in like DR1 and Ace Attorney, where it's like, I know what the solution is, but because like I don't know how to prove it from step 1, I know how to do it from like step 4 and on. It can be a pain in the ass.
Here, however, the opportunity to agree just as much to disagree allows some degree of variety that lets the characters shine a bit more. Additionally, we have the returning Hangman's Gambit, allegedly improved over its last iteration, and while I'd agree it's a bit more involved gameplay-wise, it's honestly way too overcomplicated for its own good. In this one, you have to merge different letter bubbles together to form a larger letter that you can use in the blank spaces. Let two different letters collide, however, and they explode, dealing damage to your influence gauge.
Yeah.
This means that you need to fly back and forth between seeking letters to combine and use, and ones that you don't need to combine them and manually explode them before they can collide with others. This proves almost immediately troublesome in even the first trial, and the difficulty of these only gets steeper over time, with longer phrases and way more characters floating on screen. And I honestly have to say that it is my least favorite minigame in the series because of it. It's just...
Yeah, the Hangman's Gambits are always kind of just annoying, because it's like, why can't I just pick this from a list? Why can't I just pick this out from something else? There's a reason. Tell them Naegi is such a meme. Yeah.
Extremely intrusive, needlessly difficult, and monotonously time-consuming, and I hate it every time it comes up as a result. Improved Hangman's Gambit, this is not. I think they might as well have called it way more annoying Hangman's Gambit instead.
I agree.
And the last of the new additions to mention, for now anyway, is the Crosswords minigame, where you get into a one-on-one argument with someone who's raised an objection to your line of reasoning. You clash against their words with movements of the thumbstick to slice them, like with the sword, and you only have a limited number of strikes, so you have to be careful with your direction and timing. Eventually, a weak spot will be exposed in their words, like any other non-stop debate, and you'll be prompted to cut them down to size with the proper truth blade, bringing the discussion back on track. Though this can get a little frantic and difficult sometimes, I find this a nice change of pace to the usual trial system that adds a spot of variety in the right direction rather than the wrong one.
I was always torn on these, because sometimes they feel great, but other times it's just like, I literally proved this already. Why are we fighting? Like, you're just being obstinate and annoying. Shut up. The surfing game was my favorite of the little mini games. Oh, I don't know if I remember that one. I'll have to see it again.
And I generally have no problems with it. All right, now on to the actual trial. The discussion starts with the matter of where Togami's body was found, which is confirmed by all of the surrounding blood on the tablecloth not to have been a secondary location. The cadaver definitely died there, but why'd he dive under the table during the blackout in the first place?
To get the night vision
Perhaps he
goggles.
noticed the knife covered in glow-in-the-dark paint and went to retrieve it. After all, he had night vision goggles, which he probably would have on standby for circumstances like this. And of course, he had good reason to be paranoid, considering the letter he received. But if the knife was covered in said paint, did the killer know the blackout would occur? That seems to be the case. Soda even argues that Pekoyama must be the killer
take care,
because of her
Motomami.
presence in the office near the breaker. But as we're quick to recall, she couldn't have reached said breaker, and she was almost certainly holed up in the bathroom, owing to a coincidental stomachache that couldn't have been caused by laxatives, as Owari also ate plenty of the same food she did. No, instead the blackout was caused by a power surge, a combination of the
With
AC
the irons
timers and
and the
irons forcing
AC.
the max
Yep.
power limit to be reached and shut off all electricity to the clubhouse.
But damn, I love that the AC was set to like 86. Like, holy crap, that's not AC, that's heat at that point.
With little progress to go on so far, it seems the hopelessness has begun to set in, with Komaeda even arguing that the greatest hope they could muster is in refusing to suspect their friends at all, just dying together to avoid such a thing, which seems sus. Before he can convince everyone to throw in the
I think that's why I started liking him, because it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Shut up. Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm saying, brother. I'd be getting murked right away. Ain't no way anybody is letting me live, because I'd be like, all right, guys, let's not be too many, like, let's not be a bitch here. Like, clearly this motherfucker's gonna try and say some shit. Let's just air out our dirty laundry now, okay?
towel, though, Nanami suggests giving a look closer at Koizumi's map to unearth more clues. And that's when it hits us. Who could have been near the table trying to retrieve the hidden knife? Who was close enough that they could have, say, felt along the lamp cord to get there in the dark and find the glow-in-the-dark paint? None other than Komaeda himself, of course. After all, he did have cleaning duty, so he had plenty of opportunity to plan it, right?
I love that you had it zoomed in on Teru and then changed it over to Komaeda.
Opportunity to plan it, right? It would really hurt for another assistant to betray our trust at the 11th hour after being so kind and helpful to us for so long.
Yeah.
But as Hinata pleads for Komaeda to correct his suspicions, his response is a bit unexpected.
God, the eyes are so
The
cool.
Ultimates are working together to combat the despair of their friend's death. How wonderful. How beautiful it is.
Those eyes. The darkness in his eyes shone brightly, as if layers upon
So
layers
cool.
of darkness were folding into each other.
Man, freaking Danganronpa art style, so freaking so goddamn good.
As if hope and despair had been crudely mixed together.
So good. Oh,
Let's cut to the chase. You're
oh, did
correct.
YouTube like freak
It
out
was
there for
my
a second?
doing all along.
And just like that, Komaeda unravels, our presumed Naegi XP proving just how much of a twist on the protagonist's proclivities he really is. Despite championing hope the same way that Naegi did, Komaeda's hope is something twisted and desperate, founded upon the guiding principle of overcoming adversity. He believes that no matter how truly bad things become, that it will only serve to propel his friends forward to even greater heights. Though the words he says could be misconstrued as sarcastic by many, the fact of the matter is that he's entirely sincere. And that
I like his
sincerity,
jacket,
that
too.
earnestness in wishing that those around
looks
him
cool.
use massive tragedy and
My
even
son has
human
arrived,
life as a
yeah!
stepping stone to solidify their hopes just makes it that much clearer what an almost intentional perversion of Naegi's views he's constructed to be. He takes
And I think that's why he's such a fun character, and maybe that's why I like him so much, because he's so everything that isn't Makoto, you know?
that rallying cry, that championing of togetherness that made the previous entry's ending so uplifting, and almost immediately flips our perspective, reminds us that all is well and good in moderation, but that even a good thing can be twisted with enough blind devotion.
Oh, wow.
We'll get more into Komaeda's mind palace later, though, as now that we've got an
Not the
alleged
mind
confession
palace.
of sorts, we've got to delve deeper into this.
We gotta prove
After
him
all,
wrong.
He did seem to cave a
What's
little
up, Doodle?
easily, only after garnering a smidgen of pressure, didn't he?
Someone give this
Maybe
man a
despite the fact
therapist
that
for
we're
real.
already, 40 minutes into this trial, there's a bit more to unpack here that we're not seeing.
Yeah, Nagito is also my favorite. It's for moments like these because I think he's such a complex character, and especially as it goes on, and after something that happens in a later chapter, later trial, he just continues to be like, I like how much of a shit stirrer he is without anything else. I'm I'm trying really hard to skate around things. We're just gonna.
Despite his huge heel turn and attitude here, Komaida's not very combative toward taking the blame. And if we know anything about Danganronpa cases, it's that alleged murderers who were a little too cooperative are usually not telling the full truth.
That's very true.
So, how do we continue the discussion? Well, firstly by clarifying that he at least was responsible for planting the knife, causing the outage, and sending the threatening letter. He even got the convenient job of cleaning duty just by trusting his own luck, as it's what his talent is supposed to be. Despite not having any idea whether it would actually work, he just left it to chance and he happened to get what he wanted. Although according to him, once he went for the blade, he was pushed out from under said table by Togami, and the killing blow was not his work. Of course, while this doesn't convince many at first, Tsumiki is quick to note something that we all should have noticed by now, that Komaida has no blood spatter on him. There's also the matter of figuring out what the murder weapon is, since the knife obviously can't fit the description based on size. Despite everyone's confusion at realizing Komaida may not be the killer, we've got to figure out who's behind this, and
essentially the idea is he was going to commit the murder. However, he was stopped by bigotry and couldn't commit it, which is such like a... It's such a fun twist because, like, even if he's not the murderer, you immediately get that feeling of, well, shit, this dude would kill somebody if he got the chance. Like, even if he gets out of here, like, he is a threat.
an hour.
So last night, listen, absolutely, Nagito Komaeda he's one of my favorites. I friggin' love him. He's a dumpster trash of a character. Like, I friggin' love him.
Into the trial, we take an intermission, a new occurrence that happens in every trial of this game and didn't in the previous one.
Sometimes I like that. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes it feels like it breaks up the pacing. I think I complained about this with Ace Attorney more so than anything else, because like there were definitely times where I was like, yeah, like let's go, like objection, I'm pressing this, get him with the, and it's when you're really feeling it and when it really builds the momentum, it's fantastic that you keep going. But then if you get hit with a, hey, you need to stop, it hurts. I remember once or twice being hit with that feeling of like, I wish we could have just kept going. So I don't know why, but I didn't expect him to be a fave of yours. So funny. I miss this game so bad. Oh, I'm like a freak / generic when it comes to Danganronpa. One doesn't have many of my favorite characters. It's Nagito, Hajime, Chiaki, Shoichi, Kokichi, and Kaito. Those are my favorites. I like the freaks, and I like the main characters. And I like the trios, and I like the yaoi, and I like the joking bisexual trio. So, yeah, exactly.
Get to my opinion.
Exactly,
on those,
you get me.
A little while down the line, but for now, we've got to get back to the action. So, whoever stabbed Togami must have been under the table, right? But if Komaida was already there, he definitely should have seen them, and there's not a whole lot of room. So how does that work? Well, obviously...
Well, he wouldn't have been able to see them if he got pushed out. It would have been too dark, you know?
Somebody could have...
I remember a DR cosplayer getting arrested for murder, I think. What? Huh?
Been... The gaps leave enough room to slide a thin weapon through, after all. We all know somebody must have been able to get underneath, even if it was barred off outside too, because Gundam has come to the trial ground with his previously missing earring. A fact he confesses is because he found a latch to a crawl space in the storage room. Though this initially seems to single out the only one not at the party, Kazuryu isn't backed into a corner for long, as his sighting by Naname proves he didn't go inside, and therefore couldn't have accessed the space. So how did someone still inside move around in the dark?
Insane, it really is.
With the light that the portable stove gives off. If they took it from the kitchen and closed off the fire doors, they could have blocked the light from emerging into the hallway, found the crawl space, gone down with the weapon and the spare tablecloth, covered themselves, found the glowing mark of the paint from underneath the floor, and then aimed for their target.
Which is such a crazy, like, I love this as a lot of logic jumping. One of my favorite things in Danganronpa and in Ace Attorney is when you jump leaps of logic that are like, you're assuming X, Y, and Z to be correct, and if they are, it means A, B, and C had to have happened to fit that narrative, and that's how you get to the conclusion. I love it when those are easy and like simple and slot together well. What I hate from some of the later like Danganronpa cases and some of the later Ace Attorney cases is when you try and have those same situations where you have to make like, it's not just X, Y, and Z, it's A, B, C all the way up through like K or L. You have to assume so many things to be true or false in that sense. But I love it when it works like this. Yeah, the 1 in a trillion lineup chances, exactly.
And, well,
It's great.
who would most easily be able to access all of this? Why, none other than the cook Teruteru Hanamura. Wow, really doing me a favor by getting this guy's jokes out of the game as quickly as possible. Though it's briefly argued...
Listen, I get it. Okay, I understand. Teruteru is not for everybody. He's not for most people. He's not for some people. He's kind of a shitty character.
Miota heard his voice along with the others in the dining hall. This is quickly shot down, as because of the gaps in the floor, if he shouted, it would really sound as though he were in the room like everyone else. Breaking down into a frenzy of deteriorating accent, Hanamura continues to protest, but surprisingly...
Oh yeah, and he's got like the country like accent too that comes out when he's like excited or exacerbated or something like that, right?
A very strange piece of evidence comes back to assist. You see, back when Sumiki had her embarrassing anime crotch fall, obviously that's something a guy like Hanamura would remember were he in the room, considering how much of a senseless horn dog he is. Only problem for him, though, is that he can't seem to remember it or how Sumiki looked at the time. Something which obviously proves he wasn't around when he says he was.
Yeah.
Right after the lights came back on. His last desperate excuse is that nobody can prove what...
Apparently the JP dub is an Osakan accent. Oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Also, I see a couple of you guys are in ads. We'll give you guys a second. We'll give you guys a second to get out of the ads. In the meantime, I can do a little bit of shilling. Guys, if you have not watched me before, my name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm your coffee-fueled host with the most professional voice actor, and I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. If you are getting hit by the ads, please consider subscribing to the channel at twitch.tv/Roy Chiato or getting a membership over on YouTube in the live streams. Not only does it help support the channel in its growth and monetary, we use that money to create content like tokusatsu, reactions, retrospectives, and things along those lines. But you also get ad viewing experience and cool emotes. So, yeah. I hope you guys are enjoying the stream so far. You're having some fun. We're 2.5 hours into the stream, and we're only 42 minutes into the video. We might have to start like letting the video play while I'm yapping over it. He's monetizing himself. Listen, I just pretend like I know what I'm talking about. Okay? Very super fun. Thank you. I appreciate it. Got the same ad 3 times in a row. Damn. I'm sorry to hear that. I wish I could do something to fix that. My bad. My bad. Good morning, everybody. What's up? Dead Rosary. Less yapping than watching. More yapping and watching. Could be. What do they always call it? A retrospective? It's like looking back. We love our yappy bunny. Well, thank you guys. Also, if you guys are back from the ads, please let me know. Apparently the system thinks you really like that item. That's crazy. I'm back. Okay. I watch your Power Rangers VOD. You're really fun. I think I like when streamers yap. Oh, cool. We're back. Cool. Why didn't I get ads? If you just clicked on the stream, it could be that. Usually I have it set to longer run on ads. That way when people first click on the stream, they don't have to get ads. So. Retrospective? Oh, man. I just pretend like I know what I'm talking about. Just like this.
The murder weapon was, so they lack critical evidence. But when thinking about where you could hide something thin and long in the kitchen, only one answer comes to mind. An iron skewer hidden in the... Wait a second, we've got to play a rhythm minigame. Yeah, this is the 4th minigame, Panic Talk Action. Similar to the BTB from the previous game, this involves timing button presses with a beat to wear down a stubborn classmate's argument. Only this time it's honestly a bit more functional. It can still get just as hectic and messy at times, but overall the actual way it's put together seems a bit more seamless to me, so props for polish. This time...
I remember this not being the end of the world, but still like a, come on, I know the answer already, stop it.
Instead of ending with one final bullet shot, we end with a word scramble of a specific phrase matched to each face button on the controller, tasking us with arranging them in the correct order at the last second to dismantle their argument. And in this case, we do that by exposing the weapon's hidden location on the bone meat. I mean the meat on the bone.
On the bone meat.
Something Togami wouldn't have thought to check in his sweep after all, and Monokuma's sudden hunger seals the deal on this mystery, seemingly. Within the meat's bone is indeed a blade, sheathed inside the ivory for easy concealment. In our fifth minigame type so far, we return to the delightfully manga-esque climax info.
And I love these. These were my favorite thing from DR1. Like, putting the story together and seeing it put together like this. I freaking love these.
From the first game, arranging manga panels to summarize the sequence of events and put a final nail in the culprit's coffin. This time, the design is a bit better too, with only limited stock of panels provided at one time.
Yes.
Making things a bit easier to file through and making each panel a bit easier to see with the free space it provides. With Hanamura's crime exposed, his motive is next on the list of things we need to know. And despite the fact that I'm not too fond of the guy, it is a pretty sad one. You see, while working the kitchen early, he caught a glimpse of Komaeda setting up and basically prompted a full confession of his intent from him. Terrified by what Komaeda was going to do, he formulated a plan to kill him when he tried to make his move. But ironically, it was Togami's night vision goggles that changed everything. Seeing someone move under the floorboards towards their location, even knowing that Komaeda was reaching for a knife he'd planted, Togami pushed him out of the way anyway, effectively saving his life at the cost of his own. It was only after the fact that Hanamura realized just what he'd done, and that Togami was dead instead of Komaeda.
Which is such a freaking, like, that's an insane revelation. Because again, it just paints this piece of shit like he tried to commit a murder, didn't get to actually commit it, and is now like, wow, guys, you figured it out, and I didn't die. Isn't that great?
It was at that point that Komaeda decided to intervene further, offering Hanamura advice and willingly misleading the class to see whose hope would shine brighter between the survivors and the culprit. However, despite his insistence that it was for everyone's good to protect them, Monokuma is quick to point out that he knew the rules. Getting away with his killing would still mean everyone else's death but his own. And though his sentiment is definitely sweet-sounding, it seemed more like he saw an opportunity that he could justify to himself and took it.
I mean, it's definitely column A, column B. I think that's why it's at least like, it's at least a fun turn on the killer in this. Because it kind of reminds me of case 1 from DR1, where Leon was like, oh, it's self-defense. But then everyone's like, well, if it's self-defense, you could have just left. Like, after she locked herself in the bathroom, you didn't have to go back and get your toolkit. But that's kind of what it feels like. And that's probably the point. Like, it's supposed to feel like, well, you kind of want to feel bad for this person, but they're actually still a piece of shit, so.
And unfortunately, that may not have been far from the truth. As it turns out, Hanamura's secondary motive was in fact the memories the bear had dangling over him. Having left for school years ago now, he recalls that his mother is waiting at home for him, maintaining their family diner alone and in poor health. Without any way to know what he's forgotten or how much time has passed, he was immediately terrified by the prospect of his mother's ailing health having had plenty of time to get critical.
But there's still plenty of other people that could have similar situations. Togami, for example, we know, at least from the first one, that his entire family was wiped out, and he's like the sole person left of that family.
Despite never seeming to want to believe anything he was told about this situation, he believed it more strongly than anyone else in the end, and it drove him to kill in order to see if he had any place left to return to. And now he never will. As it's obviously the Danganronpa trademark punishment time, as Hanamura is feathered, yolked, and dragged by a chain on a helicopter over to an active volcano where he's dropped inside and deep-fried.
Yeah.
Ironically, though he was always a culinary master who turned his nose up at what he called common food, he was turned into one of the most essentially common types of Japanese food, an additional cruel twist of the knife by Monokuma to an already humiliating way of dying. Though everyone is horrified, the mood is immediately brought to a hair-raising new low, as Komaeda offers to everyone that if they should want to overcome the odds again, they need only consult him, as he'll do anything to help.
Which is, again, it is such a fun, stark difference from DR1, where it almost adds a new layer of dread because yes, like we just found Teru to be the culprit. We just found him to be the killer. But even in the back of your head, in DR1, you didn't really necessarily have someone that would be the culprit, the main mastermind behind everything. You thought it would just be Monokuma. But here, you are immediately able to point to Nagito and go, this piece of shit needs to go. He's our main villain and everybody hates him. And it feels like good to kind of have that group mentality against him.
Even helping them plan a murder where he's the victim, willing to die in any number of ways to act as a stepladder to those he deems truly talented and worthy.
Yeah.
He even tells Hinata that they're similar to each other because of their equal amounts of admiration toward Hope's Peak, which he doesn't at all want to admit, but may prove troublingly relevant as time proceeds.
I was going to say, yeah,
of course,
later on.
By the horror they've witnessed, everyone is determined not to let another killing happen. We all know about how long that's gonna last.
Unfortunately. Now in every chapter, there's a question of how did Nagito fuck things up this time? Yeah, absolutely. And I think that kind of adds to the, like I said, to the dread of everything, to the lament of every situation that's going to happen, because you don't know if he's going to have had a hand in it. And yeah, I was going to say, Leitada Rala said the closest thing to it is in DR1, it was Byakuya, when he messed with the Trial 2 murder scene. You never know if something's going to be tampered with now because of this guy. And it's scary for that reason, because it's out in the open. Nagito really is the wildest of wild cards, and that's in a deck of jumbled cards. I think that's the fun of it, though, because it adds a layer of chaos. It adds a level of randomness. So on top of the killing and the murder, it's almost like, imagine going into Gotham and Joker just showed up, and he only cares about messing with people. So I think they call them the antagonists in Phantom. We won't kill each other if we have a say in it. Unfortunately, you're in Danganronpa. True.
Closing moment back at the hotel, Hinata stands outside observing the stars, only to feel a strange sensation of being watched, as the timer in Jabberwock Park counts down a bit more, ending Chapter 1. This chapter is honestly a wonderful introduction to the game.
So good.
Like I said before, I don't really like Hanamura as much, and his admittedly tragic circumstances only do a bit to alleviate that fact. I think the fact that the gross fan service moment played into the case is honestly obnoxious too, but what can you do? And
it's just one of those things that, like, I think that's just how he's supposed to be remembered from his character trope and his character archetype. That way they can justify showing so much fan service of Mikan, which I don't like. I kind of liked Teru. Like I said, I like the stupid silliness and absurdity that comes with it, and I was hoping that he would come out of it because of the seriousness of the situation. Mostly because, like, when you see pieces of shit characters and you see them grow and develop into non-piece of shit characters, you're like, wow, I hated you when I first met you, but you're so much better now. Like, I know a lot of very, very stark difference in characters, obviously, because one sex pest, one just kind of sexist. Sokka in Avatar: The Last Airbender, incredibly down-speaking to women and doesn't believe that they can fight. Through the course of the series, like, Sokka has such a turnaround in growth. I want that for so many, like, piece of shit characters that I find, that I want everyone to end up like Sokka, you know? Maybe that's why I like piece of shit characters sometimes like that. So I don't know. Anyway, sorry, I'm just yapping.
Anime will be anime. Aside from all those nitpicks, though, this mystery is incredibly solid. The
Yeah,
motive is
I
very
agree.
understandable, and the accidental quality of it makes it quite tragic. The actual process of how things went down was simple enough to make it a fitting first case of many to come, but also managed to be more creative and engaging in a way that made it harder to immediately jump to who the killer was, like in the first game's first case. In fact, I'd say SDR2 overall starts a trend that it maintains throughout the whole playtime here, of having had me guessing who the culprit was up until nearly the very end of the trial, when I was playing for the first time.
I think there was only one or two that I was like, I know who the killer is, like, from the get-go. And I think the one that I can think of is Trial 3. Trial 2, had no idea. Trial 4, I was sweating. And I don't even remember what Trial 5's, like, outcome exactly is in, like, logicking our way there. I saw Nagito's jacket. It's pretty dope, right? I'd cosplay him. I figured out the trial 2 killer before the trial even begun.
It's really hard to suss
That's
these
funny.
things out, and I think it greatly improves the quality of the actual mystery solving in this particular title. The length, however, of these trials has gotten noticeably pretty long, with this whole
Yeah.
section clocking in at around 2 hours and some change. And this being about the
I was going to say, and that's also a shorter one, which I know you're saying right now, but also has the intermissions in between it. And I think the intermissions are there because the trials got so much longer. Yeah.
shortest in the game, too. The fact that they're all so long that they need an intermission proves to me
Yeah.
that the pace could have used some tightening in development.
I think that's always a common complaint you can get with these types of games. And I mean, Ace Attorney has the same problem, especially in the third one. There's a lot of times where it's like, this feels like it could have been handled already. Like, what's going on now? Good night, Timid. When you get into DR, you gain a really good death flag radar. Yeah, I agree.
And I think they got a little ahead of themselves in places.
Hmm.
That said, though, this chapter has a very effective series of setups and payoffs, introduces its mechanics and tones spectacularly, aside from some small caveats, and delivers an introduction that easily beats its predecessors by a country mile.
I think so,
And
too.
with that
I
high
agree.
note to go on, we proceed with bright-eyed curiosity toward Chapter 2.
All right. As we dive into chapter 2, I'm going to take a quick second to stand up, use the bathroom, grab a cup of coffee, and stretch, because we've still got almost 3 hours of the video left. Because Nezumi just had to make this a freaking 3.5 hour long video, knowing that I'm a yapper. Okay, we're almost 3 hours in a stream, and we're not even an hour into the video. I'm a yapper, man. I yap is what I do, okay? Guys, take a quick bathroom break, get some beverages, stretch, do whatever you got to do to take care of yourselves. We'll be right back. Sit tight, enjoy a cup of coffee on me, or with me in it, I guess. Alrighty. You guys ready? Are you guys done staring at me in a coffee cup? Are you done staring at me in a coffee cup? Good lord, the Roy jump scare. I'm sorry, were you staring longingly into my cup of coffee? All right, let's jump in. Let's jump back in, shall we? I gotta adjust my where I'm looking. 5 more minutes. Oh, okay, my bad. I'll be right back, guys. 5 more minutes. I'm just kidding. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? Oh my goodness gracious. Alright, guys, let's dive into chapter 2. This one I remember. I remember who the killer is. I remember pieces of it. I remember who the victim is. I remember that. So I'm excited for this one. So chapter 2, Sin and Punishment. Sin in Coconuts. I feel like it's kind of a reference to Sin and Punishment, isn't it? All right. I also got more coffee. Do you guys want some coffee? Any coffee enjoyers?
We start with a speech
Any
from
coffee
Komida
enjoyers?
delving more into his worldview, in the company of an unknown party. He talks about how all throughout history, people are told that they can go anywhere and do anything. But that as he sees it, that's simply not true.
I mean, it's
That
true.
there are those born with inherent talent and those who aren't.
I
That
mean-
no amount of hard work will ever surpass that and fully close the gap.
Listen, he might be insane. He might be insane in the membrane. But he ain't wrong.
It's this viewpoint about worthy and unworthy humans which makes him further believe in an inherent inferiority he has compared to the rest of his class, seeing himself as worth much less than them. But before he can continue on, he's interrupted by an unseen party telling him to shut up, man. Yeah, I get
Shut
it. At the
up.
morning meeting, something stinks, but this time it's not blood. Apparently, it's actually Sayonji, who hasn't bathed for a while due to her lack of knowledge on how to tie her kimono. Though she doesn't seem prepared to take her lumps as gracefully as she expects everyone else to when she's dealing them out, Koizumi is quick to offer help in that regard, almost immediately getting Sayonji to attach to her hip. We don't have much time to talk about that, though, as
Yeah.
Monokuma also shows up to declare one of the mono beasts is missing.
I'd also like to just point out, this makes me so happy because I really dislike her character. So seeing her get shots taken at her makes me so happy because I just really didn't like her. We all do. Listen, I'm sorry. You know?
Apparently, Monami has actually taken a lot of time and effort to fight one and actually managed to destroy it, meaning one of the previously unavailable islands is now open for access, much like the new floors of Hope's Peak that would open up after a trial.
That's
in the
what it
last game.
was.
There's actually a small minigame mode dedicated to playing out these encounters between Monami and the various Mono Beasts.
What?
And well, they're not very good, so
Oh.
I don't have much to say about them.
Damn, never mind. I don't remember playing those. What the heck? Did I just ignore everything and just bum rush the story? That's insane.
They're also thankfully an entirely optional bit of side content, meaning there's no pressure at all to touch them.
Okay, well, that would probably be why I didn't do them then. My bad.
Obviously, with the new
Yo, look at the run!
a bit of side content,
Look at the
meaning there's
run!
no pressure at all to touch them. Obviously,
Co-op looking ass motherfucker. Oh my gosh. It's so dumb.
with the new island on the horizon, we've got to check out what all the fuss is, so we cross the bridge to see what's open for our exploration and come
So
across
true, though,
quite a
yeah.
few interesting places.
I think Nezumi called it
Firstly, we have
co-op
a library,
earlier.
which is
I
chock
like
full
that.
of books and seems to be something of a dedicated study center, where Sonia actually finds a pamphlet for the island, confirming it to be a place called Jabberwock Island. Togami briefly brought it up in the first chapter as a resort island, and this seems to confirm that suspicion, obviously taking a naming cue from Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, which may prove to be something of a relevant allusion to make later on down the line if the white rabbit who welcomed us here wasn't already enough of a nod on its own.
I don't know if I ever thought about it too much or if I just didn't remember that as a plot point. I also don't remember the significance of Jabberwock because I always think of the Disney adaptation of Alice in Wonderland, which then also just makes me think of Kingdom Hearts, which blitzes through that story.
Curiously, however, the pamphlet claims that the small central island of Jabberwock is supposed to have a large administrative building, which obviously clashes with what we've seen. Not only is this supposed resort completely empty despite its bountiful resources, but there's no administrative building in sight on the central island, instead only housing Jabberwock Park. Though Monokuma briefly shows up to tease that only the aforementioned shady organization everyone was talking about could be behind something of this scale, he declines to comment any further.
It's also really funny because this is something that I always joked about when I played this game. There's never confirmation of this air quotes shady organization actually existing. So in my head playing this, I was like, is Monokuma just gaslighting us the entire time?
Before we leave, as a fun note of interest, Sonia brings us back to her niche occult obsession, saying she's found magazines about the subject which talk about famous serial killers, one being Genocider Show, a name we should definitely recognize, and the eccentrically inclined Kita Kita-chan, or Sparkling Justice, a killer who wears hero masks and kills exclusively criminals.
Do they also write in a notebook that says Death Note on it?
While the Kita Kita in Kita Kita-chan's name is obviously the part that denotes sparkling, as it's a common sound effect in Japanese, this combined with the killer's devotion to only slaying criminals might just give them a loose referential tie to another fictional fanatical killer who slays criminals in
I hate it here!
the name of justice, but that's just speculation.
Listen. I'm sorry, okay? I don't have the script, okay?
On my part. Next up, after the library, we've got the pharmacy. There's not really a lot to note here, to be honest, but there are a lot of prescription drugs lying around, so maybe somebody should watch out for that. There's a diner just down
drugs.
the road who already has
I want a diner. Guys, I want to go to like a 50s style diner. I want to get like some diner pancakes. I want to get like diner burger and diner fries and a diner milkshake. Bro, I want to go to a diner. Like a 50s style diner where like there's someone on roller skates bringing me everything. That shit sounds dope.
a customer in the form of Kazuryu, who quite colorfully tells us to get lost while eating a burger, which is just a hilarious visual.
I want a burger.
And who also says that we shouldn't keep trying to rope him into things because he could totally kill everyone here for the sake of his own survival if he had.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll put a pin in that, little man. I don't know if I believe you. Off to the side of the road.
We're on the same mindset. It's because he's so used to shit from like the outside, where like obviously he has the the might of the family backing him, so he can say shit like that and actually get away with it.
We also have another smaller beach called Chandler Beach, complete with its own beach house. Before we can check it out, though, it seems Owari and Nidai are fighting? Well, sort of. They're just getting their Dragon Ball Z training montage on, with Nidai seeing great potential in Owari, but also thinking she's not utilizing her talent well, calling her movements and timing half-assed all around. This, of course, only motivates her shonen protagonist proclivities, meaning that she's definitely not going to settle for just that much.
The JP exclusive name puns have me wondering what it'd be like if we lived in the world where Monokuma was called something like Grazely or something? Wait, that's crazy. That's an unbearable amount of bear puns.
Inside the beach house is a luxurious room with a fridge, storage closet, and a bathroom under renovation. Of course, Monomi reminds us that changing isn't allowed here, and Monokuma bounds in guns blazing, hoping to have the opportunity to pump a pervert full of lead, disappointed that he jumped said gun while waiting for some action. Lastly on our list of places to check out, we have a mysterious ancient ruin which resembles a large school building covered in roots and plant life.
Why is that kind of funny that immediately makes me think of NDRV3? Like, obviously, like, you know, we know what it is, but it's like, that's kind of funny that I was thinking of that first. Quick, someone check Roy's vanity mirror to see if there's a picture of Apollo with lipstick kiss on it. What? Why Apollo? Is it because he's a fan of catchy songs? And with so many sirens wrong, he thinks Odie's in the wrong? Damn, that's crazy.
It gives off an eerie vibe of a somewhat modern structure literally grafted in the earth, overtaken by the nature around it and hollowing it into something more naturalistic and haunting. Dusting off the large circular door at its front, we uncover something even stranger, a seemingly unfitting sci-fi-like passageway with the word future emblazoned upon it.
There it is.
A keypad seems to exist for entering a passcode, presumably to enter the ruin itself, but there's also a large machine gun affixed right next to it, which seems to disincentivize anyone from trying to brute force it. Though the idea comes up that this place might have something to do with the island's strange lack of inhabitants, Monokuma is quick to appear and point out something equally strange.
Man, obviously this is supposed to be like Hope's Peak Academy, but it's just funny to me because like NDRV3 is covered in tree roots and like overgrowth and everything like that. That's why I was like, that's kind of funny that like this visual exists like this, you know?
That he and Monami have
Also the
no
god of
means
prophecy?
of accessing what lies beyond
My
this
bad.
door themselves, and therefore have no actual clue what's inside of the ruin. Of course, before Monami can ask Monokuma questions about what this means for his role here, he oras her into next week and declares he has high expectations for everyone to solve the mystery of the island that even he can't. Before everyone can depart, though, the subject of the traitor comes back up. And upon being asked about it, Monokuma gives the group another tantalizing clue. A group called World
Tantalizing.
Ender, a name which he says is unavoidable despite how embarrassingly juvenile it is,
Yeah.
because the group itself actually ended the world. Of course, everyone is in disbelief that such an organization actually exists, but knowing what we do about the state of the world from the end of the last
I was gonna
game,
say.
well, let's just say our suspicions as players are probably raising quite a bit at this point.
It's also nice to get more of that world building confirmation because like obviously we're not in a trial right now and the exploration that we're getting helps fill in. I think I like it more in NDR2 like this or SDR2 rather because it when you learn about this stuff as opposed to the mystery of what's going on in the area, it feels like it makes stronger ties to the first one and builds upon it. Like we talked about that before, but it's just something I enjoyed more.
They even ask Monokuma if the group are a bunch of terrorists, and he responds, "Terrorist, huh? That might be accurate, but only losers are terrorists. If they manage to win, they become heroes.
I mean, yeah.
In that sense, they're more like heroes. They're the heroes who ended the world."
That was true.
Though he refuses to allow
Doesn't Ultra Despair Girls let us see some of what's going on in the outside world? Yep. Yeah, because you play as Makoto's sister and Genocide Jack and what's her freaking first name? Toko? I always forget it. Toko, I got it right.
elaborate much further on the nature of the group who's involved, or even if he's a part of it himself, Monokuma does claim that the organization the traitor is working for, and the reason they're all on this island in the first place, is all the work of World Ender. And with that, he departs, leaving us to return to our cottages for the night. In the morning, at the meeting, Nidai and Soda clumsily admit that there's a reason that nobody's seen Komaeda in a while, and that's because they tied him up at the old clubhouse, fearing he'd do something after everything he got up to in the last chapter.
Yeah, you guys need to go make sure that he's getting water and food, otherwise you'll accidentally murder him.
Thankfully, we don't really have to follow up on that right this second, getting to mostly enjoy a day of free time before Monokuma ropes us all back to Jabberwock Park in the nighttime. As his new props would imply, he's got a new motive to present to everyone.
Oh,
and it's
no.
quite the unusual one for sure. He's created his very own video game for everyone to play on an arcade cabinet. That
There we go. I remember this.
being a game called Twilight Syndrome Murder Case. As Nanami is quick to point out, Twilight Syndrome is in fact an actual series with multiple games and even several live-action films to its name. And this isn't
Whoa.
just some meta joke where a video game franchise
I didn't remember
exists
that.
within a video game franchise either, because Twilight Syndrome is an actual property that exists in real life. It's a series of horror adventure games, which ironically, despite being localized faithfully in this Danganronpa cameo appearance, has never actually had any of its games localized for the West, remaining
Wow.
Japanese exclusive for its entire tenure.
Wait, I didn't know
Games
that.
generally tend to follow high school girls exploring an
Oh my god, it's like Clock Tower. It's like that same... There's no way... Is it made by the same people? It's the same style. It has to be by the same team, right?
investigating urban legends and paranormal occurrences, both in and around their schools and neighborhoods. The series took life originally on the PlayStation in 1996 with a 2-part release a la Sonic & Knuckles, in that it was supposed to be one game before development issues forced it to be split up into 2 separate games.
Oh, that sucks.
The following sequels, Moonlight Syndrome and Twilight Syndrome Psychi, would also appear on PlayStation in 1997 and 2000, respectively, with the new game only arriving on the Nintendo DS in 2008.
Wow, I had no idea these were real games. That's insane. Twilight Syndrome is a Spike Chunsoft series. That's crazy. That's probably why they threw him in there like that, you know?
Whereupon the series went radio silent, aside from 2 live-action films in both 2000 and 2008. The first 2 games in the series were also directed by the ever-prolific Goichi Suda, aka Suda51.
What? Well, I had no idea.
Best known nowadays for his creative work on Killer
Yeah, Killer 7,
and
No More Heroes,
which
yeah.
means that there is now a legitimate tie between Monokuma and Travis Touchdown. Because you see, while the series was initially published and owned by Human Entertainment of Clock Tower fame, which explains a lot of its tonal and visual similarities to
God damn it, I'm sorry.
it later became the property of Spike, which explains its ability to cameo so blatantly in SDR2.
That's cool.
And in a manner
I
that
like
is
that.
extremely faithful to the overall design and feel of the original games, even if it's somewhat dumbed down for its much smaller scope.
Yeah.
Monokuma takes a few meta potshots at how they shouldn't diss adventure games because they're convenient to make for budgetary reasons.
I mean, yeah.
Saddened by his attempt to pin his own entry because she liked the series and feels that it's tainted by association. That being said, how is a game going to get everyone to kill each other? Well, he keeps the details somewhat vague, but claims whoever clears the game first will have a clear advantage over others in terms of information. Information which may provoke a killing to occur, which would then ensure anyone who is in the know would be more prepared for a potential attack. This is basically
I'm sorry, Ed.
scrap, but that curiosity and sense of paranoia is obviously going to provoke someone to play this thing in secret, regardless of how much we wish that wasn't the case. And in fact, it does seem to be the case, as once we wake up to go to the morning meeting, we bump into Kazuryu acting strange and hiding an envelope under his arm.
I wonder what he did.
Got something for something.
Yeah, wow.
Under request from Koizumi, we bring a day's tray of food to Komaeda, who's still tied up. Despite Hinata trying to steel himself for the encounter, Komaeda's mentions of knowing Koizumi must be busy with something, and the fact that he now knows about the arcade cabinet prove troubling. And unable to take a second longer of his provoking, Hinata places the food down and leaves hastily.
It's really funny, too, because it's just like, how would you know that? How would you know that? And you just run out, you put the food down, and it's like, you're gone. You think Chiaki is particular about the difference between adventures and visual novel? I'm betting she either doesn't care or it's really spirited about it. I'm going to say it depends on who she's talking to. The right person, spirited. Most people don't care. Also, fun fact, years after the video, a fan translation of Twilight Syndrome on PS1 is currently being worked on and is making good progress. That's dope. Oh, I can't wait. Good night, Dren. Bye-bye.
A day's free time allows us some time to distract ourselves, but ultimately as night crawls closer, the curiosity is just too much. We have to know what's going on with that
We
game.
gotta go play the game.
So on we walk to Jabberwock Park, immediately seen through by Naname, and also quick to note Koizumi on her way back from somewhere too, looking somewhat nervous. Making our way to Jabberwock Park, we start up the game, which contains a pretty telling note at the very beginning. Warning, this game is a work of non-fiction. Any resemblances to real persons living or dead is purely intentional. This little piece of survival horror is Monokuma's veiled way of communicating information to us about the past, in other words. A set of school memories that some characters have forgotten being involved in.
It's also funny because you see that kind of logo or that kind of warning in a lot of games that make allusions or aversions to real life people, albeit worded differently, but it is just funny to see.
Starting rather unusually with the second day, a group of girls with familiar speech patterns talk about an incident where the previous day they all discovered a body in one of the empty classrooms. Apparently the girl was killed with a blunt object.
Familiar speech patterns? I mean, they're all supposed to be stand-ins, but are we supposed to know them by the speech patterns? My bad.
And authorities suspect someone came in from the outside, having broke a window to escape. Apparently, the girl's school swimsuit was stolen too, so a pervert seems to be the likely candidate. Apparently, these girls kept quiet about their discovery and instead let a janitor who discovered it later on report it himself. Though they all seem to argue that this is for the best, one of the girls speaks up, apparently having taken photos of the body just in case, thinking that they might be questioned by police.
And that's obviously Koizumi.
Girl E is quick to take them and rip them up, insisting that they be incinerated and that any remaining digital copies also be erased. A fact that seems a bit disconcerting.
Those obvious Hyoko's
considering
because
the
how much of a bitch she
circumstances.
is. Makes sense.
Cutting forward to the 4th day, we actually play as Girl E,
God, the
walking
music's
back
so
home on
good.
her own. She's determined to forget about the incident, but is accosted by a voice that insists they won't let her, and will never forgive her for what she did.
Poor
Cutting
Girl
back
E.
to the other girls, it seems we know what happened afterward now. Peeking inside of a classroom, we see Girl E dead with a nearby bat, the apparent murder weapon.
Oh.
Immediately after, we get a game over screen, which adds down 5, a message that Hinata can't really seem to understand and assumes the game is over, not really able to grasp the full context of events because of how things were segmented up and skipped around. At the meeting, we learned that apparently Koizumi is off on her own, rather unusually, and has denied requests to come along. Furthermore, Soda insists we meet him at the supermarket at 2:30 for something secret.
Bath stream when? What a weird first thing to ask. But hey, if we hit 100K on YouTube, that's the plan. We just hit 40K recently.
When we do meet him and go to the diner, apparently his whole plan was to intercept a girl's day out he overheard Sonia planning for Chandler Beach, wanting to hang out with them without just outright showing up by himself. Of course, unfortunately,
Understandable.
he sucks at...
Small disturbing fact about Koizumi. The secret fan service scene of her taking a shower, her body covered by fog, but in the game files, you can find that scene without the fog. Sus. Oh, weird. Very
lying
weird.
anyway, so he barely needed our help to begin
Wasn't down 5 a lot clearer in Japanese? I don't even remember what it means.
with.
Coffee. Sorry.
I do feel a little bad that Soda gets done so dirty by the localization, though. While he's definitely not perfect in the Japanese either, the NIS translation makes him out to be way creepier in a lot of his dialogue than he ever was originally.
I remember it like him seeming creepy because he was like babes in like bathing suits and stuff like that. But I also I never took it like because of how he acts it out, because of the animations that they have for like his, you know, his character model and everything like that. It always felt like it was a little bit more playful than creepy. So I don't know. That's just me. Kazuichi always just struck me as a bit of a loser, not an active creeper or perv. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree.
Not to mention the bungling of his abuse backstory, which kind of helped explain his personality more. Oh well. Anyway, while waiting, we actually see
we probably
Kazuki
can't go
coming
into
back from
everybody's
somewhere,
backstory.
who also seems flustered about something, but slips away once everyone else shows up to talk. Shortly after, we also see Saionji fleeing from the beach, crying about something.
Is Teruteru more or less creepy in Japanese? I'm sure it's like worse. I'm gonna be real. I think the pervert character is usually a trope that is enjoyed by Eastern audiences, which is why it's prevalent in a lot of games like this. I would imagine probably worse. Right? Someone back me up on that. Someone can back me up on that. To my memory, he's more or less the same between both. Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
This mystery is fittingly distracted from by some cheesecake shots of the various girls in their bathing suits, however.
Oh.
Awari's being somewhat offset by the blood from her fighting with Nidai.
Yeah.
Hekayama shows up entirely drenched, having apparently swam around the islands to see if she could get to another, but failing to make much headway. And Sonia entirely subverts Soda's hopes in a truly hilarious fashion by showing up in a full-body wetsuit. Ready to
Don't
get
wanna
our
get a
fun in the
sunburn.
sun on, Soda runs to the beach house to make preparations when suddenly he screams, and a body discovery announcement goes off. Before we even have much time to process what's going on, we rush to the front after being unable to open the side door. And inside...
Wait, question? Does DR2 also have the rule of 3 people have to see the body for the discovery thing to go off, or is it just the first person that finds it? Yeah, so it's 3 people. Okay, I always forget which games have that rule. Okay.
we discover the body of one super high school level
3.
photographer, Mahiru Koizumi. Incidentally, laying next to her body is a bat, just like the one that killed Girl E. It seems, after all, Monokuma's game did somehow lead to a killing.
It's all
Quick
games?
cut
Okay,
in
okay.
to disclaim, Koizumi is one of 2 characters I completed the free time events of in this playthrough,
Oh.
and I think in doing so it highlights my love-hate relationship with the concept of the free time events. You see, Koizumi kind of gets a lot of flack from people who don't really know what her deal is, because if you go through the game without really getting to know her, all that you really gather about her is that she's kind of a plain busybody who seems to expect men to do everything for women, and this rubs some people kind of wrongly about her.
I didn't remember that. I just remember being kind of bored with her. Like just like looking at her character and the interactions that you have. So like it wasn't a character that I wanted to engage with very often. Like Chiaki's an obvious one. Nagito's an obvious one. I probably spent time with Byakuya. I think I went through and did more of them down the line, but I genuinely don't remember what the majority of SDR2's cast's backstories are.
Her. What kills me about that is that she actually has a lot more depth that you only realize by doing her free times. And while I love the idea in concept of a system where you can only get to know certain characters better if you like them, having to balance your delicate time and hope like your own character hopes that they won't die before you can learn about them, this also means a lot of characters like Koizumi miss out on the privilege of having their development and backstories addressed by the main story very often.
Yeah, and that is something that I kind of complained about with other characters in the cast of Danganronpa 1, because like so many of them are like so much more one-dimensional. And sure, SDR2 has the same problem. It's honestly just a problem in both games.
And therefore come across as somewhat half-baked or unlikable to players who don't really go out of their way to seek these scenes, sometimes making their deaths a little bit less impactful. That's why I kind of want to take a step back and highlight my experience getting to know Koizumi before addressing everything yet to come from this revelation.
Backstory time.
I think it should highlight what I'm talking about, in that it made this death much more devastating and sudden than it would have otherwise been. You see, Koizumi is, of course, a photographer, and she got that talent from somewhere in particular. Namely, she picked up the hobby from her mother, who was herself a famous wartime photographer. While Koizumi's mother won accolades and became successful painting portraits of the horrors going on outside the periphery of our normal lives, Koizumi took comfort in the inverse, photographing almost exclusively scenes of people spending time together. Often, her subjects are caught making goofy, candid expressions. There's a naturalistic sense of vulnerability and sensitivity to her work that she often likes to depict specifically because it's so fleeting. I never erase a photo once I take it, she says. That's my policy. No matter what kind of photo it is, the moment captured in it only exists at that time.
I like that a lot. I do like that as a concept, especially when used as a point of genuineness. I think that's the right word, genuineness. Because it's like you can't pose it. It's that one instance where the photo is taken where people are being their true selves, and that's you really do get to know people a lot in those moments too.
This is only further made understandable by the fact that while her mother is away for work, she claims to have almost exclusively to take care of her own father, who refuses to do anything for himself or indeed his own daughter. Always longing for that familial togetherness that she lacks, she retreated into the comfort of photography, and always faced with a father who wouldn't do his job by supporting his own child, she became embittered toward the idea of who she sees as lazy men who should be taking responsibility for those around them, but who often don't.
Makes sense.
In spending time with her and proving that we actually listen to what she has to say, take an interest in what's important to her, she slowly opens up and even asks Hinata to take a picture of her for the first time. She claims that she's never taken pictures of herself and wants to see what she looks like through your eyes, immortalizing that moment as one of many potential memories she hopes to make with you and everyone else in the future. And that's why, when her life is so violently and suddenly ripped from us, it hurts.
If this was all a dream,
Hinata says.
when did I begin dreaming? If this is reality,
Ooh.
why is Mahiru on the floor covered in blood? I couldn't understand anything that was in front of me. And I couldn't believe in anything.
And with
It is always sad to kind of find out those backstories, because I remember feeling that way in DR1. Like the more you find out about the characters, especially in like the unlimited free time segments after you beat the game. But it is still even knowing that, I'm not saying like she deserved to die, because that's crazy. There are still things that I'm like, man, I wish things were done differently. I do wish there were certain character aspects that were brought out more in character, but I mean, it's the second trial, it's the second case.
that devastating note in mind, we are afforded no time to properly grieve.
It's sort of dementia.
A person we've gotten to know, to spend time with, and to build hopes for the future with, is now gone. And before we can even pick up the pieces, we've got to condemn another friend to their fate by figuring out who killed her.
Who done
lest
it?
we suffer the punishment awaiting a class who can't stand to reveal the truth. So obviously the bat's the weapon. It's ripped right out of the game that the motive was
Yeah,
based around,
obviously.
and Nanami's quick to admit that she actually did play it herself, and has seen more than we have, so we should probably check it out again later because Hinata's bad at video games. Koizumi's body
Yeah, a
was
little
leaned on
bit.
the side door when she died, meaning that's why we could only get in through the front. There's a weird cutesy anime mask on
Oh, we get more of Mahiru in 2x2. She seems... she deserves more character development. So the only problem with that then is you're sacrificing other characters that also, air quotes, deserve character development. Like, there's handfuls of other people that could have more to them. Like Akane could have more. I'd love to see what Teru could have become if he was given time to grow beyond just the stereotyped pervert character. You know, stuff like that. And it's like, it's definitely going to be an interesting, like, I hope everybody gets more time. God, yeah, I'm curious to see what's going to
around near
happen.
the body, which
with
somehow
2x2.
relates back to the story of Sparkling Justice, who also wore masks when committing crimes.
Fuyuhiko was supposed to die instead of... Oh, okay. Well, we're trying not to talk about the cases that haven't happened yet. We're on case 2 right now. We're on case 2. Hey, relax.
The mask is from
She
some
better not die in
sort
chapter
of
1, I hope
magical
so.
girl anime. Oh, I get it. Another serial killer fake out, like chapter 2 of Danganronpa 1.
Haha.
In the closet,
That's
there's
so
a lot of
funny.
crap, but one gummy bear. I cannot play the song,
Ooh.
I'm sorry. Copyright is a foul beast. Anyhow, that
What's the Gummy Bear song? What?
obviously seems
Okay.
like a plant to incriminate Saionji, since we saw her running from the beach house and also see tiny footprints on the sand outside.
You don't want to know? Seriously? Should I know? Listen, I'm going to take your guys' word for it. I'm not going to look it up.
So that's just way too obvious. Monami lets us know that the renovations being done in the bathroom are because the shower doesn't work, so no running water would be here for the killer to utilize for whatever reason, should they need to. And the window inside of the room is pretty high up to be crawling out of, even though it most certainly can be pushed if you were high enough. There's also a bunch of empty water bottles in the trash that weren't there the other day, and the fridge is a lot emptier for them. Deciding we've got everything here, we head to check out the game, and oh son of a bitch, Komaida's here. Solve the
Yeah!
mystery of the game too, because everyone but us might as well have by now, and we sit down to figure out what we missed. Of course, this should be obvious, as the game over message down 5 obviously meant we should press down 5 times on the title screen, which
Duh. Everybody knows that. I forgot.
lets us fill in the missing days we didn't get to see before. The first day actually covers the body discovery, where the girls hear a crashing noise, presumably the window, and go up to investigate, whereupon they find the dead girl. There's a broken fish tank nearby, which implies it got knocked to the side in the killer's haste to escape through the broken window, and they suspect the alleged pervert as the culprit because of the missing swimsuit mentioned before.
Unlimited free time after the game is cool, but I wish there was more time in between trials so that deaths have a little more of an emotional gut punch. In that same way, I would say I wish there was more forced conversations. Actually, that's so hard because it's like then you as the player will start being like, "Oh, they forced me to hang out with Koizumi. Like I know she's gonna die." You know? That's hard. That's a hard balance to have. I'm sure. And if you have too much downtime in between cases, then it starts feeling bloated and too long, especially for the people that just want to do the cases. So, yeah, the chapter 1 forcing you to spend time with freaking what's her name, Maizono. Yeah.
On the third day, we finally get to the bottom of Girl E's weird behavior, because Girl D found a shattered vase in the room next to the body, meaning it was probably done to draw everyone's attention to something that had been done before. It becomes pretty clear that Girl E did the deed and pinned it on an unrelated perv. Girl D took photos of the vase and wants the truth, at which point Girl E basically admits to the murder for Girl D's sake, saying she knew Girl D was being tormented and bullied by the victim. Though Girl D seems to be trying to cover for Girl E, she also seems pretty shocked about the whole thing, and not in a particularly good way. Girl E tries to burn the photos, but a guy named Guy F finds the remains of them, and already suspecting Girl E gets pissed, saying he'll never forgive her for what she did to his little sister. This means that Girl E was probably killed later by Guy F in a manner that resembled the previous murder as revenge. This pretty much makes the case obvious, given the previous evidence, but the credits hammer it in further by listing the cast as Sumiki, Koizumi, Saionji, Miota, Sato, Kuzuryu, and Kuzuryu. Despite clearing the game, though, we can't have the end prize because only the first winner could get it. Komaeda calls everyone associated to the airport to question them, and although none of them obviously remember the game's story since it took place within their school memories, they all do admit Koizumi was attempting to wrangle them together for a talk, but was unable because everyone was busy.
Yeah, Nagito, I heard if you don't do his chapter 1, it mostly locks you out of story for free time? Really? I don't remember that.
Saionji claims, however, that Koizumi never talked to her at all, which... sus, but again,
lie?
too sus. Investigating Koizumi's room gets us the prize envelope, which contains photos of Sumiki, Miota, and Saionji from their time in school, obviously taken by Koizumi, and also the aforementioned photos of the broken vase and a girl murdered inside of the Hove's Peak music
Well, she looks familiar.
room, who also has some pretty obvious blonde hair and blushy cheeks we might recognize.
Yeah.
Lastly, there's a photo of the body from the game's last day, Girl E, or Sato, lying dead with a bat next to her, and a note that reads, "Try playing Twilight Syndrome. After you get a game over, press down 5 times for the real game.
Yep.
Once you do, you should remember what you all did to my sister. We'll talk then."
Damn.
And well, we all
Piano's
know
also
who
in the
was
frame,
holding an
too.
envelope a while back and who
I was going to say that, but I'm like, damn.
seems to be unwilling to talk to us all in something of a more suspicious manner than usual. But did Kuzuryu really kill her? He seems even more obvious than Saionji at this point. And again, if we're going by the framework of DR1's second chapter, we had an obvious scapegoat, a still fairly obvious scapegoat, and a hard right turn true killer who we didn't see coming.
Yeah, and I like this because I like needing to think out the killer or think out what exactly happened. There's so many situations in games like these where it's like you know who the killer is right away and then getting to prove it. I prefer it this way where you as the player are also trying to figure it out. It's very fun that way.
So we're still probably one layer
Yeah,
removed.
foreshadowing.
And also, this is the point where Sonia mentions the only interview ever taken with Sparkling Justice by a reporter was in Spain, where they belted their catchphrase and also murdered the interviewer to protect their identity.
Oh.
Bit against the whole only villains policy, but that would still make the potential reference pretty accurate, I suppose.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Our last sliver of information comes from Sumiki's completed autopsy, confirming that Koizumi probably died immediately after being bludgeoned, and that she didn't have any time to actually do anything
Connor
or
jump
move
scare.
afterward. In her pocket, a note was also found saying, "It seems there's someone who wants to interfere with our meeting. Let's keep it a secret. Until then, let's try not to see each other for a while. It would be bad if they started suspecting us for no reason. Signed, Hiyoko Saionji, specifying a time to meet at the beach house." Oh, also, Komaeda snuck into Saionji's cabin while she was out and traced her shoes to confirm her footprints, and took a package of her gummies to compare them to the one found in the closet. And that makes our evidence roster to head into the trial with.
It's so funny because he's just like, yeah, I broke in. What? We needed the information. Of course I broke in. What are you talking about? Of course I broke in.
Oh boy, let's get into it.
Yeah.
So first, to understand this case, we've got to solve the case
Both Monaco,
within
yeah.
the case, the Twilight Syndrome murder case, and it should be pretty obvious who's who and how it went down at this point, for the most part. Girl E, Sato, was the murderer in the first case, who stole a school swimsuit of one Little Miss Kuzuryu and filled it with gravel to bludgeon her with, then disposed of it. She wrecked the room, broke the window, and went to the office to get the key to the room, which she'd locked from the inside. And this was all way before Sumiki, Miota, Koizumi, and Saionji met each other in the main
Go
hall
off, my
later.
son, true.
She then broke a vase in the neighboring room to draw everyone there so they could see her unlock the door, discover the body together, and assume the sound was the window being broken directly after the murder occurred, when it had actually been some time. Discovering the discrepancies, Koizumi hid Sato's involvement but wanted her to come clean, and Sato tried to destroy the evidence later rediscovered by our Kuzuryu, who took his revenge by killing Sato in the same manner his sister was killed in.
I genuinely really like this case purely just for how roundabout it is. I think the only weird thing to me is why they wanted to present it as like air quotes a video game, and not something like, hey guys, let's tell you a totally unrelated story and just make it a movie. Like why did it need to be a video game? So they could do the down 5? I guess, I don't know.
Obviously, all this gives Kuzuryu a pretty good motive, but he seems to keep denying the game is even real, despite us knowing that it very much is.
You think it was budget?
Still, the play-
It could have been. I mean, games like these tend to have a little bit lower budget, but like Danganronpa 1 was pretty successful. We need to buy Twilight Syndrome? What? Twilight Syndrome wasn't even out anymore. Didn't the last game come out on DS? And like 2 years before this game came out on PSP?
Oriented evidence against Saionji comes up as a result, and it's time to pick all that apart so we can proceed. While she initially denies going, the letter found on Koizumi's person calls this into question, but she actually has no idea where it came from. Following that lead, we can pinpoint Saionji was at some point in the beach house closet because of the gummy on the floor, with it being alleged that she waited for Koizumi and then attacked,
Roses, thank you.
misjudged where her body would wind up and was forced to leave through the front, making footprints. The gummies don't prove much, though, as the only brand Saionji is known to eat and are hoarded in her room have no yellow flavor to speak of, meaning it's an obvious plant by someone else. Furthermore, Koizumi couldn't have crawled out to the door to block it intentionally because she died instantly, as per Sumiki's autopsy. That means only the killer could drag her, but seeing as Saionji had no blood on her and can't tie her kimono by herself, she couldn't have cleaned herself up afterward.
Wait a minute, I also just realized, obviously there's a lot of implications at another time. Shouldn't we be getting the autopsy reports from just Monokuma? Because like having it be from Sumiki is just, she could just lie. She could lie and be like, yeah, this person was murdered 4 hours ago, and it was actually like 30 minutes ago. You know? What happens if you did down 5 at the start? Oh, I got no idea. Why would she lie? What if she killed somebody? That's my point. What if she was the killer? You know? Or she was covering for somebody else. Roy, not now, my bad.
Furthermore, the water in the beach house wasn't working anyway, so even if she could clean herself alone, she would have had no way to without passing someone covered in blood. Awari
Give some
was
information while
covered in
Mikan
blood,
gives her
but
further
Nidai
in-depth
can back
information.
up
Got
her
it.
reason was simply because she was fighting him, and he saw it himself. It's at this point that Saionji admits that Koizumi really did come to her earlier to ask about a meeting at a certain time and place, and she's the only one who agreed. However, at a certain point, she got a letter in her cottage mailbox from Koizumi which matches the exact wording of the note found on Koizumi herself, specifying a slightly earlier time. With the handwriting and phrasing looking similar in both, this was obviously a plant by the killer to lure them both out and to entrap Saionji for potential framing. When Saionji went, she was drugged and placed in the closet. When she came out, she
updated
saw
autopsy
the body
report.
and ran, meaning the killer must have intentionally
Ace
placed
Attorney.
her there, killed Koizumi, set up her body, cleaned up, hid in the closet in an empty surfboard case, waited for Saionji to get up, see the body, freak out, and rush away, leaving her footprints behind, then planted the gummy and made their escape. In the process of thinking about the killer's arrival and departure, we also get our last unique mini.
Oh, there's the surfing. Okay. Hey, Silver, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Roy Chiato. We're reacting to the Danganronpa 2 retrospective. Pull up a chair, kick your feet. Let's have some fun. Stronger than Mother Nature? Hell yeah. I'd love to hear it. I always thought this picture is so funny to me too. But I also really like it in terms of second case, that it's not just like, obviously there's a lot of subterfuge in like who done it, who's the killer. There's almost something fun about trying to pin it on someone that's not just a serial killer. And then they also pin it on a serial killer just to add more confusion. But then that also kind of takes away from it. I should watch that anime on Hulu. The Danganronpa anime? Oh yeah, Danganronpa 3. Yeah. Yeah. Chapter 1, Monokuma gave cause of death by stabbing, where Mikan tells you how big the stab wounds were, and thus the weapon. Got it.
Where we control Hinata on a mind snowboard and take him through various geometric tunnels where we're asked a sequence of leading questions and must take the correct branching pathways corresponding to answers until we arrive at the end.
Otherwise you die.
It's pretty decent, and I enjoy it a lot more than most of the other minigames. Plus, the snowboard is something of an obvious yet cheeky little reference to Minami Takayama's tenure as Conan Edogawa again, because of Conan's signature skateboard that he rides all.
Oh. I don't think I would know that unless I played it with the JP voices.
The time. It's at this point that Komaeda makes an observation. Since the body discovery announcement that goes off when 3 or more people find a body,
I forgot about it, yeah.
When Koizumi was discovered by Soda, and Saionji obviously saw it before too, and the killer obviously saw it, was the killer counted as one of the 3 or more people needed to trigger the discovery announcement? Monokuma's reluctant to disclose this fact, as the announcement isn't really meant for deductive purposes, just a fair trial. But he reluctantly concedes and admits that the announcement doesn't include the killer this time around.
So one
meaning
extra
at least
person.
4 people must have seen the body in total by the time Soda was added to that list. Back to the subject of the killer's cleanup, though.
Only time 3 discovered was used. I feel like from this point on, I was always like, who are the 3 people that found the body?
How'd they wash off without the shower? Simple, the water bottles that they threw away. With no opportunity to dry off, however, who's the obvious pick? Well, none other than Peko Yama, of course. She wasn't lapping the islands for a swim after all. That'd have been a little silly, right?
I think I missed this when I was playing it the first time. And in retrospect, this seems so obvious, like remembering that she was like dripping wet and then just not remembering that later, that one piece of information.
Kazuryu strangely tries to stick up for her and say he saw her coming back from her swim on his way to his cottage, but Hinata's quick to point out that he just said earlier in the trial that he saw no one on his way back, so he's obviously lying to protect her. But why is that? He does bring up a good point, though, in
a lot of people I saw play missed that part.
Escaped.
I think I did too when I played it casually, but it's been so long since I've played it casually that I don't remember as much.
This, unfortunately, seals her fate, though, because the method of escape proves it's only Pekoyama who could have done it. Through the small bathroom window, she climbed using her sword as a prop against the wall, then used its carrying bag as a tie around it to pull it through with her on the way out, gracefully escaping and ready to return to the restaurant.
Yep.
Of course, since she had no time to dry and there were no towels in the beach house, she had to make her swimming excuse, but it's no longer holding any water. It's at this point that Pekoyama takes a hard right turn into unexpected serial killer territory, trying to reveal herself as Sparkling Justice, which Monokuma bemoans as old crap being retreaded, and comes across as very funny considering the magical girl mask and talk of justice brings to mind another one of Pekoyama's voice actress Kotono Mitsuishi's most iconic roles.
And chat mentioned that earlier to me because I didn't realize that was the case. But also just funny because quite literally retreading the ground from DR1. So a lot of really funny stuff that's like, oh wow, I remember this from case back in DR1.
Eager to wrap this up as they become increasingly unnerved, we summarize the case one more time in classic Danganronpa fashion and vote for Pekoyama, who strangely seems indifferent to all this. As the vote is cast, Sonia raises objection to note something she only just remembered, that Sparkling Justice was from Spain, as confirmed by the interview with them. Furthermore, when asked to recite their catchphrase in Spanish, Pekoyama can't do it, so clearly she's not actually Sparkling Justice, meaning the familiar serial killer reveal from DR1 isn't being repeated wholesale. It was just a familiar trope to get our guards down and nothing more. Pekoyama wasn't working at it from a meta level herself, though, of course. She just figured acting freaky would get our votes in quicker, and she was right. This is where she makes her argument for us being wrong. Because you see, while she may have technically killed Koizumi, she argues this was at the behest of someone else, whom she served faithfully as nothing but a mere tool, exerting no will or motive of her own in the process. At this point, it should be pretty obvious who she's referring to. Yeah, Kazuryu and Pekoyama knew each other, for their entire lives, in fact.
I think this is also a really fun twist into the prior relationships aspect, because we didn't have this in DR1. This is the twist that I really, really enjoy. That these characters actually know each other and they know that they know each other. They didn't just cut out their entire memories. It's nice to have some sort of relationship beforehand. Like obviously we had it with Makoto and what's her name? Sayonji. No, not Sayonji. What's her? I always freaking forget her name. But the first victim. And they knew Sayaka, thank you. That they knew each other in middle school and then stopped talking to each other after that. But that didn't add into this at all. You know? Joel, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for the raid on the YouTube side. Joel and Raiders. Hello, everybody. My name is Roy Chiato. Like a macchiato, I'm your coffee field host with the most professional voice actor. And I love working out. In case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. We are reacting to a Danganronpa 2 retrospective. We're getting ready for Danganronpa 2x2 whenever that finally gets announced. This one is done by Nezumi VA. They're here in chat hanging out with us tonight and answering questions about the video as we go on. So full spoilers for Danganronpa 2 in case you are curious to how the story goes. Full spoilers are in effect. We're going through the entire game and kind of talking about things as we go on. So just be warned. Be wary. Be warned. All right. Let's continue.
Pekoyama was orphaned and taken in by his Yakuza clan, given everything in exchange for becoming young Master Fuyuhiko's humble 24/7 bodyguard and hitman. Stubborn and resilient as he was, he always pushed back against having one, but clearly cared for Pekoyama. Even demanded at the start of their school trip that they abandon their professional ties and that Pekoyama live a life for herself. Remaining stubbornly loyal, however, and seeing a meeting occur between Kuzuryu, enraged by his sister's death, and Koizumi, whom he viewed as complicit in it, she acted in what she thought was his will alone and killed her, to which she argues it's incorrect to classify her as the killer, as she was simply to be wielded for Kuzuryu's will.
So this part confused me in the game, because is the implication that, like, that she that she killed Fuyuhiko's sister in real life? Because, like, if not, it's just she just acted on her own and made jumps and assumptions in that. That's where it was, like, confusing, because it's like we never get confirmation about that because we don't know much about his outside life and we only know about their upbringing. That was a confusing part to me.
This would entail Kuzuryu basically admitting Pekoyama was nothing more than a tool to him, though, and not only that, but agreeing that he wanted this. And as we can see from the flashback, though he was definitely angry at Koizumi, maybe even planning to kill her, he was conflicted about it. When he went to meet her, she was clearly and had clearly been upset and ashamed of everything, and despite her confusion, wanted to make amends. The only mistake she made was getting him—
Sato Mahiru's friend killed Kuzuryu's sister.
Fired up by insisting that despite Sato's crimes, he shouldn't have committed another murder in retaliation, as that made him just as guilty of murder himself. Sensing that rage building up inside of him from her—
But that, so that actually did happen then. Fuyuhiko actually did kill someone in the real world, and it was Mahiru's friend. It's kind of weird that she claims no will of her own, thus pushing the blame into Fuyuhiko, despite having done what she did out of loyalty to him. Yes, okay.
Her words, that's when Pekoyama jumped in. But as we can clearly see, Kuzuryu is horrified by it, knowing that it will only get her found out and executed, and demanding she forget her debts to him and just seek to get away with it. Clearly, because of this, we come to our ultimate conclusion that Pekoyama's argument just doesn't hold up. And despite Monokuma knowing this, he actually was compelled by her logic for a bit before finally giving up on it.
And here I thought it'd be more brutal and heartless,
he says.
Shown in the
Man,
anime, I
how
just don't remember.
which means everything happened thanks to her meddlesome actions. There's no way a human that meddlesome could ever be considered a tool.
That's actually
Pekoyama
funny.
admits that she was afraid that this would happen, that Kuzuryu is too kind-hearted deep down, despite his appearance, to abandon everyone to their deaths. As a last request, she asks him to remember the tool that always stood by his side. But in a truly—
I feel bad for Mahiru, but the way she confronted him did escalate the situation. I mean, yeah, I guess. It's just, it's definitely one of those, like, this is one of the logic ones that always, like, confused me, because it feels like it jumps around a lot, you know? She's thinking they already voted for her, so Kuzuryu will get away with it. Oh, that's why she's doing it, but they haven't actually. Yeah, the anime moments in DR3 were few, and in one episode, it focuses more on Fuyuhiko's sister and her character. Got it.
heart-wrenching moment.
Yeah, I just don't
he
remember.
says that he never needed a tool. That since they were together ever since they were kids, she should understand more than anyone that all he wanted was her all along, and begs her not to leave him alone. Only realizing in that moment how much she truly meant to him, not as a tool, but as a person, as someone he truly loved. Pekoyama weeps bitterly as she realizes the enormity of her mistake, and the fact that in response to his final, most desperate plea, for once, she cannot give him what he's asked for. Puppeted like a voodoo doll by Monokuma in true all-encompassing tool-like fashion, Pekoyama is made to face an army of wooden samurai dolls,
I remember
buckling
this
under
one.
the pressure of a wave of enemies. Kuzuryu tries to cut in to save her, but ironically, the hands which were always meant to protect him are forcibly made to cut him down. And in her final moments under no one else's control, Pekoyama shields Kuzuryu with her own body as the dolls repeatedly impale her, her blood trailing the ground she walked. Though Kuzuryu isn't killed, he's barely alive and is taken away by Monokuma's suddenly appearing ambulance for emergency treatment.
Don't worry about it. Listen, if they weren't supposed to die, like in the game or in the circumstances of whatever, then they revive them. That's just how it goes, you know? It'd be messed up but interesting if 2x2 we get Peko as a survivor and Fuyuhiko as a victim killer, because she would develop her own identity beyond a tool now that her master's gone. Yeah, that'd be kind of messed up, you know. Like if letter wasn't sent, Hyoko and Mahito will talk to Fuyuhiko if letter plan mess them up. I don't know what that means. There's a lot of interesting what if scenarios with this one though. I kind of hope it gets changed a little bit though. Because this one still feels like there's a lot of like jumping around in logic for it, but it's not bad. I do like it. I do like the relationship between Fuyuhiko and Peko. It just sucks that Mahito ended up being kind of a victim of just like confrontation, you know? Because Mahito didn't do anything, right? It was Sato that killed somebody. So.
As the timer in Jabberwock Park crawls closer to its end, Monami stands alone, talking to an unseen party, asking if they can see everything going on. She questions whether it would really be hope or despair for the kids to escape this island or live on it forever, and says that the alternative would be the resurrection of super high school level despair and a continuation of the tragedy, and that this is all for the sake of a future filled with hope. Ending Chapter 2.
Hope.
This chapter is honestly one of the best in the series for me. The clever incorporation of a game inside of a game, the introduction of the logic dive, the creative but still easy enough to solve murder plot, and even the fun skewing of expectations from the first game's second chapter is all excellent. And
I do agree that it is good. I think it's just me being a dumbass had a hard time putting it together in my first casual playthrough, so I have like mixed feelings on it because I was so stupid. And when I have a hard time where I struggle with like logicking things together or like fully comprehending things, I'm like, well, it should have been like this. But in hindsight, reacting to it like this, where it's a lot easier to see played out, it is really cool. It is really interesting to see the game be such a big part of it, to have such outside factors, kind of like dive into it, have other aspects be recreated in the actual killing. So I still like it, but I kind of hate that Peko's whole character is kind of just thrown under the rug to develop. Yeah, she becomes what's the phrase in comics? The woman in the fridge. In Western comics, there's a phrase called the woman in the fridge, where it is a female character is sacrificed or inhumanely maimed to develop another character. I think it was for a Green Lantern as well, is where that started. And it unfortunately became a pretty common occurrence in a lot of media, where character A dies, so character B gets developed more. You know, they develop because of the trauma. So Kyle Rayner, there you go. Yeah, I couldn't remember who it was for. I was pretty certain it was a Green Lantern though. Yeah, usually a man. That's why it's woman in the fridge. Never heard that trope word. It's because it's a Western comics thing, which is not like with such a weird describing of it, you know. But yeah, that's the thing that I always think about, is the unfortunate, unnecessary sacrifice of a character to develop someone else. So yeah. Yep, you guys got it.
it's all wrapped into a nice bow with the narrative surrounding Kazuryu and Pekoyama, which is just about as heartbreaking as it gets, folks. At the beginning of this game, I didn't really have strong opinions about either of them, aside from that Kazuryu was a grade A jerkbag, and here he is making me cry like a little baby. I really cared about the victim in this case, but I also really cared about the perpetrators, and I can see how everything about this case all tragically came together.
It sucks because it also comes from a misunderstanding where it's like, obviously she still killed, you know, Mahiru, but like making that mistake is very much a, oh, why did you do that? Oh, I thought that's what you wanted. No, I didn't want that. Why would you think that I wanted that? Like, it is very unfortunate. It just adds even more layers of despair on top of it.
And that makes it both a very satisfying mystery and a heartbreaking character study, with some of what I find to be the best writing in the series overall. It's one of my favorite chapters in DR history, and it gets high marks from me because of it. It'll be hard to top this, and unfortunately, Chapter 3, for a variety of reasons, doesn't really stand a chance.
Yeah, it doesn't. I don't remember specifically what happens, but I remember not enjoying chapter 3 as much. I think I remember who the victim is, and I think I remember who the killer is, but I don't think I remember any. Like, chapter 3 is one that I barely remember. Chapter 4 I remember because of the complexity of it, and then chapter 5 I know who the victim is, but like my memory starts to really fade. Chapter 3, Trapped by the Ocean Scent.
Chapter 3 is my least favorite chapter in the game. Let's just go ahead and get that one out of the way.
I mean, the fact that I barely remember it is kind of like, I feel like that probably says something in and of itself. Like, Trial 1 is so obvious, like, easy to remember. Trial 2, I remembered almost every single piece of it. I think probably because of the complexity of it. Chapter 4, I remember because of also how crazily complex it is. On chapter 5, I remember because of who the victim is and how it develops and everything. But chapter 3, I know some of the people involved. I don't know anything that happens. I don't remember any of the shit.
Yet, despite this
chapter
harsh
3
claim,
curse,
I
yeah.
doubt it will come across as nearly controversially to viewers as my complaints against Chapter 2 in the DR1 video. As what I've come to understand is that most people who play SDR2 call Chapter 3 their least favorite in the game. Ergo, I'm not particularly unique in this instance, and my voice is just one of the many in an anguished choir of groans that makes up the common complaints about this chapter.
No, I think you were right in the first game too. I think chapter 2 is rough around the edges and is not aged well at all. I think I still dislike the third chapter more in DR1 just for other reasons, but I think most people agree with you in this one. Like, you have good takes.
Still, while my criticisms for it will likely be nothing so unique as to be refreshing or uncommon, I will still try to articulate them as best as I can. So
Hey,
let's
it's a
get into
retrospective.
it.
You don't have to
Begin
worry
the
about
chapter
it.
With Sayonji trying her darndest to make a shrine to Koizumi's memory, and although it's heartfelt, it's unfortunately giving off pretty creepy vibes, which throws everyone off. Sayonji herself even pretends to hate it until everyone finds out that she was the one who put it together.
Yeah, like, look at all the skulls and everything. Bro, it's so creepy.
Upon which she cries and everyone apologizes, calling it out as the ultimately sweet gesture it really is. Monomi appears to let us know that a new island is open again, and that she's not really sure what's going on with Kazuryu. On the new island, we have a hospital, a music venue with an interesting name, hailing
Man, I'm trying to go there.
from an even more interesting movie reference.
That's
a motel building with
crazy.
a Waffle House sign, and an avenue of scrap electronics. On one of the scrap laptops lies a strange file that speaks of the tragedy we heard about in the first game, only it elaborates a little bit on it too. It basically talks about the revolt caused by the previously mentioned parade from Danganronpa 0, specifically mentioning the disenchanted reserve course that came up when I was talking about that before.
That's why you were mentioning the book is important.
Apparently, the conflict was confined to the campus originally, and they were hoping it would die down, but some kind of authority was apparently exerting its influence behind the scenes, causing things to escalate to a worldwide scale, provoking riots all over
Ex-Monomi,
and,
my
quote,
favorite Linux
spreading
program.
like an
Oh, I thought it was supposed to be like the X-Files. I thought that was supposed to be the reference. But I guess maybe not. I'm crazy.
infection.
Maybe I just really like the X-Files. I want to believe. Well, thanks, Hajime Hinata. I appreciate it.
Very similarly to how Junko described it all back in DR1. It briefly mentions Hope's Peak's closure and the remaining students being forced to kill each other, but then garbles beyond readability. Before we're done with the island, though, we've also got a movie theater
Maybe it's
where
both, could be.
Monokuma is apparently showing a movie of his own creation, which Hinata unsurprisingly has
Is this Ultra Despair Girls? Oh. How'd that not come out yet? Because that's Makoto's sister. Well, that's kind of funny.
no desire to see. At the prize counter, there's a Monomi tote bag, which you get an extra of if you buy it.
It was a
and
teaser.
a I'm sorry I
teaser.
was born stupid sticker, which Monokuma agreed
I need that. That's mine. I need that. I need that just right on my face, you know?
to let Hinata skip the movie if he buys it, for $1.5 million.
I can do it. What's up, Dust? I love this game. Yeah, it's so good. It's so, listen, we're having a great time reliving it. I hope you're having a great night. Welcome in.
Asking if he can pay Monokuma after the killing game is over and being told he can, he makes the investment and feels pretty foolish as a result. Meanwhile, Komaeda exits from seeing the movie, declaring that it was so bad that if he were given the option to have paid $1.5 million instead of seeing it, he would have gladly paid the price and regrets that he didn't do so.
Damn.
Which is, bar none, probably the funniest moment in this entire game to me.
It's just
Once
that
we
bad.
wrapped our investigation, we return to the hospital to find what a surprise. Kuzuryu is actually here, and although most everyone is glad he's okay and just wants him to rest up, Saionji is understandably pretty miffed, both about being framed and Koizumi's death.
Well, he didn't frame her. Peko did, right? Or did he also frame Peko? Or also frame, what's it called?
The next day, everyone briefly
That's
discusses
crazy.
the
Never
strange
mind.
laptop, and Sumiki confirms that while Kuzuryu will probably
Death
be
flag raised. It's
discharged
crazy.
within the week,
I think he helped. Not
he's
sure.
likely lost the ability to use one of his eyes forever due to his injuries. And after this, we get some free time. I honestly have to say, replaying this chapter, that everything up until the actual murders themselves is pretty damn well done. The actual vibes between this cast is extremely charming,
Peko was
and
his
I genuinely
henchman,
buy
I
that
guess.
most of them are friends, as opposed to the DR1 cast, who
Fuyuhiko did frame her during the trial. I mean, I guess. Yeah, I guess that's real. Nagito Komaeda real? What? Oh my god. The man, the myth, the legend.
kind of took a while to really feel like they had any real camaraderie at all. I actually
me,
buy their interactions a
Danganronpa.
lot more here, and I also buy Hinata's relationship to them all more too, which elevates him easily above Naegi in terms of being an interesting protagonist.
Agreed. This is literally what we were talking about towards the beginning of the video, where we were talking about how much more fun Hinata is as a main protagonist, but also his relationship with Nagito, and how it feels so different in a good way.
This genuine connective tissue between the characters makes their bonds very convincing and wholesome, and only makes the moments where they
thanks,
break
Drip
apart
Prince. I
due to
appreciate it.
crimes or what have you so much more tragic as a result. The next morning, Miyota just busts right into Hinata's room to summon him to breakfast, because she do be wildin', I guess.
She do
And
be.
when we arrive, we instantly see what the hubbub is. Kuzuryu has returned to the group early, and he makes a great effort to readjust his attitude, reintroduce himself to everyone, and apologize for his blunders, even dropping to his knees in front of everyone. Of course, Saionji chides him, asking if he really thinks such a half-assed apology would make them forget what he did.
I don't know. He's got like his head on the ground and everything. Like, that's not a half-assed apology.
At which point he starts bleeding from the stomach. It turns out, nope, he had bigger plans than just saying sorry, namely slitting that sucker open to show his regret and
forgot about
shame in
that.
true Yakuza style, after which he says that no, he wouldn't expect anyone to be satisfied with such a half-assed apology, and he's wheeled off back to the hospital by Sumiki, all of which gives
Ooh.
Saionji some pause and reason to reconsider her harsh words.
Thank God. Belmore! Wake up, watch streak. Hope you're Ronpa donganing, boss man. Back to my sick sleep. Sleep well, Belmore. I hope you feel better soon. Fuyuhiko is the one who originally was going to kill Mahudu, even bringing the bat that was about to hit her until Peko stepped in. Hiyoko very much blames Fuyuhiko for Mahudu's death. However, he later expressed that that wasn't what he wanted to do. And that Peko had kind of jumped the gun in it, from what I understand. Yeah, the Dogiza. Yeah. Just reopen your stitches. Is it that he reopened his stitches, or was it that he slit his stomach? I thought he slit his stomach. I thought that's what they were implying. Because, like, that much blood, that was a lot of blood. I thought it, yeah. Would you believe him if he were in her shoes? I mean, I don't think you have much of a choice, you know? He gets stabbed all over, remember? I thought he only got sliced a little bit. Let's just say both. Let's just say both. I like both.
As Nanami asks her what she thinks Koizumi would say to all of this,
Let's go with both.
Saionji trails off, with Hinata providing some food for thought in his inner monologue.
It's definitely not possible. There's no way it'd be that easy to move on. We never had to think about death until we came to this island. So when we're forced to suddenly
Gonna be shady
confront it,
people. Not when
there's
that
no
comes
way we know
to.
how we're supposed to deal with it.
Not with that though. Honor's really
That's
important.
strong.
At night, we're once again invited by Miyota to a party at the music venue to celebrate Kuzuyu's
Yes.
recovery.
Party.
Which he actually shows up to, further solidifying his reformation in the group. This is the point where I have to come clean and say that Kuzuryu literally started as one of my least favorite characters and became one of my top favorites.
Yeah. has good taste.
leading me to go from scowling at him to going,
Little baby man.
Little baby man.
Baby man. Little baby man.
I just really like him a lot, okay? His development is so genuinely sweet, and you can see how much Pecco's sacrifice for him really made him reconsider the way he interacted with others and change for the better as a result.
And that kind of interaction and that growth as a character, that's what I was saying. I feel like if other characters were given that same opportunity, that could happen to them if the writing was kind enough to them. And that's usually why, like, if I see a character I'm like even mildly interested in, I'm like, please don't be the first one to die. Please, like, be a little bit of a shit so you can develop and not be a little bit of a shit by the end of the game. That usually doesn't happen like that. So,
Anyway, Miota plays some unexpectedly hardcore metal to everyone's shock and horror.
Yeah.
But this is all interrupted when Monomi appears to tell us in horror that Owari is facing Monokuma in battle on the beach, something bound to get her killed.
aren't they just
Rushing there, we catch them right at the climax of battle, where Nidai jumps in Piccolo saving Gohan style to shield her from Monokuma's cannon blast.
Yep.
The injury proves nearly fatal, but Nidai is wheeled away to medical care by Monokuma since he wasn't the intended target.
I will say this is one that I wasn't super fond of. I think it's just because of the aftermath of what happens here. The sacrifice I'm absolutely there for. Like shielding her, they'd shown the relationship that they were developing beforehand. Totally makes sense that he would do that. I don't like what happens after. I'm not as big of a fan.
And he's effectively removed from the fray of this chapter for the foreseeable future,
Yeah.
causing the group's harmony to fracture just slightly.
Yeah.
The next day, things have gotten worse, as several people are behaving strangely. Komaeda can't stop telling bizarre lies, Owari can't stop crying, and Miota is acting strangely naive and crazed. Not only that, they all have superbly high fevers. Something is up, and Monokuma quickly appears to give us the 411. That being that they all apparently have a strange disease called
Despair disease.
which manifests in everyone differently, but can seriously threaten their lives nonetheless. It's also contagious, and since Monokuma has no intention of handing over a cure, this pathogen will serve as his next dastardly murder motive, as everyone can desperately attempt to quarantine and manage the disease, but run the risk of having more people be infected over time, or the infected to become crazed killers themselves. Only if someone is killed does it seem the
no.
disease will be directly handled by the one who made it. And we of course have no idea how
no.
Monokuma managed the tall order of creating a whole disease all on his own.
No.
Deciding to get this situation as
This motive sure was something. It literally is, hey, these people are going crazy. You totally want to kill them, right? Because they're going crazy. So you want to kill them, right? And it's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about?
under control as possible, the gang brings the infected to the hospital and assigns Sumiki as their nurse, with Hinata and Kuzuryu as hospital watch people. The rest will stay in the motels, and both parties will coordinate their efforts
Just
to
regular
treat the
virus
infected
quarantine would be a
and find
different story.
possible
Yeah,
cure via
absolutely.
remote transceivers that Soda finds in the electronics avenue and wires to work wirelessly over a certain distance. They set certain times to check in with each other, but they have to catch each other live because there's no recording function on the camera and transceiver sets themselves. Most everyone's cool with the plan, but Saionji basically holds herself up in the motel after this, having no intention of risking infection for even a second. At night, Hinata finds Sumiki sleeping on top of him to add to our weird anime shenanigans counter, and almost
Yeah, it's just like, why? it's like laughably like unnecessary. It's just annoying, man.
and almost suffocates. Something which Kuzuryu really hilariously responds with chagrin to, not because he's jealous or anything, but because for a literal member of the Japanese mafia, he's surprisingly against the idea of teenagers fooling around. Guess he's really all about his abstinence. Anyway,
Something like that, right?
Not breathing, that's bad. So, rushing to his room, we find out that his condition is pretty critical, meaning things are gonna get bad soon if a cure isn't worked out. Things, unfortunately, do not seem to work out, as much time passes without any progress. At night, Hinata has a strange dream where he's in a classroom surrounded by people talking about how even a normal, boring person like him could get accepted into Hope Speak Academy without a special talent, making him fear the worst about why he supposedly can't remember his. In the morning, having to wriggle out from under a surprise sleeping Sumiki again, he's told that Komaeda's
Once
condition
again,
has stabilized
twice.
somewhat, and he visits the hospital to see
Oh, he does not look good.
just as much, as Sumiki goes to nap in the on-call room. Going to wait for the morning video call from the other group, he notices the light flashing early and answers to see an eerie video of someone in the music venue with a tote bag over their head, in a hospital gown, climbing a stepladder to hang themselves as the light of the candle in the room.
There they are.
Fearing the worst, Hinata runs out to check on things and discovers that, in fact, the victim he was too late to save was Ibuki Miyota, whose corpse is dangling inside of the venue itself. Noting the scrap of the destroyed camera and transceiver set in a strange heat inside of the venue, he rushes out to get the others, coming across Gundam and Monami at the motel, and nearby Nanami, Kazuryu, and Sumiki. Concerned that Miyota has seemingly disappeared from the hospital. Hating to deliver the grim news, he leads them back to the venue, but finds the door somehow barred, which forces them all to break the door down, resulting in their discovery of a Danganronpa Chapter 3 staple, a second body, this time being that of Hiyoko Sayonji.
Yep.
This is kinda where the chapter falls apart for me. Let me go on record to say that I don't dislike the final roster of survivors in this game, but I do find the fact that Sayonji dies here to be a real waste of potential.
It's how I feel about a lot of characters, both in DR1 and SDR2. Like, I think SDR2 is great. I think it's a fantastic game. But yeah, the double murder trend of Chapter 3 is not good here. And I will say I was enjoying it up to this point. I think the virus idea was really cool, and a lot of people were saying it in chat too, especially because it, like, you almost start to feel bad for Nagito again, and you kind of forget how much of a freak he is. But then coming back to this, it's very much an unfortunate circumstance that it just starts falling apart, because especially during the trial, you know, I don't know if Nezumi will bring it up, but you couldn't tell this chapter. But if you couldn't tell, the chapter went through a lot of rewrites. Oh, really? Oh, well, that's good to know. I didn't know that. Nagito's is finding he's the liar disease, so he's trying to make his symptoms look worse than they were. Ah. A lot to say about V3 when we get to that. Oh, yeah, I do too. Trust me. I think V3's Chapter 3 might be my least favorite chapter in all three games. But that's just my stark, like, remembrance of that chapter. So, yeah.
The fact that she was having something of a similar arc to Kazuryu going on, in that she was originally quite rude and horrible to people, but lost someone close to her and seemed to be on the verge of becoming a better person, seemed like a perfect and ripe opportunity to expand on her character and sort of work at redeeming her nastier qualities. Therefore, considering that this arc seemed to be fully in motion, the fact that it just stops dead in its tracks here feels somewhat anticlimactic and disappointing.
Yeah, it's the unfortunate curse with Danganronpa. We talked about it with Chapter 2 as well, where there's like characters that you want to get to know more, but there's just not enough time, and they have to. I think that's the point, like the despair that brings of they were getting better, like they were improving, they were becoming a better person, and that stark kind of like, oh my god, like I can't believe this. Like imagine what they would have been. I agree with Nezumi on this one. That Sayonji dying here sucks. I agree, but I think that's the point. I think it's supposed to suck. It probably would have been better if maybe they were the only victim, or if they died in a later chapter, and that was the point. Like, the whole point was that they were getting better, and that's why they had to die. But I'm pretty sure that's not really even brought up, and it's not even mentioned. That would have made more sense from a despair point of view, but it's not the angle that they tackle, and it's kind of stupid. Fun fact, night workers tend to tie their obies in the front. You can probably see what I'm getting at.
I know that it's probably part of the point to have a character whose growth is cut tragically short by the very sudden and
I wrote the script.
horrible death that makes Danganronpa itself so despair-laden in the first place.
Yeah, okay.
But I felt like they could have done a lot more with Sayonji that just would have been more interesting.
Yeah.
And killing her here just seems like a short-sighted choice to me. Furthermore, while I generally like the...
Well, short-sighted, yes. But also, I think it's because they just kind of put all their Listen, I don't have the script, okay, guys? Relax. They put all their eggs in the Fuyuhiko basket, but also, like, it's just him. And then Hinata and Nagito. Like, even Chiaki kind of struggles a bit. And, like, the other characters that we're going to see in other chapters, you know?
mystery in this case more than the third from DR1, finding it much more mechanically interesting to investigate and figure out. it is a little bloated nonetheless.
Yeah.
It's not as immediately obvious who's behind everything, so that's definitely a positive over that case. But even so, there's still a lot of evidence to go through, and it does make the whole thing seem to last longer than it maybe should if you're picking up what I'm putting down.
Absolutely.
But hey, at least the despair disease is suddenly over, apparently. Monokuma got bored of it once a murder finally happened, so he's retired it right away, and we can focus solely on the investigation and upcoming trial.
And that's just one of those things where it's like, that is also just such a stupid, like, come on, man, really? Like, it just seems like a stupid reason to have. That is something that I feel like is probably, a cop-out. Yeah, that's probably the best way of putting it. So,
what's that evidence? Well, let's review. The broken radio equipment at the scene, a Monami tote bag, a noose, blood on Ibuki's feet, a stepladder with traces of blood on its side, a candle, black slips of wallpaper over the baton lights, the baton itself and the wallpaper on it, the state of Sayonji's body, her bindings, a motel key inside of her kimono,
a lot of
a curtain
information.
seemingly from the supermarket, the absurdly high
Was only
AC,
punishing the rule
a smudgy
breakers
trace
anyway,
of blood on the stage, seemingly torn wallpaper, a full-body mirror, a broken drumstick near the door itself which doesn't have any locks, weird glue on the inside of the door, Mikan's autopsy where she claims the time of death is obfuscated by the heat, and that's all just in the venue. Next, we need to go to the theater, because apparently, according to Komaeda, the killings seem to be copycatting it somehow, meaning we promised the 1.5 million for nothing. We get our one-time ticket and go inside. Important to note because anyone who sees the movie can only see it once, and gets a stamped ticket at the time to prove it. The movie, The Wizard of Monami, follows Monokuma as he meets some strange characters. A scarecrow who hangs herself, a Monami lion who is pinned up by arrows, and a tin Monami who he disassembles. So a hanging and a pinning, but no disassembling. Well, yeah, Monokuma did confirm, as with the last game, that there's a rule against one culprit killing more than 2 victims. Furthermore, though Sayonji is tied up, her cause of death was seemingly having her throat slit, not from arrows. More and more, this seems a bit haphazard. At the hospital, we discover a conference.
And then it's like, what's the point of the video then? It's like, was this just thought about in the aftermath and they thought it would be funny to like try and tie them together? Like,
conference room, which is pitch black because of a light blocking curtain inside of it. It also has different flooring from the rest of the hospital, and the curtain itself seems to be like the one found in the music venue. At the motel, we visit Sayonji's room and discover that according to Sonia, she thinks she might have inadvertently gotten Sayonji killed, because the reason she actually wouldn't come out, which Sonia got a peek of, was that she bathed and struggled to put on her kimono the way Koizumi showed her. Giving friendly advice,
I forgot about that.
Sonia
Yeah,
noted
red
the
herring,
full-body
yeah.
mirror at the music venue, meaning that she might have gone there at some point because of that advice. With all that said, our investigation is over, so we head on over to Monokuma Rock as usual to get the trial underway. As with last time, since I didn't really care for this trial as much and also found it somewhat convoluted, I'm gonna kind of speed by this one.
I'm totally fine with that.
One thing I should note, though, is that this one even fails for me gameplay-wise, because it arguably has the most Hangman's Gambit sections in a trial, and god, they suck. I hate them. Basically,
and doesn't it have a lot more logic jumping? This is the... I was thinking about it before. When you only have to like jump an ABC to get to XYZ, it's fine. But if you have to jump like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, like that's fucked up. Like it's too much. I shouldn't have to think this far outside the box.
Though, what happened was this. The culprit actually staged the hanging video in the conference room by stealing the camera from the music venue and using the similar
The death
backdrop
portraits
to
have
fool
different
Hinata.
X's.
In reality, the culprit killed Miyota the previous night at the music venue and used the AC to throw off the time of death. In the middle of the process of doing that was when Sayonji came along, and so eager to cover their tracks once walked in on, they killed Sayonji on the spot, which was unplanned. To account for this, they tied her body up on the baton and covered it with wallpaper, therefore making it seem like only one body was there when Hinata first arrived. This is also how blood got on Miyota's feet and on the stepladder, as she actually walked through the blood while having a bag over her head. So, after Hinata first arrived, the culprit slipped in behind him after he ran out. Then they uncovered it to make it look like she'd been killed right after. Broke the camera to mix in with the already broken transceiver, and glued the door shut, placing a
And they sent a video as opposed to a recording, I believe, right?
To make it falsely seem as though it were blocked off from the inside instead of the outside. They then joined the group and broke the door down, corroborating all of these false details. Who could have done it? Well, none other than Mikan Sumiki, of course, who, to her credit, almost throws everyone off her trail in the trial by playing up her demure bully victim traits to the max to get everyone
And
pissed
there
at Hinata
we
for
go.
suspecting her. In fact, I'd say one of the most genuinely compelling aspects of the trial itself is this dynamic, because we know, especially if we've done her free time events, that Sumiki has suffered some legitimately horrible bullying and abuse. And
I also find it really funny that I remember a lot of this case, like Nagito's actually like helping a ton. It's not just, hey, let's get everybody else to solve this. Like, you see how many like portrait shots of him talking there are? Because people are actually like, oh, okay, hey, like, let's let you actually get through with this. You know?
That's part of why I despise the way her character is handled, because much of her bullying was sexual in nature, and hypersexuality, seeking attention of that kind in response to that kind of trauma, that's real. That happens. And the fact that it's
very
played
much
up for fan service jokes is just deeply screwed up and tone deaf. But regardless, the camaraderie I was mentioning about the group is really tested here, as communication breaks down and the truth is almost not reached because everyone is so desperate for Hinata to stop talking about the inconvenient truth that leads them to suspect their friend. But Hinata correctly responds that it's because he wants to believe in his friends that he needs to expose the truth, no matter what it is. This borders on compelling, like I said, but what ruins it is what we ultimately find out Sumiki's motive to be. Turns out she contracted despair disease, what a shocker, and it gave her her memories back. The school memories she lost somehow turned her into someone who was in love with despair, and claims all of this was an act of reciprocation to an unseen beloved of hers, who apparently accepted who she was no matter what, loving every part of herself she found ugly.
I forgot about this. I forgot this was the reason. I mean, like, I have context for like why this happened like this, but like we as the player at this time, even without like, we don't have the context from the anime, we don't have the context from the other stuff. This is crazy.
Everyone else sad by virtue of only accepting the ghost of her past self while rejecting her current self. While I find all of this somewhat interesting in theory, it still makes for an ultimately pretty unsatisfying conclusion to the case itself because we can't really follow that motive at all. It just ends up feeling somewhat contrived, because unlike any other case, we really don't get answers for much of anything by the end.
Yeah, quite literally, we don't find anything about this until, I guess, the anime, right? Or until the end of the game?
Sumiki herself effectively just gets replaced with an entirely different character at the last second, who exists solely to be a crazy culprit, allowing us no kind of tragic attachment to the character who came before this, who we actually knew. There's the fear looming over how getting her memories back could have changed Sumiki so much, and whether it would have a similar effect on everyone else. And she also drops hints about the supposed Future Foundation, whose logo was emblazoned on the door to the ruins, being one and the same with World Ender, but that's about it. She's promptly escorted off to her extremely underwhelming execution, which is lurid and obnoxiously over-sexualized because they just can't help themselves with how they portray this poor girl, and she rockets off into space without us even seeing what happens to her at all. After the trial, everyone...
yes, rocket into space for the ultimate nurse.
One gathers at the beach after being told they can see Nidai again, and promptly realizes he's been totally reborn as a strange robot due to how excessive his injuries were, ending Chapter 3.
I don't like this. I really did not like this sudden change either. Bad execution, bad killer, and then bad last thing of him just being a cyborg. Yeah, like this feels so unnecessary.
This chapter had a strong start, a decent mystery, if a bit bloated, but ultimately fell apart when it comes to one of the most important aspects of a Danganronpa case, its narrative and its motive.
Absolutely
the motive
agree.
is one
100%.
of the biggest things that makes a case shine.
I'm with you.
Ultimately informs how tragic it can be, which they got so right in case 2 that I'm surprised they could so drastically drop the ball here. Sumiki's motives
Chapter
hint
3.
at future developments to come, sure,
It's
but
the Chapter 3
isolated,
curse.
it's effectively nothing.
You know?
It's just, oh, she went crazy, and that's about all.
That's literally, that is literally it. And yeah, it's bad for that reason. Yeah, 100%. I remember now why I hated this one so much.
And that
so normally compared to the previous games. I still like him as a robot for some reason. I think I was just like, why? Like, it feels so unnecessary. It feels completely unnecessary and doesn't do anything, like, except for maybe set up another case, but it's like, it's just dumb.
Makes solving the mystery ultimately end up feeling very hollow and pointless because there's very little satisfying narrative payoff to coincide with it.
Would have been more interesting if Mika gained confidence disease instead of memory. I agree.
Potential, and it was ultimately in service of one of the most underwhelming cases in the entire series, which is honestly a crying shame.
Yeah,
The thematic
agreed.
exploration of trust and togetherness here was something interesting, and that's about all I could really find nice to say about the trial itself. And it certainly wasn't helped by the frankly insultingly bad execution sequence, which just takes the piss in a million different frustrating ways.
Really bad.
I'm glad things only go uphill again from here, because this is the kind of chapter that makes you almost lose faith in a game. And I'm glad I don't have to touch it again after this.
Yeah, for real. I'm with you.
Chapter 4. Do ultimate robots dream of clockwork?
So this one, I remember the complexity of it. I don't remember how the killing happens, but I do remember who the victims, or killer are.
So, Need Eye is a robot. That's a thing. Surprisingly enough, though, this development doesn't really change much in terms of what we've got to do now. Everybody's still worrying about the whole Future Foundation name drop that Sumiki gave, and the implication of a traitor to the group that goes along with it. And again, the actual tangible camaraderie of everyone is tested.
This one's
and
confusing to
seeds are
solve. I
planted
remember
for doubt
this.
once again,
Yeah.
when Komaeda posits that Hinata himself may even be the traitor without knowing it, since he's the only person who can't remember his talent, tapping pretty clearly into his anxieties about the subject that we've been grappling with for a while. Enough about that, though. We've got a new island to explore, one that looks like a big old creepy Disneyland.
We gotta love
a
it.
little former hut for Monomi.
Strawberry grape
over by
time? That's
Monokuma,
insane.
A sealed castle apparently full of mice, which
Could argue that Mikan got the remembering disease because she always felt alone. So she got memories of her beloved, as well as everything that went with it. I mean, it could just be anything at that point, but it's just like the disease itself is just a stupid like MacGuffin of let's put a couple characters out of commission and then turn one into a killer because I said so. You know, it's not motivation, it's fake motivation that I just made up with a hand wave. So
there's the mascots away from it, preventing them from accessing it. Don't ask about the name, I promise I don't know anything. A roller coaster, which everyone gets at
Is
least
that true, Nezumi? I don't know.
a little bit of fun out of. And, oh yeah, the prize for that is actually a document about the killing school life. Wait, hold the phone, huh? As in the events from DR1?
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, complete with screenshots. It basically sums up the whole thing. And of course, it gets a lot of people speculating when they see Togami listed as one of its survivors.
Yeah.
So what's our last stop here? Well, none other than a nice little fun house. Isn't that great? Well, it would be if Monokuma didn't gas everyone to sleep and trap them inside of it. Yeah, we can't have nice things around here, can we?
No,
As
never.
colorful and fun as the supposed strawberry house seems, it's not much in the way of food. Really, its only interesting fixture seems to be this creepy clown door called the Final Dead Room, which Monokuma claims houses the ultimate weapon, a prize attainable only through winning a life or death game
They think the Sonya
inside,
blood is
which
not pure.
isn't exactly the
Oh,
most
they make a
exciting
joke
proposal.
about it?
Well, there's
Oh.
a tower.
A lot of people ask if I named my channel after Nezumi Castle, and I swear it was just a funny coincidence. It's like people forget that it's like, isn't Nezumi just mouse? And a name? Gas so strong and knocked out a robot. That's what I'm saying! Like, this shit does not make sense. Like, please make it make sense.
That intersects with the supposed grape house that can be traveled across to with an elevator, maybe in there. Well, it has a statue of Sakura from Danganronpa 1, a similar intersecting side of the tower, more dorm rooms, and a Monokuma museum. There's also a curious portrait in the lounge of each house, supposedly of an older man, the founder of Hope's Peak Academy. Izuru Kamakura? Hold up. That name sounds familiar, but it seems a bit mismatched. Zero told us that Izuru Kamakura was a human experiment for the sake of Hope being worked on by Hope's Peak, which ultimately went rogue under the influence of Junko and apparently killed a whole bunch of people. So what's the deal with this? No telling yet, but it's something to keep in mind. You know what else is curious about this place? The lack of food, and that's where you probably start to get the hint. Yes, indeed, the motive this time's as simple as it gets. You either starve while trapped in the funhouse or kill somebody to get out of it. Then,
So, once again, I know I'm just nitpicking at this point, and despite these flaws, I still love Super Danganronpa 2. I freaking love it. However, I hate it when they are put in these situations that force them to kill, because it feels like it's just like, I feel like it's not as fun. Like, you have to kill someone. Someone has to die here. Like, what are you talking about? It's just like, it just feels unfair and cheating.
the breaks. Monokuma certainly doesn't make things much easier in that regard either, as he has everyone divvy up between 3 types of dorm rooms, a deluxe kind with soundproofing, a regular quality kind, and an absolutely dreadful drafty kind.
Yeah.
Furthermore,
Dangan
he
also
also
did this motive.
continually gathers
Oh, did they?
everyone absurdly
That's kinda
early
funny.
for rounds of Monokuma Tai Chi, basically some daily exercise to stress their starvation to its absolute limits.
Surprise.
This is a ticking time bomb just waiting to lead to a quick murder. And as tension between the group rises, especially with Soda beginning to suspect Hinata as the traitor more and more, it's easy to see where all of this is headed.
Yeah.
At least Robot Need Eye alleviates some of this when I spend time with him. They
Besides
don't
mess
call him
around,
the
they can do
best
whatever they
coach
want,
for
yeah.
nothing, really. His whole thing is that he's so supportive and tuned into people's talents that he's a perfect source of encouragement, and he helps people cultivate what they're best at by both lending his positivity and helping them structure their routines around what will further build up those individual strengths.
I think that's why I dislike so much that he just got randomly turned into a robot. Because I really do like Nekomaru. It just feels so out of nowhere that he got turned into a robot, and it feels so inconsequential. Like, it feels like it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? Yeah, and like he's cool, but it's like why? You know what I mean?
This is a terrible situation, but I really love having him on my side through all of the— oh my god. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself. I did need to mention both that Hinata got so hungry once that he tried to approach the final dead room to find an exit and was stopped by a lone Nanami, which, god, the game really hits home how deliriously tired and hungry he's getting by literally slowing the pace at which you're able to move in the POV mode.
Oh,
a
yeah.
deliciously cruel bit of immersion. And the fact that during the night he heard a huge slamming sound but was too tired to just get up and check on it.
And of course, he is the one that's in the shitty room.
Guess we have an idea of what that was now, huh? Yes,
Yeah.
indeed, we only just got him back, but it already seems like Nekomaru Nidai is dead, for real this time.
And that's the part where I'm just like, if you were going to kill him in the next chapter anyway, what was the point of like bringing him back as a robot, huh? Robomaru mainly exists for this murder case. That's what I'm saying. It's just, it feels weird. It feels unnecessary, you know?
And that sucks. It really sucks. I liked him a lot, but also this was one of the most high-stress and unavoidable situations that the island has presented us with yet, and it makes that, once again, disruption of the group's harmony all the more heartbreaking.
Yes,
because it really makes
absolutely.
you just feel the powerlessness involved.
The nurse died, so they needed someone else to update the autopsy report. That's insane. Could have gotten DR1. I don't like dismembering characters. They have to remain whole in the players' minds. Yeah, and then doing that.
Whoever did this may not have even necessarily wanted to, but what other option is there?
Oopsies.
Let everyone starve? Then they'd all just die. And that's certainly not going to work out. But doing the opposite means shattering that togetherness and taking another friend away, so it's just a no-win situation. That's something that's so deliberately cruel about everything Monokuma posits to the characters in these games, that even when it's an ostensibly simple scenario, becomes such a fascinating
I love my
incubator
himbos,
for
me
the
too.
worst human impulses, driven and pressured by things we can ultimately see ourselves succumbing just as easily to. It's a lot to take in. So what's to gather from this gruesome scene? Well, firstly, food, darkly enough. True to his word, Monokuma gives everyone a bit of grub to make sure they don't keel over themselves during the investigation. And with that in our systems, we can finally get to work scouring for clues.
It was 6'4", 268 pounds. This man's fucking huge.
There's a hammer nearby, which seems pretty self-explanatory, but it's a bit clean for what it was seemingly used for. Also, his entire body is pretty beaten up, with the wire wrapped around him as well, which is a bit mysterious if they only bludgeoned him to death. Protruding from the coach's neck is a switch he mentioned earlier that puts him into sleep mode, only broken by his alarm clock system planted in his chest. The wire tied around him is also tied in some kind of loop that's too small to be used as a noose, but clearly there for something. Furthermore, there are chains on the
Where was the
seat
unit
door
even
to
when
the
it was
strawberry
human? Yeah,
house, and
true.
A large pillar has fallen beside him,
Yeah,
which
brick
has
shit house.
blood-like oil drenched on it. Some fragments are underneath his body too, with hardly any on top of it. Returning to the lounge, we've got a call from Strawberry House. Apparently the guys over there can't get here because the elevator is busted, and the door to the tower has also been sabotaged.
The Mario Brothers,
This means we'll have
with
to
the
wait
hammer.
for Soda to fix stuff for everyone to get over, and in order to investigate Strawberry House properly, we'll have to take control of somebody else. That's right. For the first time, we're playing as someone other than our main protagonist, and it's actually Komaeda. Here we find out that sometime in the middle of the night, there was a huge commotion around a ringing clock in the Strawberry House lounge, which anyone not in a soundproof room rushed out to see. Kuzuryu was already sitting in the lounge when it happened because he was restless, so he got to it first, and was shortly followed by Soda and Tanaka.
When they have to turn him into a robot so they can make this case, if he was human, then it doesn't work. Yeah, that's why I was saying, like, it's frustrating because they literally turned him into a robot just to make this case work. It's so cool that we get to play as Nagito in this chapter and see through his perspective and like how he genuinely believes all the stuff he talks about. I think that's why I like him so much too, is because we get this time with him and hearing him say things like, you know, all the stuff that he believes in himself. It adds a lot of credence and believability to what he believes in. So.
He had even seen Need-Eye going somewhere shortly before this, and this was evidently very early in the morning.
Yeah.
While Soda gets to work repairing stuff, Komaeda asks him if he wouldn't mind carrying a compass with him on it and seeing how it reacts. With that demand out of the way, he heads fearlessly into the final dead room, reckoning
Lulu
that
to
his
the
luck
point of being
should
a
help him
genius,
succeed and find out its secrets. What ensues is a skippable escape room-esque minigame similar to Zero Escape, which you have to solve puzzles to reach the end of. It's pretty fun to play if you actually give it a shot, but admittedly it does take quite a bit of creative thinking, and the Saw-like room design definitely gives off a fittingly eerie vibe.
Wait, this was optional? Wait, we didn't have to do this? I thought we did. Have you played Zero Escape? Yeah, I love Zero Escape. It's weird that we never got a third game. Zero Time Dilemma just never came out, you know?
Upon solving everything, the last challenge to get behind
Clicking the
the
bars
last
to skip,
locked
that's so
door
funny,
is a
I didn't
rousing
know.
round of Russian roulette where the danger level informs the prize winnings. Seeing as he's called the lucky student for something, Komaeda decides not to wager his life against one bullet loaded in the chambers, but all chambers loaded except for one. Succeeding predictably, his horrifying luck is even feared by the ever-encouraging Monami, and he heads into the aptly named Octagon. Inside are a bunch of weapons, but what's the ultimate weapon? Before we can find that out, Monokuma gives Komaeda a spicy file full of information for his efforts. Apparently full of student files on the gang, though we as players won't be privy to this information ourselves for a while longer.
Still got them nuts, I
As
love him,
Komaeda
me
looks
too.
around, he observes that this room both has a floor hatch leading somewhere in particular, and seemingly only one window in the building. When he looks out it, he's surprised by something, and we then cut back to Hinata and Nanami in the Grape House Lounge.
Surprise.
Just as we're trying to get our bearings back, Komaeda suddenly appears in Grape House, in case we were too tantalized by the prospect of where the floor hatch went to wait any longer. But that's funny. How does the floor hatch go from Grape House to the Octagon? Before we can ask ourselves that, though, we have to ask ourselves this one more time. What is Hinata's talent? Finally, it seems this matter will be elucidated.
And we finally
for us, as
get
Komaeda
some
claims
information.
The file he received only contains Hinata's information. That information clarifying that he was a student from the Reserve Department, a talentless nobody who only got in on money. This would seemingly explain why Komaeda is suddenly being so cold to him, but then again, he seems to be acting cold toward everyone, and just a lack of talent doesn't seem worth being so hostile over, right? He's definitely hiding something, but even with that aside, this is something of a gut punch for Hinata, and understandably so. For that matter, if he's from the Reserve Corps, why is he the only person among this group for whom that seems to be the case? Aside from that, though, Komaeda also clarifies that he's learned even more thorough details about the first game's events, and draws direct attention to the parallels between the murders that have happened on the island thus far.
It is really funny how similar the cases are when you put it in a vacuum like this, because there's it's like the almost accidental murder, or like the air quotes, the justification for it. The second case having like a bit more of a tragic touch to it. The double murder in the second one, like it is very funny. And then the fourth one being, air quotes, the impossible murder is probably the best way of putting it. They talk about paying true. I love a snarky Nagito acts after he discovers the truth about the cast. I agree. I think the change in personality super fits him too, because of the character they built him up to be, the hope fanatic, you know?
The ones that happened.
Do you believe Komaeda knew about Izuru? I don't think so, no. Not based on this. He may have in his memories, but this is not that, so.
Prior games, making certain to mention that the fourth case in DR1 was ruled a suicide, wondering aloud if that fact has any bearing on the current case. Definitely worth considering. Leaving us only with the hint that nowhere in the Octagon did he find a weapon worthy of being called the ultimate weapon, Komaeda departs, and we're...
The fourth case isn't the impossible murder, it's to kill the buff character. Well, no, because it's the locked room situation. That's why I was saying impossible. I didn't mean like literally it couldn't have happened, but because it was the locked door conundrum where it's like nobody could have gotten in and killed someone. Well, I'm sorry. I just didn't phrase it right. I meant impossible in the terms of like no one could have gotten into the room to kill Sakura in chapter 4. 5 wasn't a murder. It was just Monokuma cheating. So, yeah. I was joking because of V3. Oh, I don't remember. I'll have to... Oh, never mind. I do know what you're talking about. Never mind. No spoilers. No spoilers for people that don't know.
Back on the beat.
Yeah.
Seems Soda's fixed the elevator, and as requested, he took the compass with him, claiming the needle must have been broken because it spun 180 degrees while he was inside. Carefully disassembling Nidai's plating, Soda also finds that the internal clock is broken at 7:30, which obviously conflicts with the early hours of around 5 that people claim to see him and hear noises around. After fixing the Borked Strawberry House door, everyone is shocked to see not only that a chain seemingly didn't prevent them from entering, but also that the scene of the crime is exactly the same as viewed before, not having switched perspectives at all, which should be impossible if the towers meet in the middle. There's also a broken doorknob wrenched off of the Grape House door mixed into the scene of the crime for some reason. And with that all gathered, we're done investigating this twisted crime. And
I remember leaving this investigation being like, I'm so much more confused than I was going into the beginning of it. And I was so excited for the trial.
fittingly for a case that defies explanation, something else surprising emerges in the form of Monokuma Rock basically just jettisoning through the floor of the tower to take everyone to the trial ground.
Of course.
But this many surprises in such a short time is comfortably enough.
Yeah.
Perhaps we should get to work actually unraveling some of them before we get any more.
I agree.
Thus, the fourth trial is afoot.
Man, there's so few people now. It is crazy to see how much smaller the cast is at this point. And Nekomaru's corpse is just gone. Just absolutely gone.
Let me go ahead and say off the bat that, like the last case, I'm probably going to go a little brief with these next couple in terms of actual summarization. However, this isn't because I actually think they're bad cases at all. In fact, I think they're really good ones, barring some small nitpicks. But what you do need to understand is that this trial, for example, is 2.5 hours long compared to...
It is a long-ass trial, I remember, because it's so convoluted, not in a bad way. It's just very long.
DR1's still meaty but much less dragged out trials, and this is part of what makes scripting something about this game so comparatively difficult.
Yeah,
and part
I get
of why
you.
I think this game's pacing does suffer a bit compared to its predecessor. Obviously, it does have more to account for in terms of scale, especially, but I feel like a lot of fat could have been trimmed while still achieving
hexagon
that,
meme
and
case?
that they maybe
I might not
didn't
hear
do
that
quite
one.
enough of that. So the first matter of business is what killed Nidai. Initial suspicion points to the hammer, but given how clean it is, this is quickly ruled out in favor of a much more blood-soaked fixture, the pillar. But how did pillar kill Nidai? It certainly couldn't have been swung around given its size and heft. Before we can figure that out, we need to figure out the secret of the funhouse itself, because as Komaida's teleporting trick so elegantly demonstrated to us, there's a need to get our heads wrapped around the structure of this building. Komaida helps with this by finally revealing what he saw outside the octagon window, a view that tells a lot just by seeing it. Yes, it turns out that there's no two buildings that meet in the middle, but in fact one large building with both houses stacked onto each other.
Yeah.
Furthermore, the tower is a giant elevator shaft whose floor moves between the top and bottom layers when its entrance is activated, switching between Grape and Strawberry House, and explaining why the layout of the crime didn't change between houses, since both layers have their corresponding doors to keep up the illusion. That's also why the chain on one door did nothing to prevent it from being opened.
I love this as a reveal because it's such an oh wow, that makes total sense kind of moment, and it does not like break the suspension of disbelief. It is just an oh wow moment that's so freaking cool.
As it was technically an entirely different door being
Octagon is
opened.
8 sides, yes.
The trick was to keep up the illusion of the funhouse itself to distract from how this building structure was exploited for the crime. The reason then why Soda's compass spun in the elevator is because it swivels around the building to again create the illusion of two separate buildings located across from each other. In clearing the final dead room, seeing out the window, and understanding the nature of the funhouse, Komaida argues the funhouse itself is the ultimate weapon, and given that there's a hatch that leads between two houses there which anyone who clears the final dead room can use at their leisure, it's safe to assume that the culprit cleared it and used it to their advantage, seeing as the hammer found at the scene of the crime also could not have come from anywhere else but the room with
Except
a
the
bunch
room.
of weapons
Yeah.
stored in it. So how'd they use the building to their advantage?
Is this music?
Well,
Wait, is this music from Danganronpa? This music's crazy.
They got Nidai in sleep mode, tied him with a wire to the doorknob of the grape door, shifted the elevator down, and then set his alarm for a certain time where he'd awaken, freak out, and fall, which ultimately led to him colliding with the pillar, but would have basically killed him either way. The proof of this lies in the doorknob that unexpectedly
I don't think it's a
came
DR song.
completely off due to Nidai's
The music's
weight
moving
all
echo.
resting on it.
Okay.
Of course, now the time discrepancy
Makes
comes
sense,
up, as
doesn't it?
Nidai's time of death was evidently 7:30. How do we account for this? Simple. Nidai's internal alarm was set for Monokuma Taichi, and he went right on time. The culprit therefore messed with all the clocks in the building between both houses, so that everyone else would assume that it was earlier than it actually was.
Yep.
The culprit then messed with Nidai's internal alarm system after putting him into sleep mode during their confrontation, because they successfully got him alone. That's why there was a rumbling sound in what seemed like the middle of the night, because it was actually around morning time and everyone was so exhausted that they basically couldn't tell. Around the same time,
I also really like that. Because I said this in Danganronpa 1, but the idea of being like locked in a prison school and not being able to see windows and not knowing actually what time it is and having to rely on someone to tell you, hey, the time is now so-and-so, good morning. Like, not knowing what time it is such a scary thing, especially when you're trapped in a building like this. It's insane.
is when the alarm clock in the lounge went off, and though everyone briefly questions why Komaeda never came out, it's made clear that he was in a deluxe room that had soundproof walls. However, this points to a big mistake made by the killer, and remembering who took what rooms, it becomes sadly clear. Among that crowd that gathered around the ringing clock was none other than Gundam Tanaka, who also slept in a deluxe room, meaning there's no way he should have been able to hear it if he was sleeping there as he claims. The plan was obviously to use this alarm to establish an alibi for when everyone heard the slamming noise, but given that the culprit
No,
would have
my
had to set all of
goat,
this up in
yeah.
advance and confront Nidai to do so, getting back into their room would have been impossible if, say, they couldn't get past Kazuryu, who was in the lounge, without being spotted. Therefore, they were outside of their room when the alarm rang, and with no other choice had to join the group to avoid further suspicion. Though Tanaka briefly tries to argue that the broken contact elevator would have prevented him from coming back should he have been the killer, this is disproven yet again by way of the final dead room. As if
Yeah,
Tanaka
with the
cleared it,
the
he
hatch.
would have had to use the hatch that Komaeda was able to utilize similarly
I love
during
Gundam,
their
yeah.
investigation. The chain and hammer found at the scene too, as mentioned before, could only have come from there. However, Tanaka still objects fiercely when the idea of him pulling one over on Nidai comes up, clearly having respected the man enough not to want his final memory tarnished, and goads us to go further to figure out what the truth of the matter was, which turns out to be that his sleep switch was successfully pressed by Tanaka's trusty hamsters. As it all comes to light, the sequence of events is clear, and soon after, the motivation behind the crime is made clear as well.
Which is the heartbreaking part. Ugh.
Having discovered the funhouse's secret, Tanaka challenged Nidai in one last bid to see which one of them would survive, knowing that if nothing happened, everyone would simply starve and die anyway. To break this stalemate, he challenged Nidai head-on, knowing that one of them would most certainly die. And Nidai, wanting his friends to live as well, fully accepted such a challenge, promising not to hold anything back. Clearly, Tanaka became the victor, and he did what he could to provide a worthy challenge for his remaining friends. But in doing so, he did what he thought was appropriate, to try desperately as possible to live, instead of lying down and dying. Earlier in the chapter, when Hinata almost concedes to his despair, he claims that he would rather starve to death in the funhouse than allow anyone to die again. And in these final moments of his life, Tanaka challenges this sort of sacrificial notion with a notion of his own.
What's the point of living if you're just waiting until you finally die? There's nothing courageous about that. That is abandonment, a mere feeling of resignation.
Man.
Ever since we were locked inside that building, everyone had been dominated by that feeling of abandonment. However, nothing is born from resignation. That is simply a reason to give up. Giving up on life. That's an insult to life itself. Have you fools heard the term dog eat dog? In zoology, cannibalism is a commonly observed phenomenon. Many creatures at some point in their lifespan engage in cannibalism. That is what it means to live. If you say killing for the sake of living is evil, then what would you call giving up on life itself? If a world would consider that justice, then I will fight that world with every last fiber of my being.
He's such a badass.
It's the sentiment with which Nidai himself agreed that led to this agreed-upon duel, for the sake of everyone, not just themselves. Of course, Tanaka pursued his own life too, posing that challenge similarly to his friends. But it was not an action born of pure evil, despite how his theatrics may at times imply otherwise.
Oh, yeah.
After all, we have to
Absolutely,
remember too,
Casablanca.
how easily he admitted to his crime after being cornered. But of course, when asked by Hinata if he was actually sacrificing himself for their sake, he composes himself. He puts on a final air of unshakable bravado, becoming the Gundam Tanaka that everyone expects him to be.
I can't believe you would ask such a foolish question. Just who do you think I am? I am Gundam Tanaka, history's greatest monster.
Embracing his punishment as a natural step, nigh demanding that everyone trample over him to live on, to survive yet another tragedy, Gundam soothes his animal companions, soon to be without him.
In this world, I am only a temporary visitor,
He says.
I was simply visiting for a moment. And now that my duty is complete, I must return to the darkness.
Oh, it actually
Promising
turned
to
out the
fill
lights.
hell with true hell.
I got scared.
Gundam is faced with a stampede of animals commanded by Monokuma. He even tries briefly to subvert his own execution by way of some ancient dark magic.
Yeah.
However, as it obviously is just another Chunibyoism of his, it
Hey,
doesn't
there you
work.
go.
And the impact of the animal's brute strength slamming into him renders him limp and bloodied on the sand. In that moment, despite his insistence that he was pure evil, a creature of the shadows to be feared and to be dragged to hell, his heart is looked upon in favor for what it truly is. This boy who so fiercely valued life that he would sacrifice himself for his friends, like another brave soul before him,
Yep,
is
the case
swept around
for.
by the warmth and light of actual angelic spirits, animals much like the ones he would regularly take care of, ensuring that they too would live on. Because as convincing a face of evil he could wear in the end, that exterior was shed by the enormity of his heart for all to see.
I had to let that part go. Like, man, the entirety of chapter 4, aside from the Nekomaru being a machine, I think is done expertly. The case itself is fun, it's unique, it's challenging, and then getting to that conclusion is just as heartbreaking as it is in chapter 4 of DR1. So
Gundam Tanaka valued life. He treasured and nurtured it. And even as his
Yeah, it
own
breaks heart,
extinguished,
yeah.
he was cared for by the very creatures he gave so much of that life for, and carried, fittingly, into the heavens he was so sure he could have never belonged to. As even somewhat silly as this execution appears on the surface, it truly does destroy me every time.
oh, absolutely.
Because I am always so struck by how distinctly, genuinely poignant it is.
We shouldn't just stand here.
Says Hinata.
Stand up and walk. Move forward. Live. If you don't, everyone who fought and died will have died in vain.
And with that
What
sentiment,
happened to the
we
hamsters?
return
No
to the
idea. I don't
island.
remember.
But of course, this isn't over yet, as we not only learn that Komaeda kept secret that the files reported on everyone, but we even see him go to conversate secretly with Monokuma. What about? Well, apparently this file has 16 students listed, the actual amount we had at the start. But if someone was a plant, a traitor, there shouldn't have been a page for them, right? At which point Monokuma confirms he slipped a fake page in to prevent the traitor's identity from being immediately sussed out, meaning he knows who it is. They talk for a bit before Komaeda decides he wants to become the ultimate stepladder, and thus the super high school level hope, prompting Monokuma to say he reminds him of someone else, who we can
Oh, Sonya
probably
starts taking care of the
guess.
hamsters. Got
Though
it.
Komaeda is unfamiliar, he asks one last question, that being if Monokuma is waiting for somebody on this island, and if so, whether they're already here. Monokuma simply responds that if so, wouldn't that be exciting? The timer in Jabberwock Park once again counts down, and Chapter 4 ends. This chapter is honestly excellent.
It's so
the Octagon
good.
stuff can get a little BS in the trial.
Oh,
and I'm
absolutely.
not fond of the Hangman's Gambit sections, as usual.
Yeah, Hangman's Gambit is just, it just wasn't handled well. But regardless, freaking awesome section. Freaking love this
Everything else
chapter.
hits superbly well. The tone of the chapter is so sickly and dour, it's palpable. You feel the dread, and therefore Tanaka's sacrifice is that much more hard-hitting and thematically in line with everything leading up to it.
Yes,
The murder
absolutely.
method is inventive and honestly pretty fun to figure out, and the chapter's conclusion is absolutely worthy of its bombast, genuinely making me almost as emotional as Sakura's sacrifice from DR1 did, even if
I think that's the
perhaps not
point.
hitting quite the same emotional high.
Yeah, it's definitely supposed to be the point. It's almost like the chapter 4s are supposed to be about sacrifice and, you know, fighting back against the mastermind. It's almost like there's a theme.
The message going forward from this is fittingly poignant, and is convincingly enough to really kick our cast into overdrive, leading into the game's climax. But oh boy, if you thought the Chapter 5 swerve of DR1 was high octane, you haven't seen anything yet.
I'm so excited for this. Chapter 5, Smile at Hope in the Name of Despair. Okay, before we dive into Chapter 5, let me go use the bathroom. Get up, stretch, do whatever you guys got to do. We're going to take a quick bathroom break. We've got about an hour and a half left in the video. We're making good time. We've been at the stream for a little over, almost 5 hours, but we still got plenty left to do. So I'll be right back, guys. Sit tight. You guys staying out of trouble? You guys staying out of... Mage is leaving! Damn. That's crazy. Oh my goodness gracious. Welcome back, thanks. Hey, welcome in, guys. Let's get back to action, shall we? Let's get back to business. Let's get down to business. To do chapter 5. Here we go.
So, Chapter 5 is here, and before we can do our usual routine of investigating the new island, we first have to acknowledge one of Soda's best gestures in this plot. Seems he took some of Need Eye's materials and made a mini Need Eye toy. It doesn't have much of an actual sentience, and
Mini
it's
Mario,
definitely
I
not
forgot
Need-Eye
about this.
himself, but it can respond with various Need-Eye-like phrases, and it's clearly an attempt to cheer everyone, especially Owari, up.
It is very
after
cute.
losing him. It's really sweet. Recalling the way Komaida's tone changed so drastically toward Hinata, he reluctantly pulls everyone in to tell them about his reserve corps status. Of course, once he does, they only sigh in relief that it wasn't something actually horrible worth telling,
Yeah.
and respond that it doesn't matter if Hinata is part of the main course or not, because either way, he's their treasured friend.
I mean, yeah, he's been in the killing game with them for however many days and however many people who have been killed so far, right? Probably a good start, but I wonder what a pro would prescribe to suggest for Nagito for therapy. Oh yeah, he needs a lot.
Really sells the chemistry built between this cast and main character that we've been observing this whole time, and I find this scene, even if it's short, really charming because of that. So, last island time now, and
Yeah.
boy, what a doozy it is.
You're normal, thank God. Literally everybody.
The Citadel's on full alert. I've never seen it lit up like that.
We've got abandoned
Is that Half-Life 2? I've never played it.
street vendors filled with food, but with nobody around to eat or to serve. We've got a factory with Monokuma's face on it, which is producing an endless supply of Monokuma plush dolls. And
Yeah,
it's a
okay.
warehouse with plenty more Monokuma merch to be found, which, when Monomi asks why there's no merch of her, earns her a good old-fashioned Jotaro Kujo beatdown.
Of course.
There's a military base with tanks, cars, and even the
Was JoJo's even popular in the US yet? Because I feel like it didn't super take off until Stardust Crusaders. But I guess at that point that was it, right? It had to have been. I think. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, whatever.
helicopter used in Hanamura's execution, and actually, we've got to stop here for a second because guess what Sonia found in one of the trucks?
The meme's
Yeah,
true.
a document outlining a development plan for Jabberwock Island.
Around
by
the exact
Future
time, yeah. Okay,
Foundation.
fair.
In it, it details a plan to
Good
turn
timing.
Jabberwock Island into a central headquarters for them, citing that the travel agency that managed the island initially had gone bankrupt, leaving it uninhabited, which meant that the island was, quote, unaffected by the incident. What do these words mean, though? Well, to our cast,
Well,
they have no idea. But
Unaffected by the most awful, terrible thing to ever happen in human history.
us, we may have a few ideas by this point.
Yeah.
No time for dawdling, though. We've got to complete
The running kills me every time.
our search. Over
Good night,
at CK
Fairy.
Industries, we find a facility dabbling in robotics, one that is seemingly putting together the mono beasts that were guarding each island gate. Apparently, according to Soda, Seeking Industries was a real company making machinery parts, but they never made anything like this, so
Oh.
it has to have been
I
taken
didn't
over
remember that.
somehow. Soda also notes that he snooped around on a computer here looking for clues and came across some embarrassing emails that must have been sent from somebody sending his amateur manga concept to a friend.
Yep.
When asked about what that concept was, he elaborates that it entailed global riots caused by high school students, which he calls totally unrealistic.
Yeah, that would never happen. Right? That would
Apparently, the riots grew and grew as more and more people became frustrated with society, until eventually it spread like an infectious disease on a
Perish the
worldwide
thought, true.
scale, smothering the world in anxiety as apocalypse creeps closer. Though he's pretty sure that this is all fake, Hinata asks if it's really okay to dismiss it so readily, and Soda responds that it's even more unrealistic than a notebook that kills people just by writing in it, which... Dang, they really upped their anime references this time, huh?
I was gonna say, there's been so many more anime and pop culture references in this one than there were in DR1. I'm like, I keep getting taken aback. Like I am constantly surprised. It's kind of crazy. Man, now I hope I hope 2x2 does amazing. I hope 2x2 is modernized too, and we get like updated modern anime references and updated modern, game references and things like that. Like, can you imagine we get 2x2 and they reference something like Ace Attorney, or they reference something like, 999, because that's also Spike Chunsoft? That'd be insane.
He then theorizes that a bunch of perverted rich guys who love watching people kill each other are the ones behind all this, basically
Yeah.
predicting Squid Game a full 9 or so years before it came out.
Honestly, yeah.
Are we sure Soda isn't the fortune teller? Returning to the vendors for a powwow, we're unexpectedly joined by
Didn't know at the
Komaya,
time,
who everyone
But this
had
was
lost track
Kaiji
of
Ultimate
until
Survivor
now.
reference.
He says,
What is Kaiji? Is that like a killing game anime? I think I've heard of it, right? It's got like really, really sharp art style. Like everything, like the lines are really sharp, right? I think I remember it. Kaiji is a gambling anime, the gambling anime. I think I'm thinking of it. High stakes gambling. I think I'm thinking of the right thing because it's got like a super unique art style. I keep saying sharp because I don't know how else to describe it, but it's very unique comparatively to a lot of other anime. Kaiji inspired Kakegurui. Oh, I've never seen that either. Yeah. All right, well.
He's been looking around for someone who he thought might have already arrived, but must not have. He says that he expects this person to be the survivor of the killing school life, but says that he can wait until he figures out the identity of the traitor, something he claims he'll deduce even if it costs him his life. Of course, by this point, nobody wants to believe a traitor could exist among the group, but it feels just like Komaeda to demand everyone turn their attention to what might be an inconvenient or despair-filled truth and overcome it. Of course, he seems a little out of it to still be doing that.
That was a very pointed nose,
even
man.
claiming to want to
I think
wipe
that's
out
it.
all the despair on the island himself, too. Something has definitely changed about him since he got that file back in the Octagon,
I mean, he wants to become the ultimate hope himself now.
whatever it was.
He should just make out with Hinata. It's easy as that.
Anxious about Komaeda's continued actions, everyone meets in the morning to discuss the idea of ambushing and tying him up again. And although Hinata is anxious about the entire thing, it doesn't seem like everybody has much choice but to go along with it, considering how much of a rogue element Komaeda has become.
Yeah.
Before we do that, though, we have some time to spend, and Sonia wants us to come along to the previously discovered ancient ruin with her during that time. Why? Because she's thinking about the document we found at the military base and long ago at the library, wondering if perhaps the plans for the administrative building changed last second, and it was made somewhere other than Jabberwock Park. Looking there for clues, they see the keypad guarding the door, but are still put off of trying it by the machine gun attached to it.
What if the machine gun's not even
They speculate
live?
briefly about whether an
Imagine
explosive
that.
could bring the door down, but decide that it seems too sturdy. Going back, we have more free
Why don't you put the explosive on the machine gun? If the door is too sturdy, at least put it on the machine gun, right?
time until later
Damn.
when Komaeda suddenly shows up in our room at night. So why
Suddenly,
is he here? Well, he's been
in our
invited to the
room,
lobby by Nanami
all
as per
alone.
the plan and already suspects something will go down. By positing this theory to Hinata and reading his expression, he's already sure he's right, but decides to go anyway, basically teasing that he wants Hinata to come along so he isn't left out, claiming that when they first came here, they were friends who investigated together, but now their relationship has changed. It's honestly a little bit sad, or, well, it would be if what happened next didn't immediately follow it. So,
True. But also, I think it can just be sad because Nagito's the first person that Hinata meets in the game. You know, wakes up to him on the beach, and you do feel that camaraderie with him, even despite all of the crap that Nagito does throughout the game. So to have someone that, despite, you know, being that hectic and crazed and fanatical about hope, suddenly turn on you and treat you like you're less than human because of that is such a depressing thing, and it only makes what's about to come even worse.
what does happen? Well, of course, Komaeda is set upon by everyone lying in wait, but before they can tie him up, he chastises them for yet again acting short-sightedly, claiming that this is the beginning of the end as a small bomb sets off in the lobby, reducing it to a near smoldering crater. Laughing maniacally,
There it
Komaeda
is!
elaborates on his intentions. He's hidden several bombs with even more destructive force around the island. If they go off in 2 days at noon, they're sure to cause destruction so grievous that not only will nobody survive, but the entire island will sink into the sea. Only he knows where they are, so the only way to stop him would be for him to willingly turn them off, and he'll only do so if the traitor comes forward.
First of all, I just love the sprite art for him. It's just so goddamn menacing and cool, and the spiral swirlies in his eyes, so goddamn cool looking.
Hinata pleads to Monokuma to stop him because of the rule against killing more than 2 people at one time, but Monokuma simply responds that Komaeda hasn't killed anyone yet, and therefore can't be held accountable for simply saying he's going to break the rules before he's actually done so. Thanks, buddy, you're a lot of help.
Yeah,
So
for
what
real.
in the world do we do? Obviously, we have to investigate and see if we can find these things, right? Well, Komaeda's actually going to give us a bit of a hint at breakfast first, and it's actually a big one. He says the bombs are somewhere the gang hasn't been before, which narrows things down significantly, but does present a problem. Namely, the problem of how we get there. Well, Nanami is quick to point out that Komaeda would probably have trouble getting into the ancient ruin as well, so the only other place they haven't been inside would be Nezumi Castle on the 4th
It's your
island.
castle,
Heading there,
Nezumi!
it seems the entrance has been blown to bits already, and inside the ornate-seeming chapel, there's decorative spears, a plaque, but no bombs. On the floor plaque, there's also a message. To all subjects, the password to guide everyone to the future is... And the answer is scratched out, beyond illegible. Seems somebody got here before us, realized that this could get us somewhere, and made sure we wouldn't be able to find out.
And just another despair teasing kind of thing, like, hey, this could have been your saving grace here, but I've taken it from you.
And so, one day passes. In the morning, Owari is strangling Komaeda. Though we can definitely understand where she's coming from, she's definitely dipping right back into murderous territory, and Nanami slaps her back to her senses, saying that she's not the kind of person who would hurt someone. This borders on somewhat bittersweet, but the moment is hilariously interrupted as Komaeda staggers to his feet and thanks Owari for giving him the brief opportunity to see his dead dog again.
Oh,
guess he was pretty close to following the light there. Everyone interrogates Komaeda about the ruined password, to which he admits the bombs were definitely there. Until yesterday, when he moved them. He said nothing interesting was inside the ruin itself either, just some familiar scenery. This time, the hint is somewhere that everyone's been at least once, which, while broad, means that they have a better chance of finding the bombs if they spread out. While we search around, we finally go inside Monami's hut, at which point she admits she had a special chest in here that was stolen by somebody recently.
Did it have all the bombs in it?
Kazuyu comes running to us.
I can't remember.
Apparently, he found them. They're in the plushie factory on the final island, and he tells everyone to haul over to meet and discuss the situation. We go to the central island to retrieve Sonia, who should be searching there, but only Monokuma is there, claiming Sonia went off to the military base. There, she says that there's something she needed to confirm here, which is why she wasn't where she was expected to be. Hinata tells her about the bombs being discovered, but she still insists on staying behind for a bit and catching up.
I just have to say, this chapter really, really amps up the stress. Because, like, obviously, Chapter 5 in DR 1 has a lot of that built in, too. You know, you find Mukuro's body reused again and trying to pin it on you and or Kyoko. This is almost from the get-go, immediately, like, you do not have any rest from the previous the previous trial. You are, hey, there's bombs around the island, good luck. And then it's this type of music is going. It's everyone's high tense, high pressure, high intensity throughout the entire thing. And then it's, wait, there's something else that we're missing here. And
at which point he reluctantly leaves her behind. At the factory, the bombs are rigged to a large truck, set to go off when the engine is killed. The wires go to a keycard reader, apparently only able to be disabled if the trader's handbook is scanned. This is all confirmed via a video message left on the nearby laptop by Komaeda, who claims that he found out the trader's identity by observing everyone for a while, but still wants them to out themselves. Everyone worries back and forth about whether they should scan everyone's handbooks to be safe or if the wrong one would make it explode, but Nanami says this is all stupid and swipes hers without a second thought. Nothing happens, but the fuel is running out fast and everyone is beginning to panic. Suddenly, Sonia arrives, and she has a big announcement. These are not bombs. It does blow, but it turns out they're all just fireworks. The video message resumes, and Komaeda admits the whole plan was a bluff, that there were never really any bombs powerful enough to sink the island, and that he got the only one he actually had back at the Octagon. Claiming to want one last comparing answers on the trader's identity, Komaeda claims he'll be at the warehouse next door, which everyone...
Right, with the weapons in them. I totally forgot about it. I was going to ask, where the hell did he get the bomb? I forgot.
One heads to. Hearing...
Is it cheating if there were no rules? Oh, if there were no rules, yes. There's always some form of cheating.
Beyond the door, Owari tries to open it, but feels something blocking it from the other side. Kicking it hard, the door opens, but inside, it's dark. Suddenly, a fire starts, and everyone rushes to get the extinguishing supplies in the warehouse break room. Fire grenades that they should be able to throw onto the fire. Rushing back with them, everyone throws them onto the fire, but it doesn't seem to do anything. Just at that moment, though, the sprinklers activate, killing the fire. Monokuma shows up to mourn his merge, but also tells everyone to stay out for a bit while the smoke airs out. When they're finally able to enter, they notice that the curtain at the back, which was burnt up, was actually concealing more space. And when they walk toward it, they finally see what had been filling them with such anxiety. Yes, Nagito Komaeda is indeed waiting there for them, but not as they expected. He's dead. This gruesome torture scene seems almost unbelievable, like it could never be the handiwork of someone here, no matter how angry they were.
My boy!
As deep end as Komaeda's gotten this whole time, it's hard to even take any kind of relief in this situation because, well, what a horrible way to die, even so. This is where I have to finally come clean about the second character whose free time events I completed. Yep, that's right, Komaeda himself.
Of course! You have to! He's the boy! You have to do his free time events, okay?
One of the most easily misunderstood characters in this entire series to me, and I'll be honest, I think the localization has a hand in this. Absolutely no offense meant to Bryce Papenbrook, who plays Komaeda in the English dub, but I do find that compared to his original portrayal by Megumi Ogata, something was changed about Komaeda's tone, something I can only really chalk up to what Bryce was directed to do. Unfortunately, I don't really think it fits. Komaeda's attitude is one that is often soft-spoken and eerie, but also legibly sincere despite all the wild things he says.
So I can 100% tell you that that's got to be a direction thing. As someone that has been working in voice acting now, like, localization stuff is 100% like they're gonna tell you what they want and how they want it, and a lot of the time, even when you do anime and when you do games and stuff like that, sometimes it's the directors of the game and not even your own like voice director. Sometimes it's the people that make the game that are like, we don't want that, we want it to sound like this. So the people that are directing you could be giving you the wrong information despite them being the ones that made it. Which is just an unfortunate thing that does happen and continues to happen to this day. So just remember that. If there's ever a performance that sounds weird or like there's like something maybe was mistranslated or didn't have the right feel to it, there's always a director that had the final say. I usually defend voice actors before I defend anyone else. And it's not like, oh my God, this is the end of the world. People make mistakes. People are doing their best out here, you know? Same here, though. I haven't done anime yet. I feel you.
You get the distinct impression that he means everything he says to some degree or another. And by contrast, his English dialogue seems almost eternally sarcastic, a sort of pompous edge to it that makes him seem much less earnest than he should.
Yeah, that's why I liked it. I like the pompous edge.
This is further added to by his free time events, where you can finally start to unravel some of his character traits, his outlook, and what all of this means to him. He defines hope as absolute good, something that if it can propagate, he'd gladly sacrifice everything for its sake. He views his talent as extremely boring, but the reason he always factors it in as a stepping stone for hope is because of how it's always worked for him during his entire life. You see, for Komaeda, it sort of works like this. The worse bad luck he experiences at first, the better the good luck that comes afterward. Good luck to him is an absolute power that can be wielded. When he was in elementary school, he was on a plane with his family, but it was hijacked. Bad luck. But at the exact same time, a small meteorite fell and killed the hijackers. Good luck. But it also hit and killed Komaeda's parents. Bad luck, which led to him obtaining a large inheritance and complete independence from them. Good luck. He was once kidnapped by a murderer in middle school, bad luck, but coincidentally found a winning lottery ticket in the trash bag the murderer stuffed him inside, good luck. And of course, the biggest blow of all, he's been diagnosed quite a while ago with stage 3 malignant lymphoma and frontotemporal dementia. In other words, his brain is literally deteriorating, and his life expectancy, even before he had 2 years worth of memory erased, was only between half a year to a year. Right as he was diagnosed, though, he was accepted into Hope's Peak. Viewing this as another sign of good luck, he's unbothered by the traumatic potential of the killing game because he views it, yet again, as something that is only waiting to be broken by good luck.
It is such a wild revelation when you actually sit down and do his hangout events, because this is one of the ones that I remember doing, and I think a couple of people joked about it before in chat that it's like our poor boy, you know. But like the fact that he just views everything like that. Yeah, he is being watched over by like chaos. Life is a dice roll to him, you know? And it's kind of insane in that regard. There's an interesting difference of Makoto and Nagito's luck. Nagito is an extreme balance of good and bad. Makoto is things that are bad at face value but will become good in the long run. I mean, I guess there's more, I think, to Makoto's than just luck, from what I remember. Makoto's like initial bad luck that becomes a boon later on. Nagito's like the rarest outcome that bounces between in and against his favor. I think that might be an explanation I like more. I think it's just semantics at that point. But you guys are both right, so explains his mental state. He still needs therapy. Yeah,
something
absolutely.
That will produce even greater hope. And honestly, given all of the horrible stuff he's been through, it makes sense that he'd feel this way. It's just a shame that things ever got to this point. In his final free time event with Hinata, he even begins to say something that resembles a love confession, but aborts it at the last second to say he loves Hinata's hope instead. In the localization, this isn't conveyed very well, but in the Japanese, it's pretty clear, particularly in how he starts by saying that he's in love with, in the sense that the phrase is attached to a person, but then quickly backtracks on his phrasing and changes the object, leading to the sentence feeling grammatically disconnected, and a bit more clear as to what he was originally going to say.
Yeah, Pride Month, baby. I love this kind of stuff too. Is it still Pride Month? Yeah, it's June 4th. What do you mean?
What a complicated character, right?
Yeah.
And even to the end, he isn't going to make things much easier for us. This murder is one of the most mechanically complex yet, and the carnage on display here is enough to make you nearly want to turn your brain off on the onset.
It is insane.
But we have a job to do, and no choice but to do it. So let's run down the clues of a horrible crime, once and for the last time. A Monokuma plush with a hole in it and some of Komaida's blood on it, the firebombs, an oil lighter on the ground, a burned rope on Komaida's wrist, though his clothes are otherwise untouched, a slice on his bound left arm, a strange blood splatter on said hand, a spear piercing him with a weight attached to it, evidently from Nezumi Castle, a blank space on the cord where it's clean of blood, Komaida's legs that are tied up and slashed at, duct tape on Komaida's mouth, a suspicious lack of blood below said tape, a knife from the military base stabbed through Komaida's right hand, a small streak of blood on the overhead girder, Monokuma panels tipped over like dominoes leading to the curtain, and an MP3 player that was blaring the strange music from before.
Yeah. The music was like crazy, wasn't it? I feel like I remember that distinctly. Mr. Gay Supreme chickens out of his confession, and his POV manga tries to convince us he likes women. That's insane.
That's all for the warehouse, but before we can leave, we finally get some clarification on what Sonia was doing. You see, when she first explored the military base, she saw
creepy,
the bombs,
I remember.
And when Komaida announced his plan, she got suspicious and went back to see if they were there. Of course, they weren't, but she quickly deduced that they were fake because she tried to use one. Where? Well, the ancient ruined doors, of course.
Of course.
The plan was a failure, though, because they were just fireworks, like we already discovered a short while ago. Monomi was also there, peeking, apparently. The only reason Sonia held on to her suspicions was because of the one real bomb he used at the hotel, but obviously this was part of the bluff.
So you can't see it because of chat. I'm gonna hide it real quick. Soda just going fucking like Soda's just getting launched in the background. He is just eating shit on that explosion.
At the military base, we find a survival knife like the one at the scene, which confirms where it came from. And in Nezumi Castle, we find one of the spears missing, clearly meaning the one at the crime scene came from here.
Yeah.
Lastly, we have to visit Komaida's cottage. So what's inside? First of all, clearly there's Monomi's chest we were told about before. Inside it is a notebook, a diary about all of the events so far. While flipping through, Hinata lands on a page mentioning his attempt to enter the final dead room back in chapter 4, and... That's a bit odd. Before we can ponder this any farther, though, Monomi shows up claiming the diary is hers, but Monokuma butts in to call her a liar, saying she can't even write. In the
Bro, same. Bro, listen, I'm there with you, okay?
fridge, there's a bottle of Monokuma's special poison. Again,
for poisoning use only. Oh yeah, the poison for Monokuma. Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
From the octagon, which claims it is extremely dangerous when vaporized, heavier than air, broken down in minutes, and susceptible to hydrolysis. Under the bed is a gas mask, gloves, and a small piece of blue foil. On the shelf, we finally get into the secret file, meaning we can finally see the information on everyone else. It doesn't seem too enlightening, though, until we realize Togami's name isn't listed. Instead, we have somebody listed as the super high school level imposter, at which point Monokuma drops a bombshell. Turns out the Togami we thought died at the beginning was never really Togami from DR1 at all. Instead, he was a person whose very talent is pretending to be other people flawlessly.
I love this.
Always
because it's, for the longest time, he's just a red herring the entire game. And it is such a, this means nothing and does nothing, but it is a, oh, that's kind of cool kind of thing, you know?
Always concealed within a false identity and having none of their own. He also clarifies that yes, the Future Foundation spy was never an actual student, so the 16 profiles here contain a fake meant to throw off everyone's deductions of the traitor's identity, like he said before to Komaida. And with that, our investigation is over.
I love the Zelda music with this, not gonna lie.
Is going to be the most challenging yet.
I do remember this being very challenging. There's a lot of logic jumping here, and you have to like, you have to make a lot of assumptions to get to the answer. Yeah. Gravity makes spear hurt more, so better torture jab from high. Oh, for the weight? Yeah. He's the most convincing. Hoping Danganronpa 2x2, we see more of them. Yeah. I think it'll be dope.
Initially, the discussion begins under the premise of Komaeda being tortured for information, but as is quickly pointed out, he has duct tape on his mouth, and it couldn't have been added after the torture just to silence him, because there was no blood under the duct tape, meaning it was applied at the start. And of course, you wouldn't tape somebody's mouth shut if you wanted them to talk, so then what about the fire? Well, obviously, it could have been triggered by the oil lighter found at the scene. How? By placing a domino chain of Monokuma panels leading up to it and forcing everyone to knock the door down to start the chain reaction, explaining why—
My mind is still confused to this day. Oh, it is an insane, like, the level of detail that goes into this is insane.
Why it wouldn't budge at the start. The MP3 player blaring music would then be an auditory distraction to prevent everyone from immediately gathering that the panels were falling. As the discussion goes, it becomes more and more evident that perhaps Komaeda set all of this up himself. Of course, the gang has their reservations about believing he could tie himself up, but there's just one problem with that objection. The burned rope on Komaeda's wrist is fishy, isn't it?
Yeah.
If the fire got all the way to that rope, why didn't it burn his clothes? Simple. It was never actually touched by the fire and was prepared beforehand to give off that illusion.
Yeah.
Komaeda had one free
Yeah, they
hand
cooked,
to finish the
absolutely.
rope preparations with. He then propped the knife up.
Subversion. In DR1, a seemingly unimportant character is revealed to be significant. In DR2, a seemingly important character is revealed to be just some dude. Yeah. In the end, the cast has to believe in Nagito's luck to even solve this case. Yeah.
A Monokuma plush that he tore a hole in and had nearby, which he slammed his hand into when he was done. As for the spear, the strange bloodstain on his left hand indicates that he could have been gripping the cord. But in what circumstance would he be doing that, especially in how the spear ended up piercing him? Well, thinking about the thin line of blood on the girder, we can gather this. He hoisted it above himself across there, holding it in place by the cord, and then dropping it to impale himself. He then covered his own mouth with tape and created the supposed torture wounds with the knife before slamming his hand into it afterward. Before we can get into why he did this, though, we've got a bigger mystery.
Yeah.
The Monokuma file, rather unusually, doesn't list the cause of death, meaning this is probably important to the mystery at hand. Hinata says that Komaeda's malice always defied their expectations, and that worries him. Because he's slowly starting to think that setting his own murder to mislead everyone wasn't his main goal. So then, what if it was the poison that did him in? Perhaps if it was in a gaseous state and entered through Komaeda's nose, it could do the job just right. And of course, if that killed him while he was gripping the rope, then naturally he would just drop it and the spear would impale him. The reason nobody else inhaled it was because of the sprinklers, as the label clarifies it's weak to hydrolysis. But how'd he bring the poison to the scene? It wasn't with him, and no plastic or glass container could have been completely melted in such a short time, because even the fire grenades didn't completely melt. So what about the fire grenades themselves? There would be no need to dispose of them because Komaeda knew everyone would be using them anyway.
Yup.
And we have proof he exchanged the contents of one with the poison. The aluminum seal we found under his bed along with the gas mask and gloves. This means, unfortunately, Komaeda was poisoned the moment the fire grenade in particular was thrown.
Which is such a freaking it's like you see all these obvious signs of like self-inflicted torture, dropped a spear onto himself, cut his legs up, cut his arms up, stabbed his, his own hand in, used the Monokuma plush, set the fire and everything like that, just to get people to throw these grenades at him. Like, made this insanely complicated situation.
Nobody knows which one it was when they threw it. One of the gang undeniably threw the poisoned grenade that killed Komaeda, but it's impossible to tell who. This is Komaeda's ultimate trap.
Yep.
An unresolvable murder that can never reach its proper conclusion. The whole thing was a rigmarole of building hopes, something to be gradually solved until everyone is simultaneously slapped in the face with an impossible barrier. A truly hopeless situation. But is that all there is to it? We know because we discussed his free time events how Komaeda's view of hope works. It's always something that follows that great wall of despair. So what is he hoping for beyond this challenge?
There is something interesting about this too, where it's almost a question of, does Monokuma know who threw it? And if not, then it kind of starts pointing at some stuff that might happen later in other games, which I think is really, really cool, personally. So, Nagito's so hardcore for inflicting all this on himself. Listen, when you're a hope fanatic like him, You got to make sure that everybody's getting to that max level, you know?
He's hoping for his luck to win out. This whole time, he was trying to weed out the traitor after all, right? And there's a high likelihood his claim of finding out who they were was just another bluff. So then, what's the point here? He trusted his own luck, believing that the person who would pick up the fire grenade that did him in would be the traitor. But is there any way to know who the traitor is? Clearly not, right? Or at
Is
least
there?
We'd sure like that to be the case.
Yeah. Nagito's luck is one in a Googleplex, and he has a small amount of pride in his luck. So his trial would be finding that one in a Googleplex chance of finding the traitor and solving the case. Yeah, and I think that's like the fun part of it too, is like assume that something will either go incredibly lucky, like in a good way, or incredibly unlucky.
As the discussion focuses around this, Nanami starts to say some weird stuff. Stuff like how the traitor couldn't reveal themselves even if they wanted to, because they weren't created to do that. They could only interact with everyone as a traitor, that being the nature of their existence. She then asks us to guess, to trust our judgment. And it's clear who we've got to pick, even if we so wish that it wasn't.
Yep. Yeah, it won't even let you pick anybody else. Like, the game forces you. Yeah,
Chiato and Monami is the traitor. And like it or not, we even have proof. Even as Monami cries out and tries to deny that she's ever known Nanami. Hinata desperately doesn't want to prove it either, but we already knew the truth. We were just turning our eyes away. The proof lies in Monami's diary, or should I say, Nanami's diary. After all, Monami can't write, remember? And more than that, there's that entry about Hinata trying to enter the final dead room. Nanami is the only person who saw that happen. More than that, Nanami even used the card reader back at the truck first, and knew the bomb was fake because Monami could have reported what she saw Sonia do back to her. Heartbroken, everyone just can't bring themselves to believe it. But Nanami counters that they don't have to survive by doubting anyone anymore, but can survive by believing in her. She says she wanted to protect everyone by any means and was glad she was at least given that opportunity. So what then of Komaida's goal? We got pretty close to losing. We surely would have if Nanami didn't confess to save us. So then, was it really his goal to pin the one killer? Monokuma snickers nastily as he confirms what we're on track to figure out. Namely that Komaida's plan was actually to kill everyone besides the traitor. But why is that? Well, we've still got a bit to go before we can figure that out, and why Nanami was placed into this situation in the first place, for that matter. Monami briefly tries to destroy Monokuma Chiaotzu style and lays with him in a crater Yamcha style. Man, this game loves its DBZ Saiyan Saga
It really does.
but it doesn't work. Monokuma now has thousands of spares from the factory line, and although they're all plush, he claims he can transfer himself into them without a hitch, creating further mystery about what he's capable of even now. There's no more time for that.
We gotta figure that
It's
on Ultra
time
Despair
for the
Girls.
dreaded execution.
Yeah.
And Monokuma even confirms that he plans to take out Monami at the same time. Leaving us with some final parting words as a teacher, Monami says her piece. And honestly, for as long as she's been dragged across this game's runtime, she still manages to bring a bit of a tear to my eye here. There's no need to be a hero, she says. You don't have to force yourself just to make people acknowledge you. When you do that, you end up blaming yourself, blaming other people, and feeling jealous of everyone.
Oh, that hits
But
close
still,
to home.
It
Oh,
doesn't
no.
have to be like that.
Oh,
Even if
no.
people don't acknowledge you, you just have to be someone that you can be proud of. Because you yourself are your biggest supporter. If
That's
you
pretty
can
crazy.
learn to love yourself, that love will continue to support you for the rest of your life.
Hey, welcome in, Spartan Wolf. You came in at a crazy moment. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. We're reacting to the Danganronpa 2 retrospective. We're getting kind of close to the end. We've still got quite a little bit to go with the ending and the explanation of everything like that. But we are in heavy spoiler territory, so if you don't want to get spoiled on Danganronpa 2, please be aware that we are discussing spoilers and watching. So, yeah, very emotional time.
Waving goodbye
Welcome.
to everyone for a final time, Nanami tells us that a shining future will always be waiting for us. She's lined up in front of a tank, Space Invaders style, and though she briefly tries to escape into the only exit in the room, leading us to wonder if perhaps this Chapter 5 execution will end up similar to the last games. It's a cruel fake-out. She's shut behind glass, sealed by a shutter, and her fate is sealed as Tetris-style blocks are dropped around her, boxing her in, until she's finally crushed by a long red piece. Crushed by the weight of what's happened, everyone lazes around waiting for the timer and Jabberwock part to end.
Very
In the
cruel
morning,
execution,
Hinata
absolutely.
emerges from his cottage to be greeted by Nanami, who says there was more to Komaida's final message that everyone is gathering to watch in the restaurant, and Hinata seemingly doesn't react to her sudden reappearance at all. The screen and UI shifts and spasms, visual distortion invading the familiar space and making it feel ethereal, and unknown, uncanny and untethered.
I love this,
if you
man.
go around to everyone's mailboxes here, each dead classmates gives off a distorted message, supposedly their final thoughts as they died. And it feels like being struck by the ghost of someone's memory, a final psychic shock of a decayed spirit long gone. As we enter the restaurant, visions of everyone who has died continue to appear around us, blending into the group casually and with seemingly no resistance at all to their presence. The message remarks that Monokuma is trying to show this despair to someone, and that the key needed to enter the ruins was indeed the one found at Nezumi Castle. Komaida scratched
Don't
it
worry,
out,
Spartan,
claiming
welcome.
it was probably left in a place where Monokuma and Monami can't go simply as a backup in case something went wrong. Finally, announcing the password he obscured, he drops a number that may at this point feel like a long-forgotten throwback. 11037. A number we should all remember.
I forgot that that's
Closing
what
out
it
his
was.
message, asking to be regarded as the super high school level hope, Komaida's final message is done, and everyone decides to head to the ruins before the countdown finally ends. The island is more distorted than it's ever looked, and inside the ruins appears to be an archaic-looking trial ground, more similar to one from the first game than from this one. As everyone stands around pondering this, they begin to slowly, mentally unravel, the world around them seemingly breaking down as the timer ends. As it rapidly spins, buzzes, and sparks,
It's
it
effectively
explodes into
untrue.
a crescendo of light, the entire world of Jabberwock Island around it seemingly crumbling into a screen that declares, uncertainly, that the stage is clear. Ending Chapter 5.
Yeah. I remember playing this too, and I don't remember there being a ton of like hints for this coming. I'm sure Nezumi is gonna point out and be like, actually, Roy, there were like 40,000 like hints that this was coming, you know? And but I remember like getting this and playing this and the feeling of like, oh my God, have we been living in a simulation? Have we been playing in a game? Like what is happening? What is the purpose of this? And it is insane to have this feeling of emotion. Yeah, my jaw's on the floor. Just you wait. We're not done yet. We are not done yet. We still got
Well, that
like an
was
hour
certainly
left.
A lot, wasn't it? I'm a little torn on this chapter, admittedly. I do think there's much more to like about it than not, and the mystery, as always, is very good. It's a really good mix of complex, but also not so much so that a player couldn't be expected to intuit what they need to. I could have done without the longer Hangman's Gambit sections, but
Yeah.
can't I always?
Yeah, Hangman's Gambit
What
sucks.
really conflicts me about all of this, though, is Nanami herself, admittedly. To be clear, I like Nanami, and I am made very easily
I like her a
verklempt.
lot.
So yes, this reveal and her death really did get to me
Yes,
emotionally.
absolutely.
Especially seeing how everyone else, and especially Hinata, reacted to it. However, I would be remiss not to mention what I consider to be a pretty sizable flaw, and that's that Nanami overall, by the time she dies, is a pretty flat character when it comes to her actual development. She starts off virtually flawless and ends her role in the story the same way, only
Yeah, I will probably agree with that, and I'm sure you're going to explain more of this later too. I think that's why I ended up liking Nanami so much, Chiaki, because it's just the feeling of having, because where Nagito is very much supposed to be your partner character in a lot of cases, I thought Chiaki Nanami hit that a lot more. So like my hangouts were with those two. So like I spent a lot of time with her. This was like the emotional moment, and yeah, she's absolutely supposed to be that perfection. But I also looked at it as the rock, where everybody else has like these flaws and things that they're working to improve on. Sometimes it's just nice to have a friend that has their shit together. You know, it's nice to have someone that you can rely on to talk about in that regard. And I'm sure I'm forgetting like what her actual hangout events are and things like that. But I always looked at Nanami as the rock. She was the rock of the team. She was always there. She was always doing her best. And it hurt that much more. She was the glue that kept a lot of people together because of how together she was. So
as an even more aggressively important sacrificial lamb who the developers obviously really want us to care for.
Yeah.
If her talent as a gamer wasn't already enough to tip us off to the fact that she's very much a bit of pandering from the devs to the typical demographic of games like this should.
Yeah.
And I want to be clear, I don't think Nanami is a horrible character. I really do care about her. But it's mostly in spite of how the game handles her rather than because of it. I feel like she could have had a lot more narrative weight if she'd simply had any flaws like the rest of the characters and gone through more organic growth with them rather than becoming beloved by all of them just because. This chapter hits really hard and does pretty excellently with what it has, but it could have been all the more gut-wrenching if they had just taken more of their time with Nanami's character, and unfortunately, I feel like they just kind of dropped the ball on that.
I can also get that. I think from my own perspective, because of what we know with the story and her being, you know, that she wasn't written to do that. She wasn't supposed to do that. There's context behind why I kind of prefer it to be that way, that she was written to be this perfect character because it is impossible for her to change. I'm making justifications for why I like one of my, you know, a character that I really enjoy, which obviously isn't needed, but I think it makes sense thematically within Danganronpa 2 specifically. But I also completely understand and I think that's a justified reaction. And that, yeah, she could have had more participation. She could have had more, maybe moments of like, oh wow, like I should have trusted you to handle this moment. Oh yeah. I just like I yap a lot. You know me.
Not the best chapter in the game, unfortunately, but it certainly does drop a lot of juicy information, and the end of it especially hooks you right back in if you're a longtime player.
Big agree. I think chapter 4 is probably the strongest one to this point because it's just so good, and Gundam's him going out is so. He's a badass, you know?
Things are more wild and confusing than ever, and that puts us right back in the shoes of someone frantically going from the end of DR1 Chapter 5 to its big climax.
Yes.
We're right back in that familiar place yet again.
Yeah.
We've got answers to reach, and there's no better time. Let's put an end to this despair-filled island once and for all, and let's head into Chapter 0? Oh yeah, didn't think you were gonna escape one more loop being thrown your way. Huh?
Hey!
No,
also, this music, I fucking love this track. This track is like one of my favorites in like, it's so good.
0? Oh yeah, didn't think you were gonna escape one more loop being thrown your way, huh? No, you've got quite a few more loops to be put through, and this is one of them.
Yep!
This little prelude claims to be during the process of heading
I
to
do
the school
spend more
trip,
time
and
getting
is
to know her and
narrated by
developing her.
an
Yeah,
unknown figure,
I got
somebody
that.
who claims to be loved by talent and finds everything boring. They're sitting on a ship alone, until across the room they are engaged in conversation by Komaida.
Instantly, I saw his true character.
The mysterious person says of him.
The over-familiar attitude, the friendly smile.
The shit gets real song,
Under that
yeah.
thin skin, I could detect a foul, offensive odor, like some kind of putrid slime. In a sensible way, of course. How should I put this? It was a smell exclusive to those who were already finished.
The figure asks Komaida for his talent, and when he says it, responds that it's boring, because even they have a talent as boring as luck. Komaida is compelled, asking who they are, also saying it's the first time he's seen this person. The person doesn't respond to the inquiries, though, claiming that the entire world is boring, a place where people who lack talent swarm together, oppressing those who possess talent.
Even though they know they're insignificant, they don't try to acknowledge their true superiors. They are profoundly desperate to drag them down to their level.
God,
They claim that because of this, and the resulting deadlock, the world has stopped evolving, that they were taught by their teachers that boring people make no contributions to the world, and selection must be performed. They want to use that
adds to
person
the despair.
as that person used them in the past, and somehow, resting in their pocket, they have the contribution that person left them. Excitably, Komaida sits up, asking if he can finally see the girl he hates so much again, revealing that on his hand is a woman's hand, tied at the wrist with distinct red nails. The unknown figure questions it, and Komaida responds that it's not his hand, so he can't move it, but even now it hasn't rotted, becoming one with him, with his sworn enemy. As he rambles to himself about how he did it to take her power, and how he hates her, he questions himself.
Huh? Do I hate her?
He says,
Huh. That's strange.
Before
That
he can
shocked
ponder
me.
any longer, though, he
It was something that I actually brought up in the first Danganronpa reaction because I was like, wait, I thought there's like, never mind. We're gonna let the play.
looks out the window, seeing Jabberwock Island, and wondering what will happen once they get there. The figure claims they already know, but will not be able to participate in what lies ahead. Komaeda asks if he can ever see them again, to which they respond that there is no need.
After all, you are boring. Your talent, your thoughts, your entire existence is boring to me. You really don't play along, do you?
Never.
And with that, we can finally start Chapter 6.
This is the end. Goodbye, Academy of Despair.
Right after our world-shattering trip at the end of Chapter 5, we seemingly appear before a classroom door, just like at the start of the prologue. Beyond it is a familiar sight, despite it being a bit unclear why we're here. Why,
Hope's
yes,
Peak.
it's none other than Hope's Peak Academy,
Yep,
the setting
we're
of the
back in
previous
it.
game. Appearing on the monitor, Monokuma announces that we're in Endgame, and that everyone should gather in the gym so he can explain the process of graduation. As if by muscle
yes,
memory,
graduation.
we return to the familiar halls that we walked seemingly so many
Yeah, the
times
glitch
in
effect is so
VR1.
cool.
Only the halls jitter and distort with visual tearing and glitches that seem to make it almost alien all over again.
It's such a cool feeling because, like, I think this is especially why it's so important to play Danganronpa 1 beforehand. Like, obviously, like, having Byakuya there is important to know, but like this chapter and the lead up into it and seeing the base there and seeing the files on the original students from the first game, there's so much that like you need to play the first game. You cannot just play this game by itself.
In the gym, everyone is waiting, ghosts of the past not included. Monokuma's command of us is simple. He needs us to look around the school to discover the last hidden secrets of the island, and the graduation exam's result will be determined based on whether by the end, we decide we want to leave the island or stay. Of course, while everyone is sure they're bound to want to leave now, we remember what happened last time and can only dread just what bizarre twists may lay in store to convince us otherwise.
It's time.
As we head into the halls, it seems impossible things just keep happening. As we exit from the gym and end up on the 5th floor, the school rearranging and shifting seemingly as
love
Monokuma
the look of it,
pleases.
too.
The halls are for
And it's such a funny thing, too, because we talked about before, like, reusing assets. This is a smart way to reuse assets, because it is a throwback to the first game where you can just go, like, cool, we have the entire first game done. Let's just reuse it and put some cool glitch effects over it. You know? Like...
familiar facsimiles of grounds we've already tread, but in warping and suiting the aesthetic sensibilities of a computer with a magnet against the screen, it begins to resemble something of a writhing ghost of its former self.
It's dope.
Hallowed hallways rife with history and nostalgia that scream behind a veneer of suffocating.
Yeah!
As if it is
That's how you do it,
literally
people,
the
yeah.
imprint of something that once existed, but now struggles to even try. In the dojo, we find the first of several manga for morons that Monokuma leads us tantalizingly through. The first is simple enough, purporting to be a history of Hope's Peak Academy. It gives us the usual talking points: school of privilege, government-funded, tops of their fields, yada yada yada.
Yeah, same old, same
It
old.
also clarifies that students are selected by the teachers, who are themselves simultaneously educators and scientists researching talent itself. The reserve course was implemented to supplement the Academy's waning funding, and
It's like
continue
Hifumi's
their
vibe of
greatest
manga to read,
wish,
yeah.
to create a true genius who would become mankind's hope. Sound familiar?
Surprise.
Then, an incident happened that triggered the tragedy. Destroyed by this incident, Hope's Peak was forced to shut down. The story continues in one of the classrooms, with a manga about the tragedy of Hope's Peak.
Is this supposed to be City Hunter or Monster? One of the two.
The key player was
Right,
one
Monster.
Izuru Kamakura, a genius, symbol of hope, and result of all of Hope's Peak's funneled resources. He was loved by talent, you could say, wielding many simultaneously, and the school protected their interests by
Like it's both?
concealing his
Okay, I can see
identity, meaning that most students didn't even know he existed at all. However, that all changed when somehow Izuru was led to kill 13 of the best and brightest of Hope's Peak Student Council. The Academy, trying to cover for their interests, tried to deliberately conceal this incident, but a certain student began to work in secret to use that incident to their advantage. All of this should sound very familiar by now.
From
right?
the zero that we read before.
Revealing the Academy's secret to the public, said person was able to take advantage of the rising discontent of the Reserve Corps students, launching an unprecedented uprising that would spiral into global chaos. So how does that
I wonder
story
who
go?
that could be.
Well, we need to head to the biolab to find that out. Another manga explains the nitty.
Oh my god, what the frick was this supposed to be? That's terrifying looking. Oh my god.
As the situation escalated, it became
Yeah, the student council was wild to witness in the anime. I feel like I kind of want to rewatch it now. I know it's not perfect, but just as a refresher, you know?
a thriving online
It's
community.
the Scream art?
Discontent
Like,
piled upon
from
discontent.
the movie Scream?
Societal outrage melded and combined. Escape.
Hey, Zochi! Hey, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. My name's Roy Chiato. Like a macchiato, I am your coffee fueled host of the most professional voice actor. I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome in, guys. We're reacting to the Super Danganronpa 2 Retrospective by Nezumi VA. We're vibing, thriving, and surviving. So if you like Danganronpa, pull up a chair, kick up your feet. We're just kind of yapping about it. We're into chapter 6 now, so we're definitely in the last bits of it. We probably got like another hour-ish of reacting left, maybe hour and a half, depending on how much I feel like pausing. But if you want to avoid spoilers, please take care. You know, we're very much spoiling Danganronpa 2 because we're getting ready for when Danganronpa 2x2 comes out. So yeah, love this franchise and glad to share it with people. And especially thankful for Nezumi for letting me react to their content. Zochi, how was your stream? Hope you're having a good one. I'm vibing. I'm thriving. I might even just be surviving, you know? Do you just react and chat with us? Yeah, that's the idea. Danganronpa 2 is the best one. It's my favorite one. Of the big three. Danganronpa 1, 2, and V3. 2 is my favorite, so. I feel like that kind of goes without saying, though. I haven't played any of them. I mean, this is full spoilers for it, but it's a fantastic franchise. Definitely give it a go. It was chill. We played Link's Awakening. Nice! Hell yeah. I hope you had a great time. Love to hear it. I don't know if I've ever played Link's Awakening, actually, now that I think about it. I've definitely played... I played a lot of Zelda. I don't know if I've ever played Link's Awakening, though. Love Danganronpa, though, so I'm going to chill here and get some food. Hell yeah! Make sure you take care of yourself, okay? Be really sad if something happened. New game for the list? Probably not. But hey, let's continue on. Let's keep going.
The internet entirely as it continued to spread. The goal was lost entirely in the midst of combined madness, abnormality surfacing as an unseen hand guided everything to more and more malicious ends. Killing became almost commonplace, and the population became utterly desensitized, even watching death unfold while enjoying a meal. By the time anyone realized what had happened, it was too late to stop.
Hey, take care, Gerald.
This inevitability and despair cast a looming shadow over the entire world, and it was all spearheaded by a group, super high school level Despair, who worked in the best interests of one Junko Enoshima.
Surprise, Junko Enoshima at it once again, or at least how she made it work.
Savior. These former Hope's Peak students, seduced to her cause, used their extraordinary talents simply for the sake of continuing to spread her despair, and their ties to higher places only ensured it went to the top, unable to be stopped, as even the people with the proper power to ensure it could be were compromised.
And because one dude didn't want to turn Junko in.
Hinata is bewildered by this. It couldn't be true, could it? But from what we remember, unfortunately, yeah, it could be true.
Hey, no worries,
And
valid.
he's not even done being shocked, because Monokuma even reveals that all 2,357 students of the reserve department, barring him, all committed mass suicide under Junko's orders.
Which is insane to think about.
She was just that influential. Kazuryu seems unbothered by Junko's influence, though, citing that he found a manga for morons about the first game, and how it ended with Junko's death and the survivors' escape. But should we really let our guards down just because of that?
Never.
In the music room, we find out.
Listen, Junko always comes back. She's like Springtrap. She's like William Afton. She's like Purple Guy.
More. A plaque disclaims that the former
I saw somebody
graduates
mention
of
FNAF
Hope's
and I had to
Peak
do that.
founded the Future Foundation in order to fight the results of the tragedy. And a holographic screen seems to be an email from the Future Foundation. It talks about finding a group of 15 Hope's Peak survivors yet to be acquired, and also of preparations on Jabberwock Island. More lies ahead in the office. A mysterious list
Dafton.
of subjects naming
Boss,
all
don't
of
hit
the
me.
classmates from this game, as well as a newspaper clipping of Sayonji looking mysteriously older than she should. We saw her die, too, so how is this possible? How can a photo like this exist? Above the board is a picture of the founder yet again, reminding us that his name was Izuru Kamakura. And nearby, another email screen reporting about the so-called remnants of despair, the remaining loyal of Junkos, who lived
Always
even
comes
after
back,
she
it's true.
died, apparently even led by someone keeping them active. The Foundation's priorities are clear. They must be eliminated for the sake of ending the tragedy. In the rec room, we get another email. But before that, there's also a file
I
from...
love that the billiard balls are just floating in air. So the whole concept now is that we're understanding is that there were 15 Hope Speak Academy students that turned onto the world and helped spread the mass despair everywhere.
Hope's Peak. Confidential information about an apparent hope cultivation plan. Something meant to produce true hope through the use of their talent research initiative.
Yep.
And something they say must be completed no matter
Boomerang,
the
yeah.
cost. The email entails the successful acquisition of the 15 previously mentioned survivors, and how they've been entrusted to the survivors of the Killing School life. Our survivors from DR1, if you'll recall. No new leads on the remnants of despair yet, though. In the library, we get our last important email, one of caution to one Makoto Naegi, questioning why he would protect the remnants of despair, and clarifying that the DR1 survivors are indeed members of the Future Foundation, who also were helped with recovering their memories. However, it seems now they've gone AWOL and are protecting the remnants? Why is that?
Which is, again, this has so much more weight when you've played Danganronpa 1, because you find out the people that survived Danganronpa 1 are out there and doing things. And it almost fills you with more hope in some capacity. You know what I mean? It gives you that feeling of, okay, the world is messed up and they're doing everything that they can do to fix it. Although I do agree with Nezumi, I think the ending for DR1 was kind of perfect in the sense of, like, you want to be hopeful because you don't know what the world is going to be like. So actually hearing, like, the confirmation of, okay, the world is messed up, but they're doing their best to, like, fix it. It's like good, but it's also like, you know what I mean? More hope-filled to know that they left the bunker and started doing good. Yeah, it's still good in that regard. What's the bear thing's name again? Monokuma. Yeah, Monokuma.
This all sits strange, and the distorting world around us, the method of this information being presented to us, it all just spells out something fishy. And we finally find out what that is in the laundry room. A top-secret program created by the Future Foundation, the Neo World Program, meant to be used as a psychotherapeutic tool to put its subjects into a completely virtual world by mounting a device on their cranium, effectively replacing traumatic memories with memories made in the virtual world.
Surprise.
Understandably collapsing under the weight of the realization he's having, Hinata breaks down, barreling down a hall which is made
Man, it's so cool to see it, like, broken down and shit.
entirely of code.
Yeah.
In a truly haunting exchange with Sonia, who asks if Hinata knows about the placebo effect and nocebo effect, with the former describing a health improvement after taking a fake medicine you believe is real, and the latter being the exact opposite. If the brain believes something is real, then it becomes real. And when asked why she's bringing it up,
Welcome
she
back.
suddenly can't remember. In a classroom, we find a floating monolithic pillar surrounded
Big
by
object.
code and swallowed in grayscale. When activated, it brings us face to face with a familiar image. Alter Ego, who...
Yeah!
Wait, seriously, was that necessary? Who is the overseer of the Neo World program, but who can't...
Wait, is what necessary?
Wait, seriously, was that...
Oh. Wait, that's so messed up. Why is that even there? Wait, what? Why is that there?
necessary? Who is the overseer of the Neo
Yeah, it says not female. That's so weird.
World program, but who can't actually manage much due to an apparent virus which has infected everything. Yes, it's confirmed this whole thing is a simulation, explaining the state of the island
That's
and
so
how
weird.
this school, under the virus's influence, can somehow exist in the space between the ruined door and the trial grounds we discovered. Alter Ego clarifies that a teacher NPC should have ideally been managing all of this, but was usurped, and the virus changed the world's parameters from one where violence shouldn't have existed in the first place into one where it was allowed. But how did the virus infect the program? Well, Alter Ego speculates it was probably hooked up externally with some sort of memory drive that they could have physically uploaded. Oh. Trying to interrupt, Monokuma appears, but seemingly gets thrown into a frenzy of glitches as Hinata is pulled into a secret room, at which point somebody else contacts him through alter ego, somebody with a familiar silhouette. He can't hear us, but he can still talk, and he says on their end they've been forced to watch everything so far, unable to shut down the program as the virus took full control. With this brief opportunity to speak created by Alter Ego, he's here to deliver one message. He's sorry about how the virus has run rampant, and he wasn't even sure if the program would work at all, but he still wanted to put everyone into it because he wanted to save them. He clarifies that the password in Nezumi Castle was for emergencies, with the ruined door originally being meant for access after collecting the hope fragments from their fun-filled school trip. The password existed in case of a scenario like this, purposefully hidden in a place where Monokuma wouldn't be able to go. And the password itself, 11037, was chosen because someone close to me left that number to save me when I was in a dilemma.
I like the throwback. It's that he's choosing to be hopeful about what happened with Sayaka back in DR1. It's always like a nice like throwback because Makoto is always like the stupidly optimistic, naive guy, and it's still like that to his core. He has not changed. As Junko is Afton, I guess that makes Makoto the puppet, kinda, right?
Never change, Naegi, you bleeding heart, you.
Yeah.
Claiming that he's sure that person will try to use the graduation exam to crush them all with despair. He pleads for them to endure it without giving up on hope until he gets there, because he has a secret to defeat them. A hidden command at the graduation exam site that can forcibly shut down the game, even superseding the teacher's authority. It requires over half the people to vote on it, which he claims he can do, if he gets the right number. Before he can clarify further, though, the connection is cut, and Hinata is launched back out to the classroom where Monokuma seemingly hasn't realized he was interrupted at all. With nothing left to learn and graduation looming ahead, Monokuma calls...
I love the death, because he just doesn't realize he's not listening to him. Oh my gosh.
...us down for the final class trial. And even if Hinata doesn't know where to go, we do. Walking slowly down a spiraling corridor of data behind that familiar red door, we reflect on everything that's led up to this point. Everything that's riding on this.
Yeah.
And finally arrive back at the trial ground. It's time to put an end to this. By the end of this trial, everyone must choose to graduate or repeat, a majority decision of whether we'll stay on the island forever or escape from Jabberwock, putting an end to this twisted wonderland. Claiming that everyone here are just chump side characters meant to welcome the main players back, Monokuma gets things underway, and the graduation exam, the final trial, begins.
It's
As
so
the world
cool,
has
man. I
truly
love
collapsed
this.
around us, even the trial prep screen flashes glitches and distortion. The usual information crawl only able to desperately repeat the phrase, "Hello world," over and over again.
Man, I know I've talked about it a lot, but like these are the stylistic choices that I feel like add so much life to SDR2, especially as it's entering its like final chapter, because it really feels like they cared enough to like really set the stage, you know? It's awesome. I love it.
And our first order of business is bringing to light the nature of this virtual world itself. And therein lies the explanation for quite a many things so far. Though I'll be honest, even if it does explain the much more over-the-top executions than were featured in the last game, I still tonally prefer those old executions. The more over-the-top they've gotten in SDR2, the more I feel like they've lost a little bit of that macabre impact, you know what I mean? Well,
yes. I'm trying to think of like the executions that we had, because like we had the rocket, the bajillion samurai, the getting deep fried. I mean, yeah, the getting stampeded over, the Tetris. I don't know. I think I might prefer SDR2s. I think it's just because I hate the butter. The Mondo butter I hate so goddamn much.
Well, anyway, that all being said, how were our cast's avatar bodies created? Simply by removing their school memories, as we already knew had been stripped away.
Yep.
This also explains the strange newspaper clipping of Sayonji, who had in reality undergone a growth spurt over her time in school. But removing those memories only allowed her to remember a time before she had grown that much. As they don't want to believe this, Kuzuryu chips in that it wouldn't be possible to
What do you mean you
simply
hate
not
butter?
notice
Don't worry
that much
about it.
time passing otherwise. Because with strangers, it's one thing, but he spent almost his entire life by Pekoyama's side, and they would notice physical changes in each other right away. Furthermore, just because this is a virtual reality, it doesn't mean everything that happened was without consequence, because the sensations were all felt and processed as real by the cast's brains.
It's dumb, but I always found the Mondo butter kind of horrifying. Like, imagine being liquefied alive. It is, but so we talked about it a lot in the DR1 video. I just hate how much it feels like there were better ways to tell that story to, like, fill people with despair. The butter thing is just, it's just dumb. Like, it's not thematic. It's not entertaining. It's just shock value. We turned him into butter. Haha, isn't that funny? We're so quirky. And it's like, no, no, you're not. I really hate it.
As everything falls apart, the trial ground can only be seen as the mess of code that underlies its assembled fiction,
so cool
encompassing
looking.
the stand-ins of people who in effect no longer exist as they once were. The people who have died have very little chance of ever waking up, even if the program is shut down, because their brains experience death to such a convincing degree that it may well have fully left them catatonic. Monokuma even lampshades the all-a-dream trope in this moment by insisting that a game without real stakes like that wouldn't excite anyone.
True.
And indeed, frustratingly as always, he has a point. So, whoever put this program together is the enemy, right? The Future Foundation? That's what everyone starts to believe, but is that really the case given what we know?
No.
The Neo World program was for recovery, for healing from trauma, but it's been misused and altered by an outside force. Usami, or Monami, was the original observer, but was usurped by Monokuma, and her assistant Nanami no longer had any degree of control over the situation either after that. For that matter, Nanami, as the traitor, was never a real student at all, just an NPC made specifically to observe in the game.
And that's why she was deemed the traitor, because there was no file on her, or not in the way that there was a file on her. It wasn't in the notebook we found, the diary. You kind of learn that from her perspective, and that's why a lot of it's written from her perspective and things like that. I can't remember if there's actually, like, you can point back to the game and be like, this wouldn't make sense that Nanami would be here, or Nanami would know this, or Nanami would do this, or XYZ. So I kind of hope that there is, and because I'd love to see that kind of stuff.
Don't say it. We'll get to that some other time. Monokuma even mocks everyone by
wait, what was it?
Game. A real student at all, just an NPC made specifically to observe in the game. Don't say it.
Oh, for DR3, because they did exist. Got it.
We'll get to that some other time. Monokuma even mocks everyone by saying they got themselves all worked up and attached to a game character, which may in fact be several degrees of irony removed from the actual player
very
feeling
much so.
sad at this reveal.
Yeah.
That a fictional person in a game we're playing is herself a character, a fictional person in a game. As if he's asking us whether we really expected anything different. If by suspending our disbelief to engage with the fiction, we ever stopped recognizing that it was fiction in the first place. And if so, why? It's harrowing. Asking Monokuma if his calling the Future Foundation World Ender was all a bluff, he claims that it's actually a fitting name for those of us here. But before we can get more details, apparently the main cast has arrived. It's Makoto Naegi himself, straight out of Danganronpa 1. And honestly, this reveal is bonkers, but we have no time to slow down.
Yeah.
He introduces himself as a member of the Future Foundation that's finally managed to get through. But despite claiming he wants to help us, he also says we have to reckon with what we're responsible for first. The reason we were put into this program to begin with,
song too.
and our true identities. True identities, he says. But what could those be?
Also, I see what Panda said. Yeah, people told me about that in the first Danganronpa 1 video, but I still hate it. I think it was a little bit too much personally.
Did any of the evidence we came across point to that? Well, obviously.
How behind I am in stream. You're good. No worries.
Speak, right? The emails about 15 people being rescued insists as much. But what if there was more to it? What if
yeah, Derp, that's what I was just responding to Panda about. I know it's based on like an actual story, and I still don't like it. I think it's too over the top. Hey, you're good.
There was a lot more to it. Oh no. Yes, indeed, the worst has come to pass. Strap in, folks, because this twist is a doozy.
Yep.
Those 15 survivors were Hinata and the gang. but they were also simultaneously the remnants of super high school level despair.
Yep.
All of the colorful characters we've gotten to know and love are the entourage of one Junko Enoshima. They're not just survivors of the apocalypse, they are the harbingers of it.
Yep.
But forced to suppress those memories, they've been living and struggling to return to an idyllic bliss that they were responsible for helping Junko destroy. And now, here they are, being tortured by the very despair that they helped propagate, all at the hands of a virus that replicates their former leader's single-minded obsession.
Such a freaking amazing reveal with this. It is such a, like, you are the bad guys trying to not be bad anymore.
That despair that murdered wantonly, that spread misery across the world, that despair which itself became the target
Oh
of
my
Amida
God.
when he learned the truth from the final dead room, profile information he destroyed before we could ever see it,
Yeah.
and why he tried to kill everyone but Nanami, including himself. Now, it all leads up to this. The discovered despairs were propped into the newly experimental Neo World program with the goal of erasing the traumatic influence Junko Enoshima had over them. Erase their ties and loyalty to her born from the influence she exerted over them all.
Yeah, I wonder
It's here that I
What
want to take a
influence that
step
would
back
be.
from summary and commentary for a second to touch on something thematically that I failed to mention in the last video. Something made excellent note of by Kraftsdwarf in his Danganronpa videos.
Oh, another
As
one.
theatrical and violent as all of this is, Danganronpa can also on its face be taken as something of a loaded metaphor for the school system, and particularly the Japanese one.
Oh.
In Japan, it's common to stress yourself for entrance exams to even just a good high school. And while school is the perfect incubator for academic stress, it's also usually regarded as a Japanese youth's only time to enjoy that youth, as they will commonly enter a relentless, all-consuming workforce afterward that monopolizes their time, their energy, and often deprives them of even the small comforts of spending that time with their friends and family. DR1
Junko
brought
going
this here
crazy.
to a thematic fever pitch, a frank examination of how a high-stress environment that often crushes our children to dust can at the same time feel like their only refuge from an even scarier world that they are ill-prepared to emerge into.
I
Junko's
see.
ultimatum, then, of simply living in high school forever, is both a focal point of existential horror as the cast refuses to concede to that, but also finding themselves unable to face the reality waiting for them if they don't. Because staying in high school for the rest of your life is sadly a bit of lurid escapism that captures the minds of many people, when their only other option is that crushing reality and workforce that lies beyond it.
I mean, that's still a version of giving into despair in and of itself. I like this. That's a good explanation.
That's what it ultimately is.
Yeah.
An escapism.
What's up, Fishy?
It shies away from the possibility of even living your life to begin with. And it's why, despite their uncertainty, the DR1 cast leaves the school anyway, hoping to carve their own path rather than feel constrained to the ones they're told they can take. They choose to graduate because to leave school behind is to grow up. And growing up is a thankless, horrifying job that we all must undertake, finding our way even if the world around us tries with all its might to ensure that we can't. SDR2 then takes it from the perspective of those who could have never survived within those walls to begin with.
Yeah.
All of the students in this cast are
The
some
opposite.
form of social outcast, and now we know that they all fell susceptible to the rhetoric and madness of the ultimate doomer. So they clearly never had very high hopes for their futures beyond this point, much
What's
less
up, John?
their ability to cohabitate within schooling at all. Kraftsdwarf said it before, and I'll say it again here. SDR2 is about the dropouts. The kids who were left behind by the system they were told to fit rigidly within, and weren't picked back up when they fell. This is what happens when a society leaves its young people to pick up the pieces without giving them the tools they need to actually meaningfully accomplish that.
Man, that's such a messed up way of looking at Danganronpa, but like it also unironically makes so much sense when you put it together like that. Like the despair, the ultimate despair being the dropouts, the burnouts, the people that don't fit into the societal norms because they're ill prepared for the future. That's crazy. I did not think about it like that way at all. Zelkron, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, guys. My name is Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. We are reacting to the Danganronpa 2 retrospective. So if you like Danganronpa, you want to learn about more in the end of the game, because we don't have too much more left in the video. We're vibing, thriving, surviving. Come up and have some fun.
The horrifying tasks the Despairs underwent weren't even at the expense solely of others, but also themselves, even mutilating themselves to affix part of Junko's corpse to them.
I was going to say, yeah, so Nagito literally cuts off his arm and puts on Junko's arm to make it so that she'll live with him forever kind of idea.
hoping to absorb her despair. This proves enlightening to the sight of Komaito we saw in Chapter 0.
Yeah.
So, what are our options? If we repeat, we stay on the virtual island. If we graduate, we wake up in the real-world bodies, memories of the game uploaded to said bodies. And all of the people who died so far...
Who was this made by again? This was made by Nezumi VA. You can check out their channel on YouTube, and if you're watching me on YouTube, you can check the YouTube description as I link their channel to it. But Nezumi VA, right here. Right there. Nezumi VA. Yeah.
Dead.
Hi, that's me. That's them right there.
Something seems fishy. This Naegi who we've been talking to is just a bit too judgy for me to believe he's my sweet boy. And he's also
he's not my sweet boy, my beautiful baby boy.
Really pushing the whole Future Foundation is the hope of the world, yada yada thing. I mean, didn't he betray the Future Foundation just to get everyone here? Weren't the Future Foundation determined to kill the remnants on sight if they ever had them? When confronted on this, he wavers, and is fully unable to explain himself when asked why he decided to make the ruin password 11037. Having been found out, Monokuma disintegrates his virtual doppelganger. Yep, this Naegi was a total sham. What we've uncovered about the gang's identities was not, unfortunately, a lie, but even so, he was trying to push us towards the graduation option for a reason. What reason is that? Well, we should probably hear it from the horse's mouth, shouldn't we? As Monokuma claims to be entering his final form, one more DBZ reference for the road. He powers up Super Saiyan style and is unexpectedly crushed by an emerging, towering figure. That figure should be more than familiar to us
She's
by
back
now.
again, guys. Like I told you.
It's Junko Enoshima.
There we go.
But how is she here? We saw her die. Well, yeah, Junko is dead, but here's the kicker.
I was gonna say, we're in a virtual world. This is just, you know, her.
When Alter Ego invaded her network back in DR1, she was able to study it and make her own AI, appropriately named Alter Ego Junko, in response. In short, while the physical Junko Enoshima has passed on into the great unknown, her personality, thoughts, feelings, and of course rhetoric have outlived her, enshrined in digital perpetuity and maliciously uploaded onto the Neo World program for the sole purpose
This
of
bitch
tormenting
always
her
coming back.
former loyal.
Nagito and Nekomaru had life terminal diseases. Imposter doesn't have any identification to get a job. Mahiru has a broken home. Teruteru has a sick parent figure. Oh yeah, there were so many people that were in those terrible situations. Oh yeah, absolutely.
So what's the catch here? Apparently she claims her real graduation program will account for the deaths by resurrecting the dead, and that she had to modify the program for a long time to make that possible. Of course, when asked if that's what the countdown in Jabberwock Park represented, she simply pulls a classic Junko and claims it was all for show, something dramatic to spice up the proceedings.
Yeah.
But effectively indicative of
Somehow
nothing
the
at all.
Emperor
Instead,
returned
it was
once
a test
again.
for herself to see if she could get everyone into the graduation program by the time the mark hit 0. But this is Junko we're talking about, so it wouldn't be unusual for her to get bored of her own idea halfway through.
Makes sense.
And again, resumes her pressuring to graduate. And her same suspicious ambiguity. Everyone's about to fall for it, but suddenly, the real Naegi shows up, having finally gotten in, to clue us in that there's more to this plan than meets the eye. The plan isn't in actuality to resurrect the dead, but instead to fill their husk-like bodies with copies of Alter Ego Junko. In short, everyone can upload their game selves back into their bodies in the outside world, but anyone who died along the way will be replaced by the Possession Junko clones.
So quite literally, so there's 5 left right now. There's Hinata, Akane, Soda, Sonia, and Fuyuhiko. Oh my god, I don't know why I couldn't remember his name. Which means there's 10 bodies. So we'd essentially get 10 more Junkos if they decided to graduate. Which is insane. Also, what's up, Sayori?
Who will of course endeavor to repeat the tragedy all over again, or make it even worse just by making a world comprised purely of herself and her own despair.
Yeah.
The only reason she couldn't just kill everyone from more
Glitch
bodies
trap
was
before
because
glitch
of
trap,
the
there you
school
go.
rules specifying the observer's role as a non-violent third party. She could add rules, but she couldn't delete them, thus she had to stick to the structure of the game so far, and could only try to puppet us in the desired direction through other means of interference. In effect, this whole killing game was to indirectly free up bodies for use. But this shouldn't be our only option, right? There's still the shutdown sequence that Naegi mentioned back in the school, right? Junko argues that it's not possible to initiate it because it requires more than half of the 15 people to press graduate and repeat at the same time, which is impossible because too many people have died for a majority to be reached.
There's only 5 out of the 15, yeah.
That's why Naegi hasn't come here alone. Who'd he bring? Why, none other than Kyoko Kirigiri and the real Yakuya Togami, of course.
Hey, the squad's back!
When Iwari cries that she's so glad he's alive, but so confused that he's skinny. With these added faces, surely a majority can now be reached, right? Well, hold the phone. What does this option mean for everyone? Well, as Naegi clarifies, it means that the program will be deleted, and everyone will revert to how they were before. As in, their virtual memories will be lost, and they'll go back to being super high school level despair. He hopes that compared to the alternatives, we'd see the importance of preventing Junko
really good
from
diet
getting
plan,
out,
true.
and endure with hope in our hearts to face what's scary and uncertain, but we're the dropouts, remember? We don't have the same faith that he does that things will turn out okay for us. And furthermore, forgetting everything that happened here? No way, too much has happened. We've had horrible experiences, but there were meaningful ones too. There were meaningful people. You can't just make them choose that. Furthermore, this whole thing has just been a fight between them and Junko anyway.
Yeah!
And she claims this new cast were just chump side characters in this whole thing.
It's so funny, like, hearing that statement. Obviously, like, they're trying to, like, downplay the ultimate despairs. But it's like, they are literally the reason why the world fell into despair. Obviously, Junko could have done other things, but they're like, they're the reason, they're the tools that she used to make it happen. So calling them the side characters feels so, like, disrespectful and such a slap to the face, you know?
The whole killing game was arranged not just to free up bodies for her to use, but also to lure the Future Foundation here and trap them in the virtual world afterward.
Kita, thank you so much for the raid. What's going on, everybody? My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. I'm your coffee field host with the most professional voice actor. I love working out, in case you couldn't tell. Welcome, guys. We're reacting to the Danganronpa 2 retrospective by Nezumi VA. We're vibing, thriving, and surviving. These are full spoilers for Super Danganronpa 2. If you are wary about that, please keep that in mind. We're actually, like, very much at the end. We've got 23 minutes left in the video, which probably means we've got, like, maybe like 45 minutes left because I paused to yap a lot. It's a 3.5 hour long video, and I've been streaming for 6 hours, so I love it. Hell yeah. Welcome. Hi. I hope you had a great stream. Welcome in, everybody. Suck You Bunny has come to play. Ooh, Suck You Bye Bunny. Cute. We do love that. Yeah, Danganronpa. We're back in it. All right, let's continue.
And not only were they all used for this purpose, but prior to being put in the program, they agreed to it. Willingly, believing in Junko's cause so strong that they would subject themselves to it, even knowing what would happen to them, that blinded by the hold she had over them. But even after all of this, she's got another twist to throw our way. She was waiting for somebody after all. She's been waiting for the mastermind. And hold the phone, you might say, Junko is the one in control here. So, like last time,
who's the mastermind?
She's the mastermind, right? Well, no. That title belongs to the person who brought her along, who planted the virus in the program itself, who used her like she used them. Yep, she's waiting for Izuru Kamakura. And let's finally clear up this whole Izuru issue right here and now.
Finally!
Sure, that is the name of the Hope's Peak Academy founder, but it's also the name of a person experimented on by the Academy who became a wielder of talent incarnate, and the super high school level Hope, who went on to be influenced by Junko and kill the student council members.
Man,
right?
I wonder who it could be.
So which is it? The answer is both. Sort of, but mostly the latter.
Yeah.
The Academy hid a lot about Kamakura because of the incident, but ostensibly, the subject of this experiment was named after the founder, in line with his whole purpose of becoming mankind's hope. And that lab rat who became Izuru Kamakura 2.0 is very much alive, says Junko. Very much alive, in the form of Hajime Hinata. Yes,
Yeah.
indeed, in another buck wild twist to end all twists, our main character is also the main instigator of these horrible events.
Which is, I love this as like a reveal, but I also think this is the one that like you could see coming. Because it's like, it's why he doesn't have a talent. It's why he's not listed as being a super high school level anything. And it's why it's even more ironic when Nagito is talking down to him like he has nothing and deserves nothing. It was a good time. Hope you're enjoying your stream. Yeah, it's been a vibe. We've been here, you know?
Blessed genius guinea pig lured to murder and responsible for injecting the Junko virus into the Neo World program was none other than Hinata himself.
Yep.
He was also turned by Hope's Peak Academy into Izuru Kamakura, a reserve corps student made the focus of the Hope cultivation program due to his intense admiration of the academy itself. His desperate need to be
Reserve
validated by
Corps.
the school he admired being ruthlessly exploited by the cold, scientific side of HBA's experimental roots. Their attempts to artificially create genius, to create talent, in their single-minded prioritization of utility over personhood.
Which is also just a wild thing to think about. I want you to think about this. Remember that super high school level like talent or ability is like they're essentially being like, yeah, we manufactured it and threw all of it into this one person. So he's got everything. And it's like, brother, did you just bottle talent? Can I just drink that shit? Hey, Purple Theta, thank you so much for the raid. Charge Theta Raiders. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Guys, welcome to the stream. My name's Roy Chiato, like a macchiato. We're reacting to the Super Danganronpa 2 retrospective. We're very much at the end, so full spoilers are in effect. If you want to avoid spoilers, please be sure to keep yourself safe. This video specifically is done by Nezumi VA, so be sure to give them some hype and some love. It'll be linked in the YouTube VOD as well. Well, welcome in. I hope you had a great stream. Thank you for bringing all these wonderful people over. Very nice to meet you. Hey, likewise. I hope you had a fantastic night. What were we up to tonight? Yippee! They lobotomized him and put in superpowers. Yeah, that's literally what it is. That's the funny thing. I guess ironic is probably the better way of putting it. Not funny. Not good funny. Bad funny. Yeah. All right, let's continue.
Directly interfered with his brain, pushing his entire personality, his being.
Playing some Crime
into the
Simulator.
back of
Oh,
it,
nice.
Obscured and trapped
Hope that was
until
fun.
all of his processing power was made to consist solely of the subject of learning and doing. Hinata himself was more or less lobotomized, killed inside of his own body by the academy he loved, who took advantage of that love to turn him into a soulless puppet, capable of no emotion, retaining none of his prior self, and only capable of coldly gathering skills. Is nearly anything more horrifying than that?
It is terrifying
Even
to think that.
Kirigiri is horrified by the implication of this. Is this really her father's legacy?
Yeah, I was gonna say, because you gotta remember, like Hope's Peak Academy was considered like this is gonna save the world, and it turns out that they're also some of the main villains. You know, very big criticism of the education system. Yeah, I'm not surprised.
And all of this breaks Hinata. It's not enough to simply know that this was done to him. It's not enough to know that the shutdown will return everyone to their former despair. It's not enough that all of them will forget Nanami ever existed at all. But now, he's being told that if he initiates the shutdown, he will lose himself. He will cease to exist.
Yeah.
This last vestige of his brain, holding on to the memory of who he once was, will again wrestle back to the side of Kamakura, and Hajime Hinata will no longer be at all. And that's what makes Junko's proposal.
Hey, take care,
her
Purple.
twisted
Thank you for gifting a
graduation, all
sub.
the
I
more
appreciate
appealing.
you.
Even if everyone who died will be taken over, the survivors can upload themselves, right? Hinata can live, right? It's almost haunting how convincing she becomes at this juncture. Do you really have to sacrifice yourselves just to protect the world in the first place? She says. What if the world's hope is different from your hope? Even if the world is happy, it's meaningless if you aren't happy. Will you be able to endure such despair?
Oh.
Who are you going to endure it for?
Gundam.
For people you've never met before?
For Gundam.
For people who don't even appreciate
Hey, take care,
you?
Bakatare.
Does that sound like hope to you?
Yeah.
And now, Here, at this critical moment, she's responded to the end of the last game, and we're right back where we started. And now we are expected to ask ourselves, what now? What do we do? Where do we go? Is there a place where we even belong? I'd like to at this point bring up some passages from a particularly striking article written about Danganronpa by AVB, the creative lead behind games like We Know the Devil and Heaven Will Be Mine, among others.
Oh, cool.
This article, in Searing Pink, was published on Medium on December 14th, 2014. And though much of it stands out as well put together, these bits in particular really solidify what I'm trying to get at here. The most believable thing in Danganronpa is that existentially despairing high school students destroy the entire world.
Yeah.
It's not very realistic, sure, because no one ever offers teens the means to destroy the entire world, but it is pretty emotionally believable.
I get that.
I mean, I sure did want it. Answers to how the students had their memories of the world ending erased, or what the actual moment of despair so powerful just experiencing it destroyed all hope on the planet was, are deliberately and explicitly not given.
Because it doesn't matter.
That's kind of an audacious decision when way too much of contemporary science fiction and fantasy world building takes such pride in creating and detailing and expounding on the complexity and consistency of a fictional universe without remembering to give you a reason to care why.
That is why I've said this, and this is why I think Danganronpa does it so well, especially in the games, is never giving you too much to worry about your suspension of disbelief being broken. And I think that's something that the first one and the second game, I think, do really well. Now, obviously, unfortunately, we do have the anime. Yeah, I was gonna say, and then we do have the anime, which kind of messes some stuff up, unfortunately, because this is perfect. This is exactly how it should be, and I think Danganronpa is the games specifically are a standout with how you should handle this type of thing. It should be a standout from how you experience dancing that razor's edge of not breaking the suspension of disbelief. You know? I just used to have the anime in its own little universe. It sucks, but it's canon, unfortunately. It sucks. So.
Instead, Danganronpa has Junko declare she's not going to explain the plot device because the mechanics of how the world ended are irrelevant to why the world ended.
Yeah.
I could explain it, but it wouldn't be any more believable, would it?
Exactly.
Junko gets it. It would be trivial to detail a science-fictional device X that would make for a plausible explanation here,
yeah,
but that would require spending a lot of time and energy on the least relevant and important part of a story that is ultimately about sad teens dying. But why not completely forego a logical explanation when it's the emotional truth that's much more interesting?
Isn't that like a huge part of what the anime does too, is they like explore the science behind why the world ended and how it ended? That's so bad. Like I'm like now realizing like what the point of the game was too in that regard, and just how wrong the anime was for changing that. Ooh.
It's a game about the characters, and Danganronpa could never make the ending believable without Junko. Junko doesn't answer how the world ended, but she embodies the why.
Yeah.
To use a murder mystery metaphor, Junko explains the motive, but not the method. And in this story, that's by far the most important part. Junko is hilarious and cute and beautiful and clever and has zero inhibitions and is very believably compelling to people who are realizing that the world is not a very good place and does not love them. Junko loves them, though, even if what she loves about people are their tragedies, not unlike the audience. Bad things happening feels real, and she loves that. She loves it when other people feel hopeless, but she loves feeling hopeless too. And because of that, she's terrifyingly invincible. And she is because she actually feels everything so strongly. She gets to have everything, the freedom to feel without ever feeling anything bad, because emotion itself is pleasant to her. Whether it's good or bad, it's an unbelievable premise, but Junko makes the idea of the world ending due to worldwide existential despair believable because of how she makes despair seductive.
Doesn't Zero give an explanation for how the amnesia in 1 worked, kind of? I have no idea, unfortunately. Zero is something that I haven't experienced myself. I would probably ask Nezumi about that. Nezumi, if you're in chat, you feel free to answer that if you want to. Danganronpa Zero giving an explanation on how the amnesia in 1 worked. Yeah, it does. Well, there you go. Perfect. There are some JP games I prefer as themselves rather than watching their anime adaptations like this and Ace Attorney. It's so funny because I remember Ace Attorney not like hating it because I've seen some pretty bad game adaptations into anime, but I remember leaving the Danganronpa anime not happy. But at the same time, I still kind of want to revisit it because unfortunately it is canon, and love it or hate it, Danganronpa is a series that I've very much experienced, and I kind of have to take the bad sometimes with the good. Just in the same way that like Power Rangers isn't all good. There's a lot of bad in Power Rangers, a lot of bad. And despite that, I will continue to watch it and support it and to experience it. And unfortunately, that means you do have to face the bad stuff that you don't necessarily agree with.
And she very much has, because now our cast can't even imagine what it will take for them to be saved anymore. They're at their wits' end, and Hinata is breaking down beyond anything he's gone through so far. He's losing himself. He can't choose. So wouldn't it just be easier to never choose anything? To just stay behind in this illusion forever? To never march toward the future? And thus, escapism wins again, as Junko pulls her best Dio Brando impression and freezes the world over, tempts them with the thought of an eternal tropical paradise that will never change. But suddenly, in the loop of that escapism, in the midst of that denial, Nanami speaks up. You guys aren't part of the game, right? And her voice reaches Hinata. How
There
she's here
she
doesn't really
is.
matter. It could just be a matter of the game collapsing and data scrambling. But here, in the darkness of nothing, she chats with him about what's happening and about what will happen.
That's our girl.
About his fears. But even if she ceases to exist, she says, even if her memory is erased inside of everyone, she will never disappear so long as everyone continues moving forward toward the future they created together. Furthermore, they shouldn't just be bound by the confines of a game because they're not part of the game. The roads being presented for them shouldn't be the only ones they can walk, right? Beyond that, shouldn't they be able to make their own if they truly wanted to? And I know I said earlier that I wish Nanami was better characterized, and I still maintain that.
I think that's fair.
This part breaks me every time.
Yeah.
Let me give a little context before I go on.
Yeah, please do.
At the risk of sounding too personal.
Now, listen. Take your time, live your truth, talk it up. We can feel the passion.
SDR2 came out in the West on September 2nd, 2014. I graduated from high school in early 2015. I got SDR2 right as it was coming out, and I finished it toward the latter part of my senior year. I was always somebody who felt like a general outcast in schooling. I was somebody who struggled with it, always, and never felt like I had a place to belong. My grades were struggling massively through problems nearly entirely out of my control, and even up until the very end of that year, I wasn't even certain whether I was going to graduate at all. There's a certain personal kind of hopelessness that this whole thing encompasses that puts me right back into that place.
Oh,
It reminds me of exactly how it felt, and how it at times still feels. I didn't know the world I was going to emerge into, whether I was ready for it or whether I ever would be. I was scared back then, and even now I still am, a lot of the time.
But that's what
It's
it
for
means to
that
be
reason
human.
that when I first reached this bit of the game, toward the end of my high school tenure, sitting in a crowded classroom as I played this with headphones after finishing my work, I struggled, no joke, to make it through this scene without sobbing for everyone to see. I
Yeah.
definitely shed tears, and plenty of them.
Okay, well, first of all, that's your problem. Playing Danganronpa in public, I don't know what you were thinking.
Rifling it all in a jacket that I wore year-round. Because those words didn't just reach Hinata. They reached me, through him. Having talent isn't the goal. There's something much more important than
Not
whether or
true,
not you
yeah.
have talent, right? What's important is that you believe in yourself. If you can't do that, no matter how much talent you possess, you will never be confident in yourself.
I like that.
Just like how you were in the past. But past Hinata is in the past. He's not the same Hinata who spent time with me and the others in this world. So it's going to be all right. I think it's
the
time you finally
PSP!
had confidence in yourself. You guys are the only ones who have the right to decide your future, and the responsibility too. But if you can't choose either future, why don't you just create one? Even if this world is just a game, you guys aren't part of the game. You guys don't have to just choose a future. You should be able to create one as well. I guess what I'm trying to say is, if you just do it,
Just do
things will
it!
turn out okay. If you just do it, huh?
Yeah, if you just do it.
If I just do it.
If it's as easy as that.
Promising to help out in her own way, Nanami pushes us to face ourselves. The manifestation of Hinata's despair, his indecision, and his anxiety takes center stage, as Kamakura airs out their grievances for them both. I can't choose the future, he says. But as Nanami said, we don't have to just choose. We can create. shooting down every bit of Kamakura's despair, climbing the mountain by our own will.
Yeah.
Even if it's a convenient miracle, she says. If you just do it, things will turn out okay.
So peak, I
Rattling
agree.
ourselves to consciousness, we awaken to see everyone falling to despair. But we can't let that happen. We have to move forward, and we won't be constrained by anyone else's will. Not anymore. Creating our own will, our own power.
Oh my God,
we choose our own
the
future,
emptiness in their
destroying
eyes.
every defeatist diatribe holding us back. Filled with some real Super Saiyan power, Hinata opens his eyes to the possibilities, stunning Junko into silence as she wonders if Kamakura has truly awakened once again. But in response, he can only say one thing.
I am not Izuru Kamakura. I am Hajime Hinata!
Slicing her words to pieces, we keep advancing.
Yeah!
We boldly strive toward the finish line, and even deliver a rebuttal together with the friend we were sure we could never see again.
That's wrong. Yes, Soyakchikami!
Confident in our decision to shut this game down.
That's good.
We can
Good
create
inclusion
the
of that.
future we want,
What are you saying? There's no way something that convenient is going to happen.
says Junko. But
Why
we
not?
respond without hesitation.
It wouldn't be strange if a miracle happened.
This isn't a game. We can change the future as much as we want.
That was true.
One by one, everyone sees their own light, their own driving purpose. Everyone abandons their fear, their anxiety, and their pain. They don't need to stay in school, but they don't need to graduate either. After all, they're the dropouts, right? They'll make their
True.
own way, and nobody can choose for them. Even if there's no telling how this will turn out, even if there's no guarantee it will turn out well, it's their future. It's theirs to make of what they will. They can't escape from the past. They can't stay frozen in the present. They can only endeavor to live, to break free from their trauma, to redefine what matters to them and to cast off their regrets. They won't lose themselves, because day by day we constantly change. We continuously become new people, and only we can decide what kind of person we'll become. That person, whether they were once lovely or once horrible, can strive to be confident, whole, and most importantly, hopeful.
Well
We
said.
may not be able to sculpt the world to our choosing, but we can sculpt ourselves.
Well
And we can
said.
decide how we'll interact with that world, and how we'll make it our own. Thoroughly tearing down Junko's ever-tempting doomerism with a simple but effective bit of confidence, Hinata brings us right back to where we need to be.
We believe in our future. That's what makes us different from you. If we try
Yeah.
new things, even difficult things, that everything will turn out okay.
We believe that we can create our own futures.
Opining that this isn't the end, but merely the beginning, everyone hovers their hands over both buttons simultaneously. They shut the game down. And in the midst of the crumbling world around them, ushering them forward into one last unknown, a last miracle occurs. Usami springs to life, destroying Alter Ego Junko, and leaving even the DR1 trio stunned at how thoroughly everyone took charge of their destinies. As all the code collapse, as the color disappears from everything, everyone stands, reaffirming their meaning of everything that's happened here, and their fondness for each other. They admit that they're scared, and who wouldn't be? But it's okay to be scared. That's the future. We'll carry it all, and we'll make something of it. Smiling calmly as everything fades, Hinata finally brings himself to thank Nanami for everything she's done. And as the program whittles down to its last breath, we hear her voice one final time.
私の方こそありがとう。みんなのこと忘れないよ。ずっとずっと忘れないよ。この先もどこかでみんなのことを応援しているからね。だってずっと仲間だもん。
In the epilogue, the trio return to their boat. They're unsure how they'll report to their higher-ups.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
But Nike's
Treason.
thinking about it. What they do know is that it doesn't seem like everyone's gone back to their despair status. Otherwise, they wouldn't have agreed to stay on the real-life Jabberwock Island. Though the chances are incredibly slim, they're already clinging to the hope of waking their catatonic friends. And so the path to what lies ahead continues to sprawl open. Maybe for people like that, Naegi says, miracles are inevitable, don't you think? As they depart towards their own paths, we're given one last glimpse at Hinata. He's cut his hair. He's accepted his new life. Things are probably going to be a lot more difficult now, he admits.
There's no such thing as an answered mystery. It's doubtful whether or not things will even end well. The future isn't a path. It's like an endless sea. You can try to go anywhere, but it doesn't mean you'll get there. Even so, I will keep on living. I will keep on living as Hajime Hinata. My future lies here.
I guess
And
the
as the sun sets on the day before
curiosity that I've always had about this too, I think I'm just thinking about V3. God, there's so many questions I want to ask. Because, like, the big... I don't want to talk about V3's ending. But isn't this ending kind of retconned in the anime? Because I remember the ending to the anime being very different. But I'm like, I'm so confused.
the future, so too does it set on Super Danganronpa 2, Farewell Despair Academy.
Yeah.
And even if this ending seemed convenient, I can't imagine it going any other way. It should have gone this way, no question. And why do I think that? Well, to
Well, I guess
briefly
another
come
time
back
true.
to another quote from AVB's article, I never ever care about how the science fiction premise works. I promise,
I
from
agree.
the bottom of my heart, to believe in the explanation of absolutely anything you tell me, even if the explanation is I don't even feel like explaining it.
I like that.
Science fiction or fantasy isn't even
That's the
a
way.
good way to describe Danganronpa. It's just pure anime.
Yeah!
Reality cartoonishly distorted in ways that will make me feel.
Just
real.
enjoy it. Have some
My
whimsy.
earnest belief is that science fiction or fantasy should do the same.
Yes.
Alter
I
reality
agree.
only insofar as it brings out the truth reality can't bear.
Yeah, I like
I
that.
have no use for explanations that don't offer me that.
I like that a lot.
And it's true. For as many problems as SDR2 has, I can't
So they were saying in the anime they recovered so fast for it to work because Makoto has PTSD from the death game, even if he's hopeful. There's just like, there are literally just moments that I'm thinking about like in the anime where like what just happened from the ending of the game is not what happens in the anime with them waking up. So I was like, wait a minute, that this is like retcon in the anime then. I was just thinking about how much more I was getting upset about it, you know?
truly call it a perfect sequel. I think it has some tonal problems, and some writing problems. I don't think every character was utilized to their fullest potential, and I think even some of the better characters were handled pretty inconsiderately.
Bro, what are these
I think
wigs?
too much of their legitimate trauma is reduced to gags, and I think some of those gags themselves are in distractingly poor taste. But even so,
Yeah.
unlike Danganronpa 1, I truly believe that the bad is nearly negligible when it comes to the good. Even if I'd have something of a strange time recommending the original game, I have no reservations about recommending its sequel. It's a loaded game, and I do think your experience with it can only be felt as strongly if you play the first game for context,
I
obviously.
agree.
But aside from all of that, this is a sequel that's clearly improved itself in all the ways that matter most.
1000%
Are there
agree.
some annoying mechanics? Sure. Are there still writing issues, particularly with a lot of the female characters? Absolutely. But Super Danganronpa 2 feels like a compass. It drops you in the midst of a beautiful island with a sinister story, and then it asks you at the end of all that hardship to keep following the needle and to find your way. And honestly, every time I finish playing it,
It's a good way to look at it.
I feel like that's something doable. And in a world where I'm so often crushed by the temptation to say that it's not, it helps every once in a while.
Oh, so you said not really. What actually happens is everyone wakes up as ultimate despair except Izuru, who wakes up as new Hajime and convinces everyone else to go back into the simulation. Yes, however, when they end up showing up in the anime, from what I remember, they're like... new Hajime looks like Izuru, doesn't he? Doesn't he look like that? They then go through the simulation again, but without the Junko virus, they actually recover and able to wake up fully restored. So... And then they come and fight for them though. And that was kind of the thing where I was like, well, they chose Hope, which kind of contradicts the ending to Danganronpa 2. No, it's just him with heterochromia. Oh, okay. I'm just misremembering it then. But I do remember them coming and kind of saving everybody at the end, right? And that was kind of their MacGuffin of Hope, which kind of contradicts the ending to the game, which is they need to choose their own path. The devious heterochromia, true. He only had the power to cut his hair once.
Get a reminder.
Even if you say fate made its own way, it's
Oh, is that it?
Stop.
I paused literally right at the ending. I did! The anime is just so many different things, yeah. It's just so many different things.
It's hard, but you can't just turn your head away.
Just in case copyright hits me on something like this, I'm not gonna play the whole thing on the music. Just in case. YouTube's really weird about that sometimes. These ultra evil BS with Meter Eye Foundation as well. I'm not gonna lie, I just don't remember enough about it. That is something that I would have to check out at some point. You know? I would have to check out. Oh, don't worry, it's not copyrighted, but it's okay. I feel weird hearing myself sing. You're good, you're good. The thing that I'm like, man, what are you gonna make another Danganronpa 3 video? I need another one. I can't watch this one anymore. What are we gonna do, Nezumi? What are we gonna do? I'm joking. This is playful. I'm jesting. But that was fantastic. Obviously, we've got Ultra Despair Girls. I've not experienced If. Then we'll go into V3. 5 hours! Nezumi, do you want me to die? Nezumi, do you want me to die? What? Do you want me to die? I'm only going to be able to get it through half of this in one sitting. Because this stream, like, your video is 3.5 hours. And I was here for 6 hours and 45 minutes. 5 hours and 15 minutes? Brother, sister, sibling, I am going to be here for, like, 9 hours watching this. Oh my goodness gracious. I'm a little worried for you on that one. I might have to split that one into two. 5 hours and 15 minutes is going to be a lot. But genuinely awesome video. I'm very glad to be able to watch it again and to re-experience Danganronpa 2. Super Danganronpa 2. I'm also going... Guys, okay, before I go back to my Just Chatting screen, be sure to check out Nezumi over on YouTube. That's Nezumi VA. They have a bunch of amazing content, not just Danganronpa, but the one that I found them through was Ace Attorney. And I had already watched all 3 of the Ace Attorney trilogy ones with Phoenix Wright because I wanted to recap those because I really want to play Apollo Justice because I haven't experienced them. And I really like... You know, I really like Ace Attorney, and I've heard the Apollo Justice games are pretty good. So, I really want to experience them, but I didn't remember at all what happened in the first 3 Ace Attorneys. So, yeah. But yeah, V3 being 5 hours is going to be crazy. And we're going to put out something new in August as well, but it's secret for now. Ooh. Well, hey, like I said, if you need voice work, you know where I am. I'll throw you my my what's it called? My demo reel. But yeah, definitely check out Nezumi. Be sure to like their videos. Thank them for the awesome times. And now we're gonna head back to yapping for a second. Skibidi-whip. Skapow! Man. Roy, ever watched the Danganronpa stage shows? No, I don't think I ever have. I don't know if I have the mental capacity to. You know? It's like a 12-hour stream, right? That 100% would be. 100% it would be. Love those Sonic vids. Well, I don't know nothing about Sonic. That's me at Sonic videos? That's crazy. The way you're able to do this seamlessly is still entertaining to watch. What, the shkabada-whoop and then come back over here? I'm a professional, what can I say? So good, 10 out of 10. Thank you, Nezumi. Yeah, thank you, Nezumi, for an awesome video and for an awesome night. Tonight was super fun. I'm glad we got to sit down and watch another fantastic video. Danganronpa is definitely something that I've enjoyed for a long a long while now. I'm glad to kind of revisit it and enjoy it again. Loaf, thank you so much for the raid. I gotta turn off raids. Real quick. Wait, I gotta turn off raids. We're in the wrap up section. Oh no. I'm like, if Batman was buff, Batman is buff. What are you talking about, Loaf? Welcome in, guys. We just finished reacting to the Danganronpa, the Super Danganronpa 2 retrospective video made by Nezumi VA. It is an awesome video. Please be sure to check them out if you are ever interested in finding out more about various visual novels, especially Danganronpa, if you're getting prepared for Danganronpa 2x2, which is what I was getting prepared for. Girl, I'm so sleepy. I'm so tired. I hate to raid and run. Yeah, take care. Have fun. We already finished reacting. And I did play Lego Batman. Nice. Hell yeah. I started trying to be a Sonic YouTuber. Yeah, hell yeah. But I do still plan on making more vids about it at some point. Hell yeah. That's exciting. I can't wait. Especially if you do 999 Virtue's Last Reward, Zero Time Dilemma. Absolutely. So freaking cool. I need to sleep. It's horror movie hours. Yeah, it's almost 4 a.m., which ironically is around the time that I would normally go to sleep anyway. So this is actually like not a terrible time for me to go to sleep. You know? Sonic is such a fun series. I've enjoyed what I've played of Sonic. I enjoy some Sonic, but I'm not the biggest Sonic fan. I like Sonic Adventure and Sonic Adventure 2, and Sonic Heroes was fun. That's about all I've consumed Sonic-wise. I tried playing Sonic Frontier, and I didn't really like it that much. Based opinions. Sonic very enjoyable. Yeah, I'm just like, I'm weird with Sonic because like I like it, but it's just there are too many things that I'm like finicky on, you know. Go for Kirby lore. Yeah, he's like an eldritch god. It's insane. My brain trying to implode. I can feel my mind running on fumes. Hopefully they're coffee fumes. But Loaf's community, I hope you guys had an amazing time playing Lego Batman. I'm probably going to send you guys off pretty much immediately. Do I even have any friends that are streaming right now on Twitch? My goodness gracious. Wait, Haka is still streaming? What the hell is Haka doing? Huh?
Oh.
How long has he been live? He's been live for 8 hours too! Brother. Would he be mad if I rated him? Would Haka be mad if I rated him? Would Haka be mad if I rated him? Let's get him now before he can stop us. Let's get him, guys. Wait. Let me set up the YouTube raid too. Redirect Bonzween Haka. Nice, got it. And then Bonzween Haka on this side. There we go. /raid. Haha! He doesn't know how to turn off raids. We're gonna get his ass. We're gonna get his ass, guys. We're gonna get him. Guys, we're sending you over to Bonzween Haka. He's the coolest and the cutest exorcist that you'll ever meet. From Hollow Stars, and I love him. He's awesome. That's my favorite cutie. So let's send you guys over there. He's playing some Legend of Zelda Minish Cap, which I don't ever see like anybody play, but I'm glad that he is playing it and seemingly having a good time. And there is so many people vibing. So we're going to send you guys over. I hope you guys have a great night. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for vibing and enjoying the good times with me. If you want to participate in the raid on Twitch, be sure to use the first raid command or the second one if you're not a sub. I'm sending you guys over on YouTube as well, so be sure to spend some fun times with Haka. He may have different rules than I do for streaming, so please keep that in mind as you get over there. And of course, I want to say thank you again to Nezumi for letting me react to your content. It's awesome. I cannot wait for the next one. Next up is Ultra Despair Girls, and we'll keep going through the franchise until it is done. Thank you guys. I'll see you tomorrow night for some spooky horror games. Have a great rest of your night. Bye-bye, everybody!